all the upcoming games and some earlier scores from this weekend. But, Deems, there's no getting around this one. Carolina in some serious bounce-back mode after what happened last week in Atlanta.
Yeah, I tell you, everybody was shocked. And the bad thing about football is you got to live with it for a full week. You know, basketball, you can get back out in a day or two, sometimes 3 days at the most. But football, man, it burns for a week. And I tell you, I don't know if anybody really saw that coming. And that's the thing that really was probably the bigger gut punch to Coach Brown and the team and all the fans was nobody really saw that coming. And it was a big step back for this program because you were going down there, you righted the ship a little bit against a team that you thought was, really hot offensively. So, you're like, okay, we gave up a lot of points, but to go down there and not be prepared for a backup quarterback and a guy to go off and give up 44 after giving up a lot of points, our defense has digressed tremendously and our offensive line has too. And we had to sit with that for a week, so we got to find some answers soon, and you could hear it in Coach Brown's voice Monday.
Yeah, and it's interesting. Here we are creeping up on the midway point of the season. I think if we can make an assumption for Georgia Tech based off last week, it took them the first third of the season to probably find their quarterback in Sims, who really turned that game around. And then this week at his press conference, Mack Brown said that Carolina's still in the process of trying to find its identity.
Yeah, I totally agree. And to give Georgia Tech credit, they're gonna cause some problems in the Coastal, but that was a big setback. We were a better team, and they just outplayed us and beat us. And I'm better team on paper, excuse me. And they just outplayed us. They found something there. We struggled with running quarterbacks. We've got to do that. Again, you could tell. I'm going to be looking for lineup changes big time today. I just think they're coming. You could hear it in Coach Brown's voice. It's the same old thing. He even talked about it on the offensive line. We're last in sacks taken with a veteran group. He's like, if your tackle's struggling, keep a tight end in there. If your center's hurt, get him out of there. He was pretty much sending out, we're going to have some different looks, I think, today. And it has to be that way because I tell you, last week was a really, really big gut punch to the program. And today we've got to find some answers if we're going to salvage the season.
This is, again, Countdown to Kickoff. It's brought to you in part by our friends at Bojangles, who remind you that it's Bo time. On your way to Kenan Stadium this morning, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Deems, if Carolina's offense is trying to find its way, it's coming up against a Duke defense that has been porous at times. The Blue Devils allowing 27 points per game, 190 rushing yards per game, and better than 420 yards of a total offense. So if Carolina can get back to what it did against Virginia, Georgia State, you figure the Tar Heels are back on track to start the month of October.
Well, yeah, you are, but you just never know. There's such a Jekyll and Hyde team, and Georgia Tech's defense was not that good coming into last week, and we made them look good. I tell you, if you want a confidence film, Duke's going to come in here with some confidence after watching last week. Every opponent we have from now on is going to look at that Georgia Tech game and have some confidence. So we've got to find something that works. We've got to find some guys that want to go out there and get after them, be a little bit nasty on offense. We got to get a running game going. We got to protect Sam. We got to create some pass rush. There's so many holes right now and so many unanswered questions that we're going to know when we're sitting at the top of the hill at 3:30 or 4 o'clock today.
And the rivalry aspect of this might throw things totally in flux because you just never know what's going to happen when two teams like this get on the field. We'll talk to Chaz Surratt about that game back in 2019 where Carolina looked like it was going to win by 2 scores right up until the Tar Heels needed an interception to preserve that 20-17 win. So I want you to react to this, Deems, because Coach Brown at his press conference this week talked about the Carolina-Duke rivalry.
You have to beat your rivals. And if you can't win your own state, how in the world can your fans or your team think they can win out of state? And it affects everything. It affects recruiting. It affects your fans. There's some reason that this was important enough that people got a prize for the winner, and we don't have another game with a prize. And I do know that David feels the same way. This game is very important. There was a scuffle with TCU and SMU after the game. That sounds like this weekend because they play for a skillet. Everybody wants that skillet. Everybody wants that victory bell. Then you paint it the way you want it. So whoever started that stirred this game up even more than just being a rival. They gave something else to play for. So there's great respect between the two programs. There's great respect with the players. I'm sure 8 miles apart they hang out together some. but the game's very, very important. And it's important to me. It's important to our players. It's important to our university and our fan base, regardless of the records.
That's Coach Brown on the importance of this rivalry, one that Coach Brown has had the upper hand in, Deems, since your playing days. He's won 10 in a row going back to 1990. And I'm going to talk to Chaz Surratt about the feeling back in 2019 of taking the bell back. You were on one of those rare Carolina teams that was able to take the bell back. What was that like in 1990?
Yeah, it was big because Spurrier had a pretty good run on us, and we had struggled when Coach Brown got here. We were 1-10, and then Spurrier ran the score up on us and took a picture under our scoreboard after 41-0, and the following year we beat them, and it was a great feeling about that. And Spurrier had actually had one of their tight ends kick an extra point just to kind of rub it in our face, and when we were beating them real bad, I asked Coach Brown if I could kick an extra point, and he said no, let's have a little bit more class in Spurrier. So we were just it's a big rivalry for sure, and this is one where, let's face it, Duke wins this game, they're going to extend his contract forever. So I just, until our team really starts understanding that they're going to get everybody's best shot, then teams are going to be in the game in the fourth quarter. If we come out flat, Duke will not be flat. This is their game. This is their one. If they win this, it doesn't matter if you lose to Charlotte. It doesn't matter if you lose to anybody else. You beat Carolina, your season's complete.
Duke has won 3 in a row. The Tar Heels 2-2 entering the matchup today. Duke 3-1 on the season. This is the Blue Devils' first ACC contest. The Tar Heels 1-2 in the ever-changing landscape of the Coastal Division. So we'll talk a lot more about this game, more comments from Coach Brown. We'll talk to Deems about whether he would have toe-kicked that PAT or if he was a soccer-style kicker back in the early 1990s. I don't even know if they played soccer back in the 90s, Deems.
Oh, yeah, I was in school with Mia Hamm. They played soccer all right. I don't think they ever lost by less than 5 goals.
All right, that's Deems May. I'm Dave Nathan. We are at the Carolina Club, counting you down to kickoff between Duke and Carolina from Lear Field.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janet King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janet King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to janetkingrdu.com. Janet King, the king of clean.
Dunkin' is putting a whole new spin on pumpkin at Dunkin' with our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam made with cinnamon and nutmeg spices. And there's more pumpkin for you to love, like the delicious fall classic, our Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Sip into the fall season with the new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew or Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's or white gold, two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reed's.com.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines.
And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. Broadcasting the best classic oldies from beautiful downtown Whiteside Road. We are 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Hey, Carolina fans, this football season, come try May to order burgers, barbecue, and more from Backyard Bistro. You can find them in Kenan Stadium in the Smokehouse right next to Gate 6. It is hellaciously good. By the way, if you need directions to Gate 6, Deems can get you there.
That's right.
Can you not?
Oh, absolutely.
Deems can find Gate 6 the way that he could toe poke one through the goalposts after a fourth quarter touchdown. Duke and Carolina matching up at 12 noon today. We've got the Reed's Jewelers pregame show coming up at the top of the hour. Deems, to take a look at, I guess, the tail of the tape between Duke and Carolina, if there's one thing that Duke does exceptionally well, it's run the football with Mateo Durant, first in the ACC in total touchdowns by running back, second in overall rushing yards. And if Carolina can't find its way to Gunnar Holmberg, the quarterback, they certainly have to locate Duke's running back.
Yeah, I tell you, they're going to come that way. Cutcliffe's a classic, pro-style guy where he's going to run, play action, play action until you stop it. And hopefully we've got a counter for it. Defense has been a huge disappointment all year in getting to the quarterback. So 3rd and 2s and 3rd and 3s are not what we want. We want 3rd and 7s and 8s and 9s. But if we give up too much yard on first down, second down, where they're really going to bring some tight ends in, they're going to do some motion. If you watch any NFL game on Sunday, you can close your eyes and pretty much see what they're going to do on offense that way. And, we got to be aware that they love running tight ends across the middle, love running boots, sneaking a running back out of the backfield on play action. It all starts with positive gains on them from first and second down. So we've got to get tougher and stronger up front on defense. There's no other way about it.
It's clearly a step up in competition for the Blue Devils, who have played Charlotte, North Carolina A&T, Northwestern, and Kansas. And give the Blue Devils credit, the numbers that they've racked up. They've done what they've needed to do against the teams in front of them. Defensively, though, 98th in total defense, 80th in scoring defense. I go back to Gene Chizik when he was the defensive coordinator here at Carolina. He said the only stat that was really important to him was scoring defense.
Is that what it was? I'm a big third down guy. I think I like the third down conversions. I think if you can get off the field on defense on third down, obviously scoring defense is huge. The yards are yards no matter what, but I'm a big third downer. You get off the field on third down and get your offense back out there. That's what I really like. So that's all going to come. That's all going to come on first down, and we got to be ready for anything. They're gonna onside kick it. They're going to fake a punt. They're going to do something, to kind of change the momentum, try to get some excitement, try to catch us sleeping. Because let's face it, we've only come out good in one game this year, and that was Virginia, and so they're going to have something early for us.
Yeah, mentioning those third down numbers, Duke's defense allowing opponents to convert almost 50% of third downs, Deems, and that bodes well for Carolina's offense. So we'll see if the Tar Heels can't move the football and extend some drives to get a third win of the season today against Duke. Something that Carolina also has to do offensively, avoid the number of sacks that it allowed to Georgia Tech and Virginia Tech in those two losses, a combined 14 sacks in those two games. And you said it earlier, it's not just the offensive line, whether it's the same 5 guys that have been out there or not. It's tight ends, running backs, everybody's got to play a part.
And Sam holds it too long sometimes. Sam's probably putting too much pressure on himself a lot of times to try to make a play, because we have been struggling. And when you're struggling, your star player feels like he's got to be carrying you on your back, he holds it for just a little bit longer. All those sacks aren't on the offensive line, but that's still way too many. It's got to be a combination of throwing the ball away, punting it, hoping our defense can stop, and not making a dumb play, and holding on to it when you're running on that RPO. Sam's was really good last week, 3 fumbles, and that just can't happen no matter what.
That's Deems on Carolina's offense. Let's go back to Coach Brown earlier this week. He had the scout on Duke's offense.
They are very balanced. They're as balanced as anyone in the country. Durant is the second leading rusher in the ACC. He's really, really talented. Holberg is completing over 70%. And he's run for 6 touchdowns, and we haven't stopped the run great. We haven't gotten after quarterbacks very well, and we haven't stopped running quarterbacks. So we've got our hands full with those guys.
That's Coach Brown. Those comments come courtesy of the Carolina Club, which is where we are right now until 11 o'clock. Carolina fans, you can still be social and keep a close connection to your fellow Tar Heels and friends of Carolina, and you don't even have to be a UNC alum because everyone is welcome at the Carolina Club. You can visit carolina-club.com to request membership information and schedule a visit to the Carolina Club. We'll take another timeout and come back. More from Deems. He'll give you his keys to the game. And I'm also going to ask Deems a similar question that I will ask Chaz Surratt later on in the broadcast. You guys have a few similarities between the two of you, despite the fact that you're separated by, I don't know, what is it, Deems, 7-8 years?
And a lot of athletic ability.
All right, we can trust Deems to give us the honest, objective truth here, and we'll ask him some tough questions when we come back after this. It's Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
You can feel it in the air. It's starting to feel like fall at Dunkin'. And new fall feelings call for new fall flavors, like our new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers that are delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Live from beautiful downtown Whiteside Road in the Blue Room of WCAB, your connection to the world of entertainment and information is on the air. WCAB, what a way to spend a day.
Welcome back to the Carolina Club. Dave Nathan and Deems May sharing a morning with you as it's football season, time to tailgate, and of course it's bow time. On your way to Kenan Stadium today, stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. And Deems, for a noon game, I suppose you don't just have to limit yourself to getting Bojangles before the game. Afterwards, you can still take that tailgate special home and either relive this game if it was a good one or watch some other ones tonight.
Yeah, plenty of time. Sausage and egg in the morning and a big takeout in the afternoon.
So you're a sausage and egg guy, huh?
Yeah, I am, unfortunately.
No Bowberry biscuits for you.
I like them all, but
yeah, we all like
egg
those.
And cheese
yeah.
is probably my go-to at Bojangles.
All right, your go-to for today's key to the game for Carolina.
Have some pride. Just have some pride. Come out ready to play against your rival and have some pride. Take last week to heart and really come out and just have some pride. And you're better on paper. You're better talented. You're more talented. You've got a better team. Show it. Have some pride. That's the key to the game.
Carolina's going for its third consecutive win over Duke. That would be the longest streak of W's for the Tar Heels since Carolina won 8 in a row between 2004 and 2011. But, again, we're going to hear from Chaz Surratt. These games, they've not all been easy.
No. They're going to be fired up. There's no doubt. I know one team that's coming out fired up, and it's one team that's going to come out with everything they got in the first quarter, and that's Duke. Which Carolina team is going to come out? Hopefully they'll have some pride and come out like they did against Virginia. But it felt like we needed the defensive lineman from Virginia to get us fired up. Hopefully the Georgia Tech butt whipping got everybody fired up. Just have some pride and come out, because Duke's going to come out with everything they got. They could go 1-10 and be happy, and it would be this win.
All right, Deems, last thing before you've got to exit stage right here. I'm going to ask Chaz Surratt, what was the more difficult transition for him as a football player, moving from a college quarterback to a college linebacker, or going from a college linebacker to being a professional linebacker? Nobody ever says it's easy to jump from college to the pros. Now, you were once upon a time ago a college quarterback that moved to tight end and then got to play tight end in the pros. What was the more difficult transition for you?
Oh, gosh. The biggest was learning how to put my hand in the ground. You know, I played quarterback my whole life, never played defense, not even peewee hardly. But to be able to come in and learn how to put my hand in the ground, get in a stance, and do all that. By the time I got to the pros, I'd had a really good coach in Tim Brewster. And technically I was sound. I was decent. I wasn't athletic enough to play a lot except on special teams. But going from throwing that ball downfield and looking at all the coverages and everything to having your hand on the ground, going up against a guy like Marco Coleman or some of these guys I had to play against, that was awfully hard. And putting on the weight, believe it or not, it was tough. I was about 210 pounds. I had to get to 235, and I hated it. It was so hard, and now I wish I could. I mean, now you look back at that, so wish you had that metabolism. But definitely that college quarterback to a whole new position was toughest for me.
And both of those positions have evolved so much in the last 30 years, haven't they?
Yeah, they sure have. And I just marvel at how well Chaz made that, how quickly he was good. I mean, from quarterback all the way to all ACC and our best player on defense last year. And hopefully he has a long, healthy career in the pros.
All right, that is the great Deems May with us here on Countdown to Kickoff. Partner, we'll see you after the game.
Look forward
live
to it.
From top of the hill. And who knows if we're discussing Carolina's third consecutive win over the Blue Devils or if things have really gotten sideways here in 2021.
Yep, looking forward to it. I just hope they have some pride and come out and play.
All right, that is Deems May. We thank him for coming out to play with us here at the Carolina Club and Countdown to Kickoff. Again, we've been promoting Chaz Surratt. Had a chance to talk to him yesterday up in Minnesota, is where he currently resides with the Vikings. So we'll have that for you coming up during the second half of the broadcast, as well as Duke beat reporter Steve Wiseman and a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. There's already one ACC final. That was completed on Thursday between Virginia and Miami. A handful of other contests coming up later on today, plus a lot of action from around the top 25. This is probably the best weekend of football we've had so far on the early calendar with some serious top 25 matchups. So we'll get to all that after this, whether you're in the stands waiting for the Tar Heels to kick off or faithfully tuning in as you hit the road. Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance, because you never know where life is going to take you. That is Marathon. A quick break, and then Chaz Surratt when we come back after this. Countdown to Kickoff from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
If you've got a passion for pumpkin, you've got to get to Dunkin' and pick these up. Our new pumpkin cream cold brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam. And our delicious pumpkin spice signature latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. And our perfectly pumpkin donuts, munchkins treats, pumpkin muffins, and more. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Pick your pumpkin at Dunkin', like our new pumpkin cream cold brew, pumpkin spice signature latte, and our perfectly pumpkin treats. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 backroad miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Countdown to kickoff continues from the Carolina Club. Dave Nathan with you until 11 o'clock. We'll send things over to Kenan Stadium. Jones Angel and the rest of our crew standing by for the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Shortly after noon, it is Duke and Carolina for the 108th time. Carolina leads this series with 63 wins, 40 defeats, and 4 ties. Carolina won last year's matchup 56-24. Coach Brown, 10 for 10. In his last 10 against the Blue Devils, 10-2 all-time versus Duke. And so we'll see what unfolds here in the 108th matchup. This is the 100th consecutive meeting between these two programs. To go back a couple of years, we've talked a lot about it so far on the broadcast. 2019 all looked well for Carolina to secure a victory when all of a sudden there's a fumble and things change quickly. Carolina's defense winds up winning the game for the Tar Heels, who prevailed 20-17. And when I talked to Chaz Surratt, currently with the Minnesota Vikings, about that game yesterday, here's how our conversation went.
Carolina's going in to potentially take a 2-score lead late in the fourth quarter, Chaz, when there's a sudden change and the ball is fumbled. What are you thinking on the sideline when there's a sudden change and it's now up to the defense to win the game?
Don't like we were, I think, at the 1 yard line, relaxing, thinking, we're about to, kind of coast and have not a last minute game going down there. But we fumbled. So we just had to get, shift our mindset. Basically the game was in our hands at that point. So to get a stop by any means necessary was really the only thought process we had when we, stepped in that field that last time.
Duke marches 14 plays and 92 yards. Carolina takes a timeout with 18 seconds left to play, and here we are a couple of years later. Do you remember almost like it was yesterday what was said in that defensive timeout?
Yeah, I remember. I can really remember the time they came out in a formation, and then we called a timeout to it, or they called a timeout. I want to say somebody called a timeout, and Coach Bateman was like, "Hey, I seen this on film. They did this 2 years ago." I remember, and if they come out to this, expect the pop pass by the running back, and so we were like, "I'll just listen to Coach." But yeah, I can't really remember. I remember Coach Brown, patting me on the head during the huddle and telling us to make a play, and ultimately we ended up doing that the next play.
Yeah, you made the play, and almost I think by jumping you made it harder than it had to be, didn't you?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think I jumped. because we had a safety blitz, and he ended up making him pull it up a little faster than he wanted to. So I jumped before he was already, getting tackled. So it ended up, I could have just stayed on the ground, and it would have been a lot easier. Made it a little harder on myself, but ultimately got the job done.
Chaz, given the relative ease, I guess, Duke had of moving the football on that entire drive, I know that you weren't surprised because of what Coach Bateman said might be coming, but was it surprising that Duke would go to a trick play to try to punch one in that moment?
In the moment, it wasn't. I didn't think about it like that. Definitely looking back in hindsight, watching the film, you would definitely speculate why they would call that play. I mean, they might have had some timeouts. I can't remember, but they didn't move the ball. So if I was a coach, I probably would have tried to run it or throw a fade or something like that. But, they ended up, calling that play, and I'm happy. I know we're all happy they did call it, so I'm thankful for that.
So you make the interception, Carolina takes a knee, and the next thing you get to do is take the victory bell back, and that's a trinket that has been residing in Carolina for some long stretches over the years. It's rare that you get to take it back. What was that feeling like?
It was great to get the bell and the way we won. I mean, it was electric after the game. It was, I think, sold out. So just running around, screaming with my teammates, and everybody just, so happy we won that game and, able to, win. Coach Brown coming back, we wanted to win for him and, start the streak off. So to have that happen and, to celebrate with my team and just the whole thing was just such a huge deal for our program. So that was one of my, looking back, one of my favorite nights as a Tar Heel.
Chaz, as you take a look back on being on the ground floor of Coach Brown's rebuild of the Carolina football program, what would you say makes him so special in these projects that involve fixing programs?
I just think the type of person he is really genuine, really honest. I think he's, the perfect guy to run a program. He knows how to deal with people well, and that's a lot of the job is learn how to deal with different personalities, different characters, push guys to, be the best, get the most out of each and every guy. So I think that's, part of the reason. And plus, he has that legacy behind him. Everybody wants to come play for a Hall of Fame coach, a guy that's been around as long as he has and won as long as he has. I think that attracts a lot of recruits and, why he's getting, a lot of good players that come in and buy into the program.
Yeah, I think we both agree something else that makes a coach a great coach is putting players in positions to succeed. And I want to ask you about that move from quarterback to linebacker, how it all went down before that 2019 season.
Yeah, so Coach Brown came in. I had talked to the Fedora staff previously about moving. And then so when Coach Brown came in, obviously I had to go meet with him. He met with every player before the spring ball started. And he had told me, like, hey, I heard you want to play linebacker. Do you still want to play? Yeah, he's like, I'll give you, if you want to play quarterback, you can. It's up to you. And I was like, nah, I've really been focusing on linebacker this offseason. So during this Christmas break we had. So, I want to, try to pursue that. And thankfully he let me, try to, do that, pursue my dream. And him and the other coaches did their best to get me, they're part of the big reason why I'm here at this stage in my career. So thankful for the opportunity him and as well as the other coaches on that staff gave me.
Yeah, the move translates into a professional football career for you, Chaz. And yeah. I want to ask you this here. What's the tougher transition, making the move from a college quarterback to a college linebacker or a college linebacker now into an NFL linebacker?
I think they both have their, points about them. But I would say probably going from just, in my early career, I would probably say going from quarterback to linebacker just because it's a totally different position. Now that I've been playing a couple years, it's not as big as of a transition going to NFL to being an NFL linebacker. But there's still definitely parts about it, that, I still have to get better at. But definitely I would think just switching positions it's probably a little bit more difficult because you're really starting from scratch.
Chaz Surratt, strangely enough, he and Deems agree on switching positions and which one was more difficult. So Chaz Surratt helping preserve a 20-17 win for Carolina 2 years ago in this matchup. The Tar Heels go for 3 in a row today over Duke with the kickoff, a little less than 90 minutes away, just across the way in Kenan Stadium as we come to you live from the Carolina Club on what is an absolutely beautiful Saturday morning here in early October. We'll chat with Steve Wiseman, who covers Duke football, also run through the North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard. Already some finals from Thursday and Friday, the updated schedule for today. You're up to the minute ACC standings, and any late breaking news before our time expires. Countdown to kickoff presented by Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. Bojangles is your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. We'll talk to Steve Wiseman after this from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of gas. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
The music's on us on WCAB.
It's football season, and that means it's time to tailgate. And, of course, it's always bow time as you make your way to Kenan Stadium today. Make sure you stop by your nearest Bojangles, home of the original tailgate special. That's Bojangles, your official Tar Heel tailgate headquarters. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Countdown to Kickoff on a Saturday morning for a change. Duke and Carolina meeting up at high noon inside Kenan Stadium. We've got the Reed's Jewelers pregame show for you coming up at the top of the hour. Again, our thanks to Deems May for joining us a little earlier. And now we get into the Duke perspective of things with Duke beat reporter Steve Wiseman, who has been on this broadcast a time or two before. He's covered the Blue Devils for better than a decade. And Steve, I guess from the opening loss to Charlotte to now 3 wins in a row for the Blue Devils, folks over in Durham have to be feeling a lot better about themselves right now than they were towards the beginning of last month.
That's for sure, because, coming off of what happened last year and then to go in and lose that game at Charlotte, especially the way they did with the defense, really gave it up in the fourth quarter with 2 long drives, by a group of 5 team like that. to start off, I mean, that's not what you wanted to do. And so there were a lot of doom and gloom and like, what's going on? Are they going to go 2-10? Are we back to those days, like when I first arrived on this beat when they were going 3-9 and that kind of thing before Cut got it going. And so there was a lot of fear about that, but they turned it around and won, handily over NCA&T, which you'd expect. And then the last 2 weeks, I thought they'd be 3-1, when I looked at the schedule before the season started going into this Carolina game, right? And I didn't know if they beat Northwestern as part of my 3-1 kind of prediction, but they handled them pretty good. And then I thought they would beat Kansas, which they should. Kansas is a mess right now. So they were both closer games than Duke wanted it to be in the first half. But they've got a decent offense this year, and the defense gives up too many big plays, but they've gotten better on third down. So so the 3-1 start has given people a lot of good feelings in Durham.
Yeah, I'm glad you brought up the defense because there are some numbers I wanted to discuss with you, and the big play aspect might be the one that you get back to here. But allowing almost 30 per game on the ground, Duke averages giving up almost 180 per game, and then 45% third downs is what the opponents are converting. And then you mentioned the big plays. Am I missing anything that Duke needs to fill in here defensively?
No, that's it, and that's enough. The last couple of weeks they've gotten a little bit better at forcing some turnovers. The first 2 games they didn't force any turnovers, and they had trouble really pressuring the quarterback, and that's why the Charlotte quarterback was able to lead those 2 drives in the fourth quarter. He was kind of sitting back there in the pocket, wasn't really being pressured a whole lot. So that was a problem. They've got a young defensive front because 2 of the guys from last year are in the NFL, Chris Rumpf and Vic DiMukeji, and the 2 other players from that front, Derek Tangelo's at Penn State and Drew Jordan's at Michigan State. So they lost some experience and some talent there, and they've been rebuilding up front, and they've shown some improvement again over the last couple of weeks, but there's still a long way to go. If this team's going to get to a bowl game, they've got to improve the defense, by a great bit.
Steve Wiseman, our guest, talking Duke and Carolina. Steve, let's talk about some of the players that Duke does have here. And on the offensive side of the ball, Mateo Durant might be the best running back that folks, whether they're in ACC circles or not, hadn't heard about. He's 157 yards away from 2,000 yards in his career. And I want to ask you this. What makes him such a dynamic back?
Yeah, he's got good vision, and he's strong enough to run between the tackles when needed. He can get the tough yards, but you get him in the open field, he's got some breakaway speed too, and it's something that Duke's had some decent running backs, right? They've had Sean Wilson recently and Deion Jackson, who have spent time in the NFL, but Mateo's a different animal here. He's a different cat, and he's done a pretty good job. He's been, what they really expected in some ways better than, I thought coming into this year, he would be the focal point of their offense. And as he should be, he catches the ball well out of the backfield. Again, he's good in the open field. He can make people miss. He can run over people when he needs to. Just a great running back. And it's allowed Duke to, mix in a lot of play action fakes and that action to freeze the defense, which allows Gunnar Holmberg to do some things at quarterback. We haven't mentioned him yet, but I'm sure he was coming up next. And that's been a big difference for them. So it really gives Duke, a home run type player where, here through 4 games, he's already got 9 touchdowns and 8 of them on the ground. And some bigger runs too, 57 yards here and 55 yards there, breakaway runs, that the home run runs that you need from a great running back.
It's Steve Wiseman breaking down the Duke Blue Devils, and you're also breaking down my notes like you're looking at them right now because Gunnar Holmberg was next up on the roster, guys, to address here. 300-yard passing game, 4 rushing touchdowns versus Kansas. He's the 5th quarterback in the last 15 years to do that against a Power 5 opponent, so he's in some pretty good company with that. How have you seen Gunnar grow up since he got on campus to where he is right now, roughly halfway through this season?
Yeah, boy, that's a great thing because he got here in January of 2018. So he spent a whole year working with Daniel Jones. That's how long he's been at Duke. And, the funny thing is this is his first year as a starter. He's already in graduate school. So he's the only new starting quarterback in the ACC, right? That was a big thing coming into the year. Every other starting quarterback in the league had had started a game in college at least, right? And Gunnar Holmberg hadn't done that, but he's not your usual new starter because he spent so much time in this program. But the way I've seen him grow is, I mean, his confidence, obviously, his knowledge of everything that's going on with the offense and people's familiarity with him, that only come with time. And, last year when he got to play, because in 2019 he missed the whole year with a knee injury. 2018 he redshirted. Last year, but he came in a little bit behind Chase Bryce, and with all the problems they had with him. And even then, Gunnar turned the ball over some. He threw some interceptions. He fumbled. He didn't look very confident. But in this offseason, it was made clear, once Bryce transferred to Appalachian, that this was Gunnar's team. This was his offense. He needed to take ownership of it, and he's clearly done that because you mentioned the numbers he's putting up. And again, I mentioned that, Mateo Durant back there helps him out a great deal, but Gunnar can make plays. He can run the ball. He's 4 touchdowns last week, but he can also throw the ball. He's completed like 75% of his passes so far. And 2 of those are against, Power 5 teams. So it's not like they're playing all FCS teams. And that's made a huge difference for Duke's offense.
All right, Duke was close to winning this game 2 years ago. Chaz Surratt picks off the pass at the goal line to cement the win for Carolina. Last year, it was all Carolina in a rout. This year, Steve, what does Duke have to do to pull off what I think some people would term right now a mild upset in Kenan Stadium?
Yeah, given the point spread is almost 3 touchdowns, right? So, Carolina's been good at home. So they have to pressure Sam Howell. I think that's been made clear in the games where the Carolinas lost, Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech. He was pressured quite a bit, and that slowed him down. So Duke has got to be able to do that, whether it's with, blitzes or whatever. And that, of course, that leaves things open. You've got to get there if you're going to blitz. That's the gamble. But they're going to have to find a way to do that and find a way to force some turnovers too, one way or the other. And then, the offense, it's one of those cliche things, but if they can run the ball, they can keep Carolina from not possessing the ball, right? And when you've got right now, the number 1 rushing offense in the ACC is Duke, and they're number 13 in the country. You've got what's proven to be a pretty good offensive line and a great running back, which we already talked about with Durant, and then Holmberg able to run. So those are the key things there. And then, after last year, we always have to say this with Duke, turnovers. They can't turn the ball over like they did last year and beat anybody. And so they're going to have to play, a really strong game in that department to win.
And that is Duke beat reporter Steve Wiseman, our guest here on Countdown to Kickoff, live from the Carolina Club. We'll come back with a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Plenty of ACC and top 25 action to delve into, plus comments from David Cutcliffe before our time expires. It's Countdown to Kickoff on a Saturday morning from Learfield.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Countdown to kickoff, working our way towards the top of the hour. Dave Nathan back with you from the Carolina Club. The Reed Jewelers pregame show is right around the corner. Jones Angell and Company will have that for you at 11 o'clock, and then the kick between Duke and Carolina shortly after noon from inside Kenan Stadium. We've run through a bunch of the numbers and the ins and outs of this one. You've heard from Deems May, Chaz Surratt, Duke beat reporter Steve Wiseman. Also, Coach Brown had comments from his weekly press conference, so we'll see what unfolds here this afternoon in Chapel Hill in the 108th meeting between Carolina and Duke. The one thing we haven't touched on as of yet is the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard, as well as our Lee's 24-hour towing ACC scoreboard. That's Lee's 24-hour towing preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. So here's what's going to shake down today in the ACC. Pittsburgh and Georgia Tech and Atlanta kicking off at high noon, as well as our game. Then at 12:30, it's Louisville and number 25 Wake Forest. At 3:30, Syracuse battles Florida State. Louisiana Tech in a non-conference game goes to Raleigh, where number 23 NC State awaits at 6 o'clock. And at 7:30, the nightcap puts Boston College in Death Valley to take on number 25 Clemson. The earlier contest in the ACC from Thursday saw Miami miss a field goal at the Horn. Virginia wins 30-28 over the Canes. So the ACC standings look like this coming into today. In the Atlantic, Wake Forest sitting at 2-0, ahead of Louisville and North Carolina State, both with 1-0 records. Clemson is 1-1. Boston College and Syracuse have yet to play an ACC game. And then Florida State at 0-2 in the ACC and 0-4 overall. First time since the mid-1970s Florida State's gotten off to such a bad start. In the Coastal Division, things are anything but clear. Virginia Tech sitting at 1-0 with that early win over Carolina. Georgia Tech, with its win last week over the Tar Heels, is in second place at 1-1. And here's where things get squirrely. Both Carolina and Virginia are at 1-2. Duke and Pittsburgh haven't played an ACC contest as of yet. That, of course, changes later on today. And Miami at the bottom of the pile, 0-1 in the Coastal Division. In terms of other area games kicking off today, Charlotte is at Illinois at noon. Appalachian State goes to Georgia State. That's a former Carolina opponent. A 2 o'clock tilt from Atlanta for the Mountaineers game. And then Tulane is at ECU at 3:30. Elsewhere, around the top 25 at the top of the pile, it's number 1 Alabama hosting number 12 Ole Miss. Lane Kiffin, former Alabama offensive coordinator, now Ole Miss head coach, going back to Tuscaloosa. 3:30 kick in the SEC West between two of the best 15 teams in the country. Speaking of big-time SEC action, at noon between the hedges, former Carolina assistant Sam Pittman's Arkansas Razorbacks have worked their way up to number 8 in the country. Kirby Smart and number 2 Georgia, the opponent today. One of those teams will take its first loss. At 3:30 out west, Oregon up to number 3 in this week's poll, and Palo Alto to take on Stanford. To the Big Ten, number 4 Penn State hosting Indiana. That game kicks off at 7:30 from Happy Valley. 5th-ranked Iowa, a big win last night over Maryland. On the road, the Hawkeyes get the 51-14 decision over the Terps. At 3:30 in Big 12 country, number 6 Oklahoma visits Kansas State. How about this one at 2:30? Top 10 game in South Bend. Number 7, Cincinnati. Number 9, Notre Dame. At 6 o'clock, 10th-ranked Florida goes to Kentucky in the SEC East. Back to the Big Ten at 3:30. Number 11, Ohio State travels to Rutgers. BYU, ranked number 13 in this week's poll, got the 34-20 W last night at Utah State. At noon today, number 14, Michigan travels to Wisconsin for a date with the Badgers. Back to the SEC in College Station, Texas, the site of the Mississippi State-Texas A&M showdown. The Aggies fall to number 15 in this week's rankings after that loss last week to Arkansas. At 2:30, Louisiana Monroe goes to number 16, Coastal Carolina. At 7:30 tonight, Western Kentucky battling number 17, Michigan State. Later at 11, 18th-ranked Fresno State takes its show on the road to Hawaii. At 7 in the Big 12, 21st-ranked Baylor travels to number 19, Oklahoma State. At 10:30, sticking out west, Arizona State on the road at number 20, UCLA. And at 9 o'clock, it's number 22, Auburn, going to LSU. That is a full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. We're minutes away from sending you over to Kenan Stadium. Jones Angell and our Tar Heel Sports Network crew will introduce you to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show, and then in just over an hour, we've got the Duke-Carolina matchup as the Tar Heels try to go for a third consecutive win over Duke. The Blue Devils looking for a fourth consecutive win this season. Carolina trying to get back in the W column for the first time since that September the 18th win against Virginia here in Chapel Hill, 59-39. A big thank you to all those who listened and participated. I'm Dave Nathan, signing off and saying so long and farewell for now. This has been Countdown to Kickoff from the Carolina Club from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
It's bow time. So it's game time, and you got a bunch of rabid fans.
Dad, we're hungry.
You head out to fire up burgers and dogs and go from grill master to MVP. Then you realize you're out of GAS. Yup, out of gas on game day. What do? Drop a big bow box on it. Game on. Feed a family of 4 with 8 pieces of chicken, biscuits, fixins, and tea. It's bow time.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements in our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
The following is a presentation of the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Considering what happened last weekend in Atlanta, the Tar Heels probably didn't need any extra motivation to be fully locked in this week, but they do have some. It's the annual battle for the victory bell against Duke, which, after a sustained run of success for Carolina in this series, has been much more even over the last decade, with each team winning 5 times. Carolina coming off a disappointing performance with one of its biggest rivals in town, looks for a quality performance to get back on track. The Tar Heels Sports Network's coverage of the 108th meeting between Duke and Carolina starts right now.
People are asking about the pressure and the hype. We're just on a roll. Things are good, and I'm excited about it.
I mean, we're all holding ourselves now to a super high standard.
We've got the leadership.
We prepare the same way for every team. No game is bigger than others.
We've got the confidence.
I feel like now nobody can stay with me, and it just rolls into practice.
If you're seeing it in practice, it's going to show up in the game.
I embrace the challenge, honestly.
I just know I got to keep on going.
I'm coming down, making plays.
Anticipate things more.
It's only going to keep getting better.
We're going to be good every year. That's just who we are. That's our program.
This is Carolina football.
Joffrey off to the races, and they will not catch him. Touchdown, Carolina. How? First down and more. How to the 5, how to the end zone. 40, 35, 30. Tar Heels will have it inside the Deacon 15. 25, 20, 10-5 trucks over a defender. Goodness gracious. 50, 10, 5. Give him 6 more. Holy smokes. Light that bell tower blue.
Let's go. This is Jones Angel. Turnovers and sacks. Those two things have haunted Carolina in its 2 losses so far this season, and the Heels will try and clean up those areas this afternoon in the battle for the victory bell. Lee Pace authors Extra Points and has covered Carolina for more than 30 years.
The good news in Mac Brown's nearly 3 years back at Carolina is he's turned Tar Heel football from an underdog to a challenger to the top 20. But playing with a target on your back has proven to be quite the challenge for the Tar Heels in 2021.
We have all those storylines to talk about, plus a lot more. We have interviews with the head coaches Mac Brown and David Cutcliffe. We'll continue our weekly pregame conversations with former Carolina great Jeff Saturday, chat with former Tar Heel linebacker Chaz Surratt, and get you ready for a busy day in the top 25 and across the Atlantic Coast Conference. All of that and a whole lot more is coming up. It's Duke and Carolina in the Reeves Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal. Only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
Dunkin' is putting a whole new spin on pumpkin at Dunkin' with our new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew. Smooth, bold cold brew topped with velvety pumpkin cream cold foam made with cinnamon and nutmeg spices. And there's more pumpkin for you to love, like the delicious fall classic, our Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. Rich espresso topped with whipped cream, caramel drizzle, and cinnamon sugar. That's how we pumpkin at Dunkin'. Sip into the fall season with the new Pumpkin Cream Cold Brew or Pumpkin Spice Signature Latte. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
Carolina football is brought to you by Coca-Cola Zero Sugar. With zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Good morning. Thanks so much for being with us here on the Tar Heel Sports Network. Feel weird to be with you this early. Carolina hadn't kicked off before 6 o'clock so far this season, but an early start today in Kenan Stadium for the 108th meeting and 100th consecutive season that Carolina and Duke have met one another on the football field. Jones Angel, Lee Pace here with you. Brian Simmons is going to be here. Brian's had some travel challenges this morning. He'll be with us a little bit later in the broadcast. He's doing his best to get here as quickly as he can, but Lee and I will take you through the pregame show here and get you ready for Carolina and Duke. It's the Reed's Jewelers pregame show brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your hometown jeweler, trusted for generations. And maybe you're watching us as well. Carolina Football Field Pass, what's up? How you doing? On Twitter, Facebook, YouTube, anywhere that you follow the Tar Heels via social media, we are there right now streaming our pregame show as well. And, you know, Lee, even now in year 3 of Mack Brown's second tenure in Chapel Hill, you still get some firsts from time to time. And it's going to be the first time that Carolina tries to bounce back from a game that it honestly just wasn't particularly close to winning after falling Georgia Tech last week, 45-22, the final score in Atlanta.
Well, Jones, despite all the gnashing of teeth and acid indigestion among Tar Heel Nation this week, I still think this is a good team that is just not yet clicking on all cylinders. Boy, there have been some bright spots in every phase of the game. Look at those blocked punts. Look at the offense against Virginia. Look at the defense for 3/4 of the game at Virginia Tech in the first half last week at Georgia Tech. But the Tar Heels have just not been able to pull it all together, and I think they're having to learn to deal with something else, Jones. 2019, Carolina snuck up on some folks. Coaching change. People just didn't think the team was very good, and so they didn't necessarily get everybody's best shot. But I tell you what, this trip to Blacksburg and Atlanta, they have run into a buzzsaw both occasions. Just a rabid fan base. Of course, we knew we would get that in Blacksburg. Weren't sure what to expect last week in Atlanta, but that was a rabid crowd last week. And once the momentum turned against the Tar Heels, Carolina just did not have the ability to stick a thumb in the dike and stop that. But as Mack Brown said this week, good teams learn to play in a parking lot. They can play anywhere under any circumstances. That's something the Tar Heels, quite frankly, hadn't done yet, and that's part of the evolution process that they're going through.
I was going to say the same thing. Mack Brown has talked a lot about making the transition from good to great, and he said that's a hard transition to make, those steps to go from a team that's gotten good to a team that's gotten great, and the Tar Heels are trying to make that transition and have not done so yet. And also to Lee's point, Coach Brown talked a lot about, hey, bad things are going to happen. When we talked about this last week, on the road, you're going to get a bad call. You're going to get a bad bounce. That stuff happens. You have to be good enough to still do your thing once it happens, and Carolina has yet to prove that it can do that just yet. Lee, from the straight football point, it doesn't take a X and O genius to figure out why Carolina's lost those 2 games on the road. In the matchups with Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech, the Heels have turned it over 6 times in those 2 games, and they've allowed 14 sacks in those 2 games. Those type of numbers will get you beaten a lot.
And those numbers, Jones, are very much linked together because the more you don't protect the quarterback, the more the receivers don't get open and present a target to Sam Howell, the more heat he feels, the more he runs around, and the more mistakes he is prone to make. Carolina has 8 turnovers so far this year. 4 of them are Sam Howell interceptions, and 4 of them are Sam Howell fumbles. So 1 against Georgia State and 3 last week against Georgia Tech, and he's running for his life sometimes, and it's been interesting to see the evolution of his running ability this year. I mean, he's just had some outstanding runs and some highlight film runs of touchdowns against Virginia and last week at Georgia Tech, but he's controlling the ball more, so thus he's more prone to make mistakes. He's had 55 rushing attempts in 4 games this year, Jones. First 2 years, he had 94 and 92 the entire year. So he is already more than 50% rushing attempts this year, and we're just at 33% of the schedule. And one other thing that's factored into this, Jones, we hadn't heard much talk about it, but last couple of years, a lot of talk about penalties early in the year. Well, first 3 games, it was not an issue for the Tar Heels. They just had 15 penalties total in 3 games. Last week in Atlanta, they had 7 flags for 69 yards.
Yeah, Phil Longo talked this week about how they have done a little extra work as far as ball security with the quarterback position. And, what does that mean? It means it was emphasized in the meeting room. It means that there was some extra work done after practice. It means there were some new wrinkles to drills that were thrown in there to try to really make sure everyone's valuing the ball. Not that Sam has been loose with it in any stretch of the imagination, but just to make sure that is at the forefront of what everybody is thinking about offensively for Carolina. Lee, last thing before we go to break here, it was another uneven day for Carolina's defense. About the first 60% or so of that game against Georgia Tech, it felt like really the Tar Heel D was the only thing keeping Carolina in the game. But then too many explosive plays allowed, a bunch of them coming in the run game down the stretch, really soured the overall effort and eliminated any chance for Carolina to come back in that one.
Well, the Tar Heels missed 13 tackles. 3 of them were on the long quarterback runs that added up to 130 yards for Georgia Tech in their total offense. A couple things Jay Bateman has emphasized since he has been here is taking good angles, leveraging the ball, and defeating blocks. And they've been pretty good at that, but they have gone back to basics this week, spent some extra practice period times on, just block destruction. If you can destroy the block coming at you and you can get open, get free, then you got a better chance at making a tackle. And also they've re-emphasized the concept of angles and leverage, which something sometimes it's easy to forget. Kids just want to go make a play, but it's important to make it at the particular angle. And if you're not going to make the tackle, flush the running back into a certain area where he's got help. Bateman talks all the time about do your 1/11th of a job, and that's something that they re-emphasized this week in practice.
Carolina allowed 313 yards in the second half last week, 201 of them on the ground. So certainly numbers they would like to improve today. They will try to do so against Duke. We'll take a closer look at the Blue Devils when we return to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Hey Carolina fans, this is Kelsey Gomes, Director of Sports Nutrition for the Tar Heels. Eggs are an essential part of building a healthy lifestyle that fuels you all day long. And eggs fuel athletes too. 1 egg contains 8 essential nutrients and 6 grams of high-quality protein that helps maintain muscle and support strong, healthy bones. Versatile, affordable, and healthy, eggs are pretty incredible. Visit ncegg.org to learn more about egg nutrition, egg farmers, and to find egg-citing recipes.
Carolina Housing wants to remind you that the housing application for the 2022-2023 academic year is now open. Why live anywhere else? Living on campus brings many advantages like saving you money with a 9-month lease and options for a 1-semester lease if you want to study abroad, get an internship, or graduate in December. There's also the convenience of having everything you need just a short walk away. So, what are you waiting for? Carolina Housing is home of the Heels. Priority housing selection application closes November 8th. Live on campus. Apply today.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
And what a gorgeous day here in Chapel Hill. Bright sunshine, just a couple of wispy clouds in the air, but mostly that beautiful Carolina blue sky. Supposed to be in the low 80s for most of the game, so should be great weather for an early October meeting between Carolina and Duke. Both teams have a portion of their teams out on the field going through some warm-ups. Duke over to your right. Wearing all white today as the visitors with that Royal Duke blue in the numbers and trim on the helmets, jerseys, and pants. They have the Blue Devil face logo, not like the old one where he was laughing at you with the D, but much more menacing looking Blue Devil head on the side of their helmets today. Meanwhile, Tar Heels going with their traditional look for the home games. That's Carolina blue helmets, Carolina blue jerseys, the white pants, white numbers, letters, and trim, the Carolina blue Argyle down the side of the pants, and, of course, that NC logo in white on the side of the Carolina blue helmets. Let's take a look at the Blue Devils today. And, Lee, they come in, you have to think, with some confidence. They had a really disappointing and, quite frankly, a shocking loss to Charlotte to open the season. First ever victory over a Power 5 opponent for the 49ers. But since that point, Duke has recovered and rolled off 3 consecutive wins. In fact, they already have more wins this year than they did all of last year.
Well, the Blue Devils were 2-9 last year, Jones, following 5-7 the year before. So that's really been the only hiccup in the David Cutcliffe era. He's now in his 14th year, and think about it. Nick Saban has been at Alabama for 14, Dabo Swinney at Clemson for 13. So Cutcliffe clearly is the dean, almost the dean of coaches here in the ACC. Really established a solid program. The question, though, crested in 2013 and 14 at 10-4 and 9-4 in an ACC Coastal Division title. So they've lost a little bit of their momentum, and the question is, can they get it back? Two things that really help: age. They have got 19 graduates on that roster, and a program that has had quarterbacks like Thaddeus Lewis and Daniel Jones. They now have got a confidence signal guy there at quarterback in Gunnar Holmberg.
Yeah, Coach Cutcliffe is tied for the 6th longest tenured coach at the Power 5 level in those 14 years at Duke, so he has certainly become a staple with the Blue Devils. And Lee mentioned 2-9 last year. They had 39 turnovers last year in 11 games, so they averaged more than 3 a game. That was the most in FBS last season. That's been a big reason that they've been better this year, is that they've done a good job taking care of the football. And, Lee, that leads in to a discussion about their offense. It's been really good, and it's been balanced, too. They have the best rushing attack in the ACC, led by one of the better tailbacks in the conference in Mateo Durant, and a passing game that is paced by, as you mentioned, a veteran quarterback in Gunnar Holmberg, and they have the league's top receiver as far as number of catches. Jake Bobo has 34 of them through 4 games.
Well, those 39 turnovers that Duke had last year, Jones, 15 of them were interceptions by the quarterback Chase Bryce, the Clemson transfer, who did an experiment last year in Duke, and it just didn't work. And Bryce has wound up leaving and going to Appalachian State. That has left Gunnar Holmberg with the job. He's now in his 4th year from Heritage High in Wake Forest. He's tall, he's 6'3", good arm, a good mind, got that experience that we talked about, although he's not had a lot of game experience. He was understudy to Daniel Jones his freshman year, so obviously those vibes picked up. So he's played really well. Mateo Durant is the guy at tailback. He leads the ACC in scoring with 54 points and touchdowns by a running back with 9. Second rushing He's got 522 yards rushing, number 2 in the ACC. He's fast, he's tough, he gets his shoulders square. Had a big run last year against the Tar Heels for 46 yards early in the third quarter. And you mentioned Bobo. Jake Bobo is 6'5". He is their go-to guy, wide receiver. He's had 109 receiving yards against Northwestern and 105 against Kansas.
You mentioned the shoulder square. That's something Carolina really wants to do with Durant, is try to stretch him out. They talk about how hard he is to bring down if he gets that body square and starts going north and south, if you will. They want him to go side to side if possible. Lee, before we get out of here, this is the first of 3 in-state opponents this year for Carolina. The Heels will play Wake and State later in the season. Coach Brown always has emphasized these meetings against other North Carolina teams.
Well, that's what he did when he was at Carolina back in the 90s, Jones. Started reeling off multiple-year win streaks over Wake Forest, Duke, and NC State. So far, since coming back to Carolina, he's 2-0 against Duke and State each, 1-1 against Wake Forest, and for the third year in the row, the Tar Heels will get the Demon Deacons in early November. But so far, so good against Duke and State. We'll see if the Tar Heels can keep that momentum going here in 2021.
A big game today for a lot of reasons. Tar Heels trying to wash away the performance from a week ago. Victory bell on the line. First of 3 straight home games for the Tar Heels as they try to get some momentum heading towards the back half of the season. So just a lot going on in this one today. We'll continue our coverage with Jeff Saturday. We'll chat with Jeff when we return from Learfield.
How are you the ultimate UNC fan? Because I got this air horn installed in my throat. Pretty sick, right? Yes, you look really sick. What doctor would even do this? Doctor? I did this myself. I mean, I can't swallow whole food, but still. Wait, what? Just gotta plow through it. Hey, can I get a couple of soups up there? What about some chamomile tea?
Don't be that guy. Get a fan card. The smart way to be the ultimate Tar Heels fan. Just go to unccards.com.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Do you need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a Trusted Choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City or call us at 828-245-5301.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Today's pregame show is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers. The official Reed's Jewelers kickoff time is 12:01. Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. That's Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Kenan Stadium. It is the 108th meeting between the Tar Heels and Blue Devils. And Jeff Saturday is about ready to join Jones. And today's conversation with Jeff is brought to you by IHOP. Get 20% off a feast for pickup or delivery with code GameDay20. Get your fill, Chapel Hill.
Man, you know that you're about to learn a little something because it's time to talk to Jeff Saturday. Always enjoyed chatting with Jeff before the game here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. And Jeff, obviously not what the Tar Heels wanted a week ago against Georgia Tech, and the sack number was big. 8 in that game. You combine that with 6 in the loss to Virginia Tech. That's 14 sacks allowed in Carolina's 2 losses to this point.
I know that hurts your heart as a former offensive lineman. How do the Tar Heels get this fixed, in your opinion? What are the big steps here to clean up that area?
Yeah, listen, unacceptable, right? Like when you think about from an offensive line perspective, and for pass protection in general, sacks are the number one determining factor in drive killers. When you give up sacks, I forget what the actual stat is, but your prediction for scoring a touchdown goes down. I think it's by 70%. I mean, it's crazy how influential a sack is in killing drives. And I think it goes twofold. Obviously, our offensive line is not playing well, so I'm not trying to take anything off of those guys. They have got to get better. Some of the things I see, especially internally on the inside three, they got to get better at passing it off. Their movement, the movement to stone a power rush and a re-rip, those kind of counter moves people use, they're going to have to keep working on and improving. And then the other side is Sam's got to let it go. Like you have to get the ball out of your hands. If you know you're struggling in protection, the ball has to come out on time. And so what does that mean? That means we may have to reduce route distance. I tell people all the time, and I don't think everybody always understands, offensive football is about timing. And it doesn't matter if it's in the run game or the pass game. Like in the run game, we talk about the mesh point. Like when the running back gets the ball, where are the offensive linemen in their block? Because he's going to be 4 or 5 yards behind the line of scrimmage when he gets it, so you don't want to be trying to block a guy that entire time. So that timing. Well, it's no different in the pass game for receivers and tight ends and running backs running routes. It's not, are you open? It's are you open at the correct time? And so, introducing more intermediate and quick game to our receivers so the ball can come out and Sam doesn't necessarily have to diagnose the entire field. And to be fair, there were guys open last week. I mean, so it goes to everybody. It's not just one group. To give Sam a little bit of love, I would say once you start getting hit, Jones, like things change, right? Like that game speeds up. Once you start taking some shots, man, like that pain matters, and you get what they call happy feet, and you begin to get paralyzed, paralysis by analysis, right? Is it you begin to look at the rush a little more. So there's a lot of things going on right now, and we need a clean game today. We need to understand how important it is. I played for one of the greatest offensive coordinators in NFL history. His name was Tom Moore. And Tom used to say, you can take all those plays and you can put them in the trash can if you can't block for them. Like, it doesn't matter what you design. Protection always has to be first. I think that's the point of emphasis today and really throughout the season if we want to get back on track.
Jeff, I feel like I've asked you a variation of this upcoming question multiple times, and it is probably the biggest question right now. What is that next step for Carolina? It feels like the Tar Heels have upped the talent. It feels like things are headed in the right direction, but there just seems to be right now kind of a block of where that next step before they can get where they want to go. How do you get there? What is that next step, and how do you take it?
Yeah, this is mental toughness, and I'll be honest with you, man. This is, to me, as a player-driven movement. Like, you refuse to lose. Like, at some point, you put it in your head, we're better than them, right? Like when you stack up roster, man, we're better than them. I mean, I can literally remember going to the games in high school, college, and the NFL. I'm better than this guy. Like, my entire day, I'm gonna wear this cat out, and I think there's a mentality about that when you show up, it's an individual battle, right? There's 11 of them going on simultaneously, but as a football team, that's what takes you to the next level. Is you don't put it on coaching, you don't put it on scheme, you put it as an individual. I'm gonna go put this on this dude the rest of the afternoon, and I'm gonna do it, and 10 other guys are gonna do it, and at the end of the day, it's gonna look different. And I think sometimes guys get enthralled with their recruiting status, where they are, what it all looks like, how good they were back in the day. No one cares, right? When you show up on Saturday, bro, don't nobody care where you are. They want you to prove it each and every Saturday. And I think that is where we'll really make the next step, is when it becomes a player-driven initiative that we don't accept anything but wins. When we go play a team that's not as good, we need to show that. Like, we need to go prove that and show who we are as a football team. I think that's the part I'm waiting on from this team is, you're young, you're whatever. There's no more excuses. Like, we're all playing. They got young guys. You got young guys. They got injuries. You got injuries. Like, no more. It's, are you winning your battle as an individual, play in and play out? That's what I want to see happen for these Heels.
Always great stuff. Jeff, man, always appreciate your time. Look forward to talking with you next week.
I appreciate you, Jones. Go Heels.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Grace Smith of Willis Hare Elementary in Pendleton. Her project, Full Steam Ahead with PBL, is sponsored by Roanoke Electric Cooperative based in Allender. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 backroad miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Carolina football is brought to you by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. And by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show.
Every sack is a sack to give back. For every sack the Tar Heels make this season, Food Lion Feeds will donate 1,000 meals to feed our neighbors in need right here in the Triangle. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. And the last time the Tar Heels and Blue Devils played here in Chapel Hill, it was an instant classic. With Carolina looking like it was going to put the exclamation point on Duke, a late fumble deep in Duke territory changed everything. The Tar Heels lost a chance to go up 2 scores and needed a game-winning defensive stand from a one-time Duke commitment. Here's the story of how Chaz Surratt saved the day.
Like, we were, I think, at the 1-yard line, kind of relaxing, thinking, we were about to, kind of coast and have not a last-minute game going down there. But, we fumbled, so we just had to get, shift our mindset. Basically the game was in our hands at that point. So to get a stop by any means necessary was really the only thought process we had when we stepped in that field that last time.
Duke marches 14 plays and 92 yards. Carolina takes a timeout with 18 seconds left to play, and here we are a couple of years later. Do you remember almost like it was yesterday what was said in that defensive timeout?
Yeah, I remember. I can really remember the time they came out in a formation, and then we called a timeout to it, or they called a timeout. I want to say somebody called a timeout. And, Coach Bateman was like, hey, I seen this on film. They did this 2 years ago. I remember, and if they come out to this, expect the pop pass by the running back. And so we were like, I'll just, listen to Coach. But, yeah, I can really remember. I remember Coach Brown, pat me on the head during the huddle and telling us to make a play. And ultimately, we ended up doing that the next play.
Yeah, you made the play, and almost, I think, by jumping, you made it harder than it had to be, didn't you?
Yeah, no, for sure. I think I jumped because we had a safety blitz, and he ended up making him pull it up a little faster than he wanted to. So I jumped before he was already, getting tackled. So it ended up, I could have just stayed on the ground and it would have been a lot easier. Made it a little harder on myself, but ultimately got the job done.
That's former Tar Heel Chaz Surratt with us here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Lee Pace was down on the field for that instant classic, and that's where we send things right now. That's brought to you by Breakthrough Physical Therapy, the choice in North Carolina for keeping you in the game of life. Lee Pace, what's happening downstairs?
Well, Carolina is 2-2 this year, Dave, but they are 5 this year win-loss day, but they are 5-0 with perfect weather days for football. It is now 74 degrees here, bright sunshine. Moving up to about 81, 82 degrees a little bit later, so conditioning is going to be a factor. This is Carolina's first game played under bright sun, so whichever team between Duke and the Tar Heels have the most depth is going to be one of the contributing factors to this afternoon's game. Checking the Tar Heels, as I always have done this year, you got to start with the offensive line. The good news is all 5 starters and their key reserves all are dressed out and all are working out. However, as we saw last week at Georgia Tech, we'll just have to see how long Brian Anderson can go. We'll have to see if Q Johnson can play in his stead. We just don't know that yet. No sign of Caleb Hood at running back or Storm Duck at cornerback so far. So those guys were going to be listed as day-to-day and week-to-week. I don't think we'll see either of them today, Dave.
All right, that's good stuff from Lee Pace down on the field as we get ready to take another break. Jones begins his 2-part conversation with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coach's Corner when we come back after this. It is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show from Learfield.
Everyone has an idea of their perfect engagement ring. You'll know it when you see it, but you have to see it. Allure Bridal from Reed's Jewelers. 8 stunning collections with over 300 styles. Yellow, rose, or white gold. Two-tone, stacks, pave, solitaires, wraps, guards. Your perfect ring exists. All you have to do is come and see it. It's your style and your choice with Allure Bridal, only at Reed's Jewelers and Reeds.com.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
WCAB.
The Reed's Jewelers pregame show continues from sunny Chapel Hill and Kenan Stadium with the Continental Tire Coach's Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence for a dealer near you. Go to ContinentalTire.com.
Inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mack Brown. Carolina begins a 3-game home stretch this afternoon. It starts against Duke. And, Coach, I know you and the Heels not pleased with the performance a week ago in Atlanta. How did the team respond this week on the practice field as they have prepared for this big matchup with the Blue Devils?
Jones, the Duke game is very important to our players, because they understand the importance to our university and our fan base. So we've had a good week's practice. They're really excited about this challenge today.
Because you have such a deep bank of experiences in this game. When your team does have a difficult week like it did last week, what have you found is the best way to help them put it behind them, move on, and get ready for the next one?
It's really important in life, but college football, that you don't let one bad game beat you twice. So what you do is, as hurtful as it is and as tough as it is, and everybody wants to talk about all the negatives all week, you got to go back to work. And you've got to be factual with your team and your staff and show them exactly what went well and what didn't go well. Don't be sensitive. Let's fix it. Yeah. And that's what we've been able to do this week.
Coach, you often highlight a team's ability to run the football as one of the most important aspects of the game. Carolina ran it really well in its 2 wins, didn't run it as well in the 2 losses. Were there any commonalities in the struggle to run the ball against Virginia Tech and Georgia Tech?
Yes, we were just entirely too inconsistent with our backs, with our offensive line, and even some blocking with our receivers when you've got some perimeter plays. So everybody always thinks it's offensive line only. It's not. There may be a big hole there and the back doesn't hit it. So we did everything right against Virginia, and it worked, and we absolutely stunk in the Georgia Tech game, and it didn't work, and you're dealing with human beings. And I've always said, Jones, football is really, really simple. People are complicated. Right. And who knows why somebody plays great one week and why they play poorly the other. It's why coaches have stomach aches every Saturday morning trying to figure out who's going to show up.
Coach, this is the first of 3 straight home games for Carolina. How important could this stretch be for you and your team as it tries to get closer to where it wants to go?
Well, we've got an unbelievably exciting 3 weeks here with Duke today and then Florida State next week in Miami. I mean, it doesn't get any better than that for college football and college football history. And we're 10-4 at home, and our fan base has been a huge, huge part of that. So let's enjoy it, fans. Get into it. Stir them up today, and stir them up the next 2 weeks. We don't know. We don't have any control of what time the games are, and this one's obviously early, and we don't know when some of the others are, but let's help this team win. Let's get them back on track. A lot of great young players on this team. A few seniors at this last little stretch for them here, but you've been a difference at home. Let's continue to do that today.
Carolina will try to do that against Duke. Coach and I will talk about the Blue Devils a little later in our pregame show.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel State through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
WCAB. Carolina football is brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. This is the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. Keenan Moments, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels.
One of the key components of my book on Keenan Stadium are stories of 10 of the most famous and memorable games ever played here. And the 1978 win over the Duke Blue Devils certainly qualifies. The Tar Heels look to be ending Dick Crumb's first year as head coach on a distinct downer by trailing Duke 15-3 with 5 minutes to play. But quarterback Matt Kupek engineered one quick scoring drive. The defense stoned Duke, and Carolina took over at its 39-yard line with 1:42 to play. Sensing Carolina would attempt to rally via the aerial game, Duke's linebackers repeatedly dropped into pass coverage, opening the running lanes for the Tar Heels to exploit. Famous Amos Lawrence scored on an 11-yard draw play with 16 seconds to play, sparking Carolina to one of its most improbable wins ever, 17-15 over its arch-rival from Durham.
Here's Kupek. Gives off to Amos. He's got it! He's got it! Unbelievable! Unreal! Unbelievable! Famous Amos has taken it home!
That's today's Keenan Moment, presented by the Campaign for Carolina, creating opportunities for more Tar Heels. It's 15 minutes to kickoff, presented by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. As we shift our sights now to Duke head football coach David Cutcliffe, who is in his 14th season in Durham and has the Blue Devils looking like one of the better offensive teams in the ACC and maybe even the country as we head into this afternoon's game between the Tar Heels and Blue Devils.
There's no question we have some weapons on offense. There's very much visual evidence. When I sat down with the staff and reviewed plays with the offensive staff, I mean, you can see where we can get better. We have specific things to work on to get better, and we got to be hungry to do that. And again, talking about it isn't going to get it done. We'll only get better if we go out on that practice field and play football the way it's intended to be played.
Cutcliffe here on the Reed's Jewelers pregame show. We close in on the kick just after high noon. And as we go to break, we'll come back with a look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard from Learfield.
For any surface in every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport, to passenger touring tires, to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT, Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply. This is Carolina football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
No silly giggling, no screaming and yelling, no vulgar language, and no put-downs. We're up, live, and family-friendly. We are WCAB Radio, serving your family 24 hours a day.
It is the battle for the bell here in Chapel Hill. Duke in town to take on the Tar Heels as we get you up to speed on the ACC and Top 25 scoreboard. Conference action brought to you by Lee's 24-hour towing preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment. There's already been one final from Thursday night. Miami misses a last-second field goal, and Virginia prevails in South Florida, winning 30-28 over the Hurricanes. The other noon game today in the league features Pittsburgh at Georgia Tech. At 12:30, Louisville goes to number 25, Wake Forest. At 3:30, FSU tries to get in the win column for the first time this season against Syracuse. That game is in the Carrier Dome. At 6, number 23, NC State steps out of conference, hosting Louisiana Tech. And at 7:30, Boston College travels to number 25, Clemson. In the top 25, number 1, Alabama hosting number 12, Ole Miss in Tuscaloosa. That game kicks at 3:30. At noon, between the hedges, number 8, Arkansas at number 2, Georgia. At 3:30 out west, it's number 3, Oregon versus Stanford. Indiana goes to number 4, Penn State at 7:30. 5th-ranked Iowa drubbed Maryland last night, 51-14. At 3:30 this afternoon, 6th-ranked Oklahoma heads to Kansas State. At 2:30, a top 10 showdown from South Bend, number 7, Cincinnati, and number 9, Notre Dame. 10th-ranked Florida travels to Kentucky at 6 tonight. Number 11, Ohio State goes to Rutgers at 3:30. 13th-ranked BYU clobbered Utah State last night, winning 34-20. 14th-ranked Michigan is at Camp Randall. Wisconsin hosting Michigan today at noon. At 7, Mississippi State's at 15th-ranked Texas A&M. At 2:30, Louisiana Monroe travels to 16th-ranked Coastal Carolina. At 7:30, 17th-ranked Michigan State hosts Western Kentucky. Later at 11, Hawaii welcomes number 18 Fresno State to the islands. 21st-ranked Baylor goes to number 19 Oklahoma State at 7. At 10:30 from Westwood, it's number 20 UCLA and Arizona State. And at 9 in the SEC, 22nd-ranked Auburn is at LSU. That is your full and complete look at the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. We'll pause, come back, and continue things in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with Jones and Coach Brown after this from Learfield.
At BMW, we made the ultimate range of SAVs. And because each of the 7 X-Range sports activity vehicles flawlessly balance dynamic power, spacious size, and sleek design, you can choose from a fleet that fits perfectly into your life. Like the versatile and bold X1, the unbelievably powerful X3, or the luxurious X7. No matter who you are, no matter where you're going, no matter what's next, there's an X to take you there.
Test drive at one of your local North Carolina BMW centers and take advantage of exclusive offers.
Carolina Housing wants to remind you that the housing application for the 2022-2023 academic year is now open. Why live anywhere else? Living on campus brings many advantages, like saving you money with a 9-month lease and options for a 1-semester lease if you want to study abroad, get an internship, or graduate in December. There's also the convenience of having everything you need just a short walk away. So, what are you waiting for? Carolina Housing is home of the heels. Priority housing selection application closes November 8th. Live on campus. Apply today.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Dave Nathan back in Chapel Hill inside Kenan Stadium. Duke and Carolina coming up just after the top of the hour as we set the stage for part 2 of Jones' conversation with Coach Brown in the Continental Tire Coaches Corner, brought to you by Continental Tire. Innovative technology, driving confidence. For a dealer near you, go to ContinentalTire.com.
108th meeting between Carolina and Duke. It comes this afternoon in Chapel Hill, and I am inside the Continental Tire Coaches Corner with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. And Coach, you've long placed emphasis on these games. You say it all the time. These are the ones that matter to the fans, not just when they're watching it, but in their everyday life. It's another one of these big in-state matchups as Carolina hosts the Blue Devils today.
Yeah, if you can't win in your own state, and if you can't beat your rivals, you're not going to get where you need to go. And that's just facts. That's just the way it is. And plus, our fans don't want to hear it from their buddies at Duke and State and Wake. So this is very, very important for us. And you can't be national till you dominate regional.
Carolina has won the last 2 in this series against the Blue Devils. We'll try to make it 3 straight today. But, Coach, to do that, it's going to have to slow down a good offensive team. What has allowed Duke to have so much success here early in the season on the offensive side of the ball?
Have a lot of experience with very good players. They know who they are. They know their system. They're averaging 38 points a game. Holberg's very consistent as a passer. He's over 70% with his completions. He's thrown very few interceptions. And then you just start looking at Durant's second most productive running back in the ACC. He's really, really good. And then you've got Bobo as a tall wide receiver outside that's caught 34 balls. So they're good. And you can't let them run the ball. If they run the ball, their whole package is there. And that's what they've been able to do for 4 straight weeks.
And, Coach, another quarterback who can run, Gunnar Holmberg, coming off a game where he had multiple touchdowns in the victory against Kansas. He has 6 rushing touchdowns on the season as well. So another element that makes this a tough game defensively. Yeah, and we haven't done a very good job stopping running quarterbacks. So that's and he's very balanced. He can get on the edge and throw with accuracy, but he can run it if you're not out there with him. So we've got to do a great job of trying to slow down Durant today and also keep Holberg from beating us running before he can start passing. Carolina and Duke, victory bell on the line today in Chapel Hill. Coach, as always, thank you for your time and best of luck this afternoon.
Thank you.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
WCAB, Rutherfordton.
Back in Kenan Stadium, Carolina preparing to rush out of the west end zone and onto the field. Before we have the coin flip and the kickoff, let's quickly get to our keys to the game, brought to you by Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big with huge savings on your favorite Honda model. See your Honda dealer of the Carolinas today. Jones, my key for this one, it's protecting Sam Howell, and it's got to be a total team effort.
I'm going not just protecting Sam, protecting the football. And I hate to go turnovers because it's so basically, but that's why Carolina's lost. The 2 games it's lost is turned the ball over too much. Heel's got to hold on to the football.
And they've got to be efficient on first down, Jones, as the Tar Heels come out of the west end zone here. Last week at Georgia Tech, 7 offensive snaps in the first quarter. They only averaged 2 yards per snap. They've got to pick up some yards, 5 yards or plus or more, to get some momentum offensively early in the game.
Those are our keys to the game, brought to you by Honda Dealers of the Carolinas. We'll pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
It's just before 12 o'clock, and you're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
It is the 108th meeting between Carolina and Duke. Thanks so much for being with us. Again, Brian Simmons going to join us a little bit later. Travel issues for Brian today, getting here to the Triangle. He'll join us as soon as he can. Lee Pace joining me, Jones Angel here in the booth. You've heard from Dave Nathan as well. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. Jody Zoigner, our statistician and spotter. John Essick back in our studio. Game sponsor today is Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, and our kids champion today.
Guys, shake hands.
10-month-old Noelle Hemsworth of Raleigh. Noelle loves playing in the sand at the beach, and her favorite food is butternut squash, just like Dave's. So have a great day, Noelle. Thanks for being here. And Noelle, our kid champion, brought to you by UNC Health, dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds and to help keep you in the game and at your very best. You can see their lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports. Let's go to the field.
Duke wins the toss and will defer.
Duke wins the toss, elects to defer. That means Carolina is going to have the football first. So let's give you the starting lineups for this one. Sam Howell, junior from Indian Trail, North Carolina, will be the Tar Heel quarterback, coming off a day where he still threw for 306 yards, but fumbled 3 times and was sacked 8 times. Ty Chandler, the graduate transfer from Tennessee, is the tailback. Antoine Green, Emery Simmons, and Josh Downs, the 3 receivers for the Tar Heels. We'll see a lot of Garrett Walston and Kamari Morales at tight end. Morales coming off a 7-catch, 66-yard day against Georgia Tech. Left to right on the O-line, Awesome Richards. Birthday is today for Awesome, the left tackle. Joshua Izudu at left guard. We expect Brian Anderson to get the start at center. Marcus McKeithen at right guard, and Jordan Tucker at right tackle. Defensively for Duke, up front in the 4-3, the 2 defensive ends, Ben Fry and R.J. Oben. Dwayne Carter and Gary Smith are the 2 tackles. 2 linebackers for Duke, Dorian Mausi and Shaka Hayward. Hayward, the team leader in tackles last year and this year so far. Duke plays a 4-2-5. Their 3 safeties will be Jamarick Woods, Jalen Stinson, and Nate Thompson. The 2 corners, Leonard Johnson and Josh Blackwell. And actually, one of those safeties, there's been a change. It's going to be Lummy Young, the 5th-year senior from Anderson, South Carolina. He will start at one of those defensive back positions for Duke and not Jamarick Woods. So, Carolina going to get the ball first. Heels going from right to left. Beautiful day here in Kenan Stadium. Back to receive the kick, Jaquarius Conley and DeAndre Boykins are the 2 Tar Heels back to receive the kick. Boykins on the near hash, Conley on the far, as the toe is put to leather, and we are underway. It is a short kick, and Boykins off the 10 is going to get the opportunity to return. He's able to spin over the 20 to around the 21 or the 22. So an unusual pairing back there to receive the kickoff from Charlie Ham. But Boykins gets it out around the 21, and that's where the Tar Heels will start things off. Don't see a safety and a nickelback as the 2 guys back to receive the kick very often. But that's who the Tar Heels had back in that particular instance. Checking that offensive line just to make sure no unusual moves, and it is the regular 5 getting the start for the Tar Heels, as Howell is in the shotgun for the first offensive play of the game. He has Ty Chandler standing to his right. So Heels going right to left off the 21-yard line here in bright sunny day in Kenan Stadium. Heels keep it on the ground on play number 1. Chandler moving to the left, and he's able only to get a yard before he is stood up by multiple Blue Devils on the play. Ben Fry, Gary Smith, a couple of those defensive linemen in on the hit, and it's 2nd and 9.
That 2 yards, exactly what the Tar Heels averaged early in the game last year at Georgia Tech. Phil Longo has made that a priority to try and generate big plays on first down, Jones. A strikeout for Carolina on its first snap.
And Lee, I said 21-yard line. It's the 26 that Carolina is starting as pressure comes on the second down. Howell pump fakes and whips it over the middle to Walston. He crosses the 50 into Duke territory. So Howell with some pressure coming. Great job by Ty Chandler to help pick up the blitz of Nate Thompson. On the play, Chandler picked it up. Howell whipped it across the middle, and Walston gets down to the Blue Devil 47-yard line on the 26-yard pass and catch. Howell, he's going to run on looked like a design run and nowhere to go as he was caught by Gary Smith, defensive tackle for Duke. As Howell got back to the line of scrimmage, maybe even lost a yard back to the Duke 48. So it'll be 2nd and 11. First drive of the ball game. Carolina going from right to left. Ball almost to the near hash. Heels set up in that big NC logo in the midfield area. On the ground, Chandler. Again, left side, and again, not a lot there. Gets 1 yard back to the original line of scrimmage. Ben Fry with the hit for the Blue Devils. Dorian Mausi was in the area as well. And it will be 3rd and 10. And so, Lee, our first chance to see Carolina on a 3rd down. Tar Heels converting at about 47%, but 3rd and 10, not the down and distance they wanted here.
And that pass to Garrett Walston-Jones was a quick hitter, which Phil Longo said all week they were going to work more of this week to get the ball out of Sam's hands and not help him relieve some of the heat that he's been getting so much of.
Howell to throw on 3rd and long. Pressure comes and another sack. As Duke gets to Howell, Dwayne Carter with the sack for the Blue Devils. And Carolina has now allowed 18 sacks on the season. The 17 that Carolina had given up in the first 4 weeks. That was 123rd out of 130 FBS teams. And it drops Carolina back to the other side of the 50. They'll be punting off their own 48-yard line. Scott Boylan back to receive the kick of Kiernan. Boylan calls for the fair catch and makes it at about the 13 or 14-yard line. So Duke will have the football for the first time. And let's give you the starters for this half of the ball game. Gunnar Holmberg, the veteran graduate student for Duke, the quarterback. Mateo Durant, the tailback. Jake Bobo, Eli Pancole, and Jalen Calhoun, the 3 receivers. Jake Marweedy, the tight end. Left to right on the O-line, Graham Barton, Maurice McIntyre. Addison Penn listed as the reserve center. He'll get the start today. Jacob Monk at right guard. Right tackle is John Jalot. We'll give you the Tar Heel defense in just a second, but Duke ready to go off its own 14-yard line. First play, Durant into the secondary, breaks a tackle of Cameron Kelly around the 40 and gets near midfield. So just like that, Duke, who is very, very good on the ground, pops a big one all the way to the Tar Heel 49-yard line.
Popped it at the line of scrimmage, and then Kelly took a bad angle and missed the tackle.
37-yard run for Duke, as they'll try a quick hitter to the near side to Bobo, and Carolina had a bunch of players in the area. Gimmel and Morrison able to muddle that up, pass incomplete. So it is 2nd and 10 on the Tar Heel 49-yard line.
Duke averaging 247 yards a game rushing the ball. Jones, number 1 in the ACC, and the Blue Devils just showed with Mateo how good they are running the ball.
They'll run it again. And this time Durant unable to get much, and he loses his helmet on the end of the play. Conley on at the tackle for Carolina. So the defensive front for the Heels, Rucker, Vahasik, Miles Murphy. The outside linebacker, Taman Fox. Carolina is in the nickel, so the 2 inside linebackers are Gimmel and Gray. Grimes and McMichael the corners. Conley at the nickelback spot, and Cameron Kelly gets the start along with Trey Morrison at the safety positions. 3rd and 9 for Duke, and Miles Murphy jumps into the backfield. That's going to be an offside.
Offside, number 8, defense. 5-yard penalty, 3rd down.
It is not enough for the first down, but it makes a 3rd and 9 turn into a 3rd and 4. And as Lee mentioned earlier, Carolina has been pretty good in the penalty area this season, but last week, 7 of them for 69 yards. First drive of the game for Duke. Carolina had to punt on its initial drive. So no score, 11:07 to go, first quarter. And it's going to be an option play with Holmberg. Gets through traffic, then is upended roughly by Morrison at the 40, short of the first down. But just a yard shy, and certainly in this area of the field, you have to figure Duke's going to go, and they will leave the offense out there. Boy, what a great tackle by Morrison as Carolina subbing late. Is able to get the personnel it wants on the field for this 4th and short. Holmberg is in a short shotgun, claps his hands to Durant, and it's going to depend on the mark. I think he has it, but it is very close. He needed just a yard. And the head referee, Riley Johnson, will come in and say, yes, go ahead and move the chains. Duke on 4th down this year is now 4 of 6. As that run gains 2 to the Tar Heel 38. Crowd continuing to fill in here with the early start in Kenan Stadium as now whistles blow. And Carolina takes a timeout.
Timeout, North Carolina.
Jay Bateman not happy with how they were lined up and situated there, so he asked Coach Brown to call the timeout.
Yep, we're going to take a timeout with him, Lee. No score. Carolina had to punt on its initial drive. Duke has moved off its own 14 to the Tar Heel 38. 10:19 to go. Still first quarter in Chapel Hill. No score from Learfield.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Grace Smith of Willis Hare Elementary in Pendleton. Her project, Full Steam Ahead with PBL, is sponsored by Roanoke Electric Cooperative based in Allender. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
Beautiful day in Chapel Hill for Carolina Duke. No score, 10:19 to go in the first quarter. And we're getting towards Halloween, but you want to know what's really scary? Seeing just how much you could have been saving by switching to Geico. They make it easy to bundle your home, car, boat, cycle, or RV insurance and save even more. No fortune tellers needed on this one. Geico.com. See if saving money is in your future and happy Geico-ween. So Carolina had the ball first, had a 26-yard pass, Howell to Walston to get out to midfield, but eventually had to punt after a 3rd and long, gave up a sack. Duke has a 37-yard run on its first play from scrimmage from Mateo Durant that is able to get another first down on 4th down. So Duke on a 1st and 10, going from left to right, ball on the near hash at the Tar Heel 38-yard line. Couple subs for Carolina as Tamari Fox is in for the first time. Des Evans is in for the first time for Carolina, as is Chris Collins. Collins had a good game last year against the Blue Devils, had a couple of sacks in that one as Carolina ran away from Duke in Durham last season, 56-24. No score here, though, as Holmberg in the shotgun is going to throw on 1st and 10. Pressure coming, and down he goes. Miles Murphy just beat a block and took Holmberg to the turf. Murphy, that is his 3rd sack on the season. It's another Food Lion sack to give back, and it makes it 2nd and 17. Boy, that youngster from Greensboro really continuing to flash on the defensive line. Holmberg in the empty set on 2nd and long. It's a little bubble screen to the far side. Carolina chases it down. Hasek able to knock down Jalen Calhoun after a short gain. Good hustle by the big fella Hasek coming off the defensive front and stopping that for a gain of 2.
Nice job by the Tar Heels defending the pass so far, Jones, but it's that big 37-yard run that popped them that has gotten Duke to midfield and now down to the 43.
3rd and 15 for Duke off the 43-yard line. Play clock still at 15 as Carolina creeps some personnel up to the line of scrimmage. And now flags come in. I think Duke may have moved.
False start. Offense, number 5. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That's Calhoun, the wide receiver. As Carolina will take the opportunity to bring Tamon Fox and Clyde Pender into the game.
3rd and 20 for Duke.
Duke 3rd and 20. Carolina playing its secondary way off the ball. As the Blue Devils now snapping from the 48. Tar Heels have 3 players 20 yards away from the line of scrimmage on this 3rd and long. Holmberg over the middle to Calhoun. Short completion, and Carolina bottles it up. First contact was Cedric Gray to help finish that one up. Tar Heels were perfectly fine with Duke completing something short over the middle as long as they went and made the tackle, which Gray did at a high level.
Nice job by Cedric Gray.
There's the
coming
jersey
to balance.
change. Number 11 is now number 45. Number 11 is now 45.
It's a jersey change announcement as Carolina has put Ra Dilworth in a different jersey because he's number 11 and so is Josh Downs, who's back to receive this punt. Duke kicking off the Tar Heel 45. That first down sack from Murphy derails the drive. Holy smokes, Carolina brought the heat, but Duke able to get it away. Hits at the 4 and goes into the end zone off the foot of Porter Wilson, the redshirt freshman from Fair Lawn, Ohio. That one almost pinned the Heels deep, but Carolina got a quality roll after it hit the ground, and the Heels will take over at the 20 after this break. 7:59 to go, first quarter. Still scoreless in Chapel Hill from Learfield.
UNC Tar. For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. You can't control other motorists, but you can control how you operate your vehicle. Avoid distractions while driving, like texting or checking social media. You can't drive safely unless driving has your full attention. Any non-driving activity you engage in increases your risk of crashing. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Similar drives between the two teams to start this game. Each team had one big play that moved them from deep in their territory to around midfield. But each team also gave up an important sack during the sequence, which ultimately derailed the drive. So each team's had it once. Carolina ran 5 plays, had to punt. Duke had it 8 plays, had to punt. Tar Heels will take over at their 20. Going from right to left, ball on the near hash. Jones Angel, Lee Pace here with you today. Brian Simmons. Travel issues for Brian. We're anticipating him joining us later in the broadcast, but with the early start, some travel problems for Brian, and we look forward to him joining us here soon. And Lee, coming out, we've been watching that offensive line. Caden Baker is going to be the center. The sophomore from Fort Myers, Florida, he's the man who caught that two-point conversion last week late in the Georgia Tech game. He has been a tackle his entire career at Carolina. This is the first time he has ever played center, and he's coming in right now. We've talked. That has been a problem this year. Neither Anderson nor Kieron Johnson 100% healthy, trying to play through it, and the Heels have elected now to try Caden Baker at the snapper spot.
6'5", 305 pounds, a freshman last year. He actually played 5 games in the Tar Heels 2020 season, but he gets an extra year of eligibility, as everybody does, so he's essentially a freshman, and let's see how he does. Center snap accuracy is a big, big thing to not distract Sam and let him catch the ball easy.
Well, Howell's in the shotgun. Let's see how Baker's first snap. It's right on the money as Howell will play action, look deep. Pressure coming, gets it out of his hands, but it was off the mark as Howell is still down. And now he gets helped up. Man, heavy pressure coming as R.J. Oben slammed Howell as he threw it. He was looking for Antoine Green between the numbers and the hash left side. That's where Green was. The ball was actually thrown outside the numbers, so nobody really had a chance to catch it. And it is 2nd and 10. DJ Jones is in at the tailback position for the Tar Heels, the sophomore out of Fayetteville. And he's going to get the football, trying to stretch it to the far side and just nowhere to go as Dwayne Carter able to trip up Jones back behind the line of scrimmage at the 18. So it's another 3rd and long now for the Tar Heels. One more word about Baker, the new center for the Tar Heels. His dad, really good football player for Florida State. So he has come from some football background, and he's been dropped into a big spot here. Scoreless game. 7:23 and counting first quarter. Tar Heels trying to move the football, but looking at a 3rd and long, 3rd and 12. 3 receivers to the left as Howell going to have to throw on 3rd and long against a 3-man rush over the middle. Caught, first down. And taking a shot is Downs, but he pops right back up. Downs in between 2 Blue Devils makes the catch. Lummy Young hit him hard, but Downs held on. It's a gain of 15 and a first down.
Quick drop by Sam, short pass, got it out of his hands. That's what the Tar Heels need to keep doing.
Snap a little low. Howell picks it up. He's going to run and just get back to the line of scrimmage. The 33. I don't think that was a design run. Sometimes you see that, but that looked more like Howell just elected to go. Woods and Fry. Fry a defensive end, Woods a safety. Combined on the hit, no gain. So 2nd and 10. Still no score, 6:30 to go first quarter. Each team's had it once. Each team has punted. This is Carolina's second possession. They're on their own 33-yard line. Howell to throw. Has a man open down the far side, but overshoots Josh Downs. Downs had run past his defender, Jalen Stinson. But Howell's throw, 2-3 yards too strong. And another 3rd and long.
Really nice play structure there, Jones. Again, a quick drop by Sam. He just put a little bit more air underneath it. Give Josh Downs a chance to run underneath it, but Sam just overthrew it just a hair. And Josh looking right dead into the sun as well. That would be a tough catch.
And he's going to come off Downs for this big 3rd down play. Stephen Gosnell, sophomore from Pilot Mountain, North Carolina, comes in to play the slot position on 3rd and long. Howell in the pocket. Now he tucks. He's trying to get the first down. Stood up short of it. Carries a couple of Blue Devils for some extra yards, but not enough for the first. Dorian Mausi, the man who made contact with Howell. And let's see, this will be 4th and 3. And Carolina is going to send out the punting unit. Howell again pretty quickly tucked that ball and ran. And he admitted after the Georgia Tech game that he felt like he felt the rush a little bit after being knocked around against the Jackets. As Kiernan ready to punt. Moves off to the right, got it away late, really low kick. I'm not sure if that was blocked or not. Still rolling inside the 15, and eventually Boylan chases it down, comes to the near sideline, is knocked out of bounds. Not sure if a Duke player tipped that or if it was just Kiernan keeping it low below the block attempt of Colby Campbell. Either way, it turned out all right as Duke is going to start at the 21-yard line after the low rolling kick by Kiernan and return by Boylan of right around 10 yards, just a little short of that. 5:27 to go first quarter. Still scoreless in Chapel Hill. Duke's going to have the football on its own 21 when we return. Beautiful day in Keenan. Thanks for being here. Carolina Duke from Learfield.
Great teams require a mix of solid fundamentals and that little something special. You'll find that winning combination with UNC football and at Refuel Markets. You can count on Refuel for those last-minute needs like eggs and milk. And you'll also find the snacks and drinks you need to turn an ordinary gathering into something special. As an official sponsor of UNC football, we hope you'll visit any of our locations throughout the Triangle to enjoy a unique experience on your game days and your work days.
Lee's 24-hour Towing is family-owned and operated since 1995. We provide fast and reliable towing, recover service, and roadside assistance for Durham and Orange counties in North Carolina. No matter the day or time, our dispatchers can schedule service, and our towing operators are happy to assist your needs. Our promise is to offer fair and affordable pricing for all of our towing and recovery services. Our well-trained and certified operators will provide you with the highest level of customer service experience. Lee's 24-hour Towing, preferred hauler of Carolina football equipment.
Woo! Got my nachos, got my big TV, and my favorite chair. It's game time. But you know, the only thing that would make it a little better is if I could listen to my local broadcasters while watching the game.
Hello. You must have wished for your game to be synced with TV and radio.
I sure did.
Do you have a DVR?
You bet.
Do you have a streaming device?
Yeah.
Blammo! Your game is now synced. It's that easy.
Oh, boy.
To see if you can get synced, head to syncmygame.com from Learfield.
Syncmygame.com?
Syncmygame.com.
5:27 to go first quarter, still scoreless. Carolina and Duke. Blue Devils will have the football on their own 21-yard line. Moving from left to right, ball on the near hash when action resumes. I think you may have just heard a commercial for this, but a reminder about syncmygame.com. You can sync up the radio broadcast to the TV feed. Easy instructions on how to do it. Just need a device that'll play our broadcast and a way to pause your TV if you have a DVR or the like. syncmygame.com, syncmygame.com. Jones and Lee here with you. And Lee, something Mac Brown's talked a lot about, Carolina's offense staying patient. And it's been a slow start here, 2 possessions, 2 punts, but Coach Brown adamant that he doesn't want them to start forcing it because he feels like that's when mistakes have happened.
Yes, all along the offensive line today, Jones, with a neophyte sophomore in the center, never played before. And on second down on that last series, Marcus McKeithen and Jordan Tucker just got whipped by Dwayne Carter and one of the other Duke players and stopped Carolina for a no gain, 1 yard loss. And a couple of big seniors like that, they just got to move some people out of the way. And that's one of the things that has held this offensive line back. I'm looking for those 2 guys on the right side to step forward and have a good game the rest of the way.
Jafari Ritzie in the ball game for Carolina, as well as Kevin Hester, a couple of reserves on that defensive front. As quick pass for Duke out to the far side. Carolina defends it well. Trey Morrison chopping down Jake Bobo, the leading receiver for Duke, after a gain of 3.
And we talked about block destruction early in the game, or pregame, Jones, and Trey Morrison did a great job beating off the block of the wide receiver and being there to make the stop.
Gimmel there as well for the Tar Heels. Almost the exact same play, and this time it's Cedric Gray chasing down Bobo and tripping him up at the 27 or 26-yard line, a gain of 2. And it will bring up 3rd and 5 now for the Blue Devils. Holmberg already under center. Duke plays fast. He'll throw and complete first down. Marweedy, the tight end, got by the initial tackle and advances all the way to the 45. Trey Morrison with the stop. That is the first 3rd down conversion for Duke. Both teams are now 1 of 3 on 3rd down. That one's a gain of 19. Duke moves out to the 45-yard line. Now they keep it on the ground, and there's Durant. Stood up after a good solid gain over the 50. Cameron Kelly with the hit, but it was about 9.5. They're not going to move the chains. It'll be 2nd and very short on the Carolina 40, we'll call it the 45-yard line, although that's the line to gain for Duke for the first down. Heels with some wholesale substitutions defensively. Murphy, Vahasek come back in on the defensive front. No score. Duke with the football. Getting towards late in the first quarter. Durant just keeps his legs churning through the line of scrimmage, crosses the 40. Just went right up the gut, slowed down for a second at the line, and powered through for a gain of 7. First down.
Jones really got to be impressed with this Duke offensive operation. Quite a contrast to last year when they had so many problems with Chase Bryce at quarterback.
Yeah, Holmberg just very steady. Just doesn't make a lot of mistakes. Makes the throw he's supposed to make. Protects the football as he's being chased on this one and has to throw it away. As Carolina, after the play action, had Gimmel and Vahasek in the backfield, forcing Holmberg to just toss it into the Tar Heels sideline. And it is 2nd and 10. Durant already 57 yards rushing for Duke on 5 carries. Of course, he had that big 37-yard run on the first play from scrimmage. 3:13 to go, first quarter, still scoreless, but Duke has moved to the Tar Heel 38 on a 2nd and 10. New running back Jordan Waters standing to the right of Holmberg. Fake to him, another quick hitter to the near side, and Tar Heels have done a good job defending that play. This time it's Tony Grimes who drops Darryl Harding after the reception, and that one loses 2 yards for Duke. Back to the 40, and it brings up 3rd and 12 now off the Tar Heel 40.
And another good job by Tar Heel DB, Jones, of sloughing off a block and being right there to make a play.
Duke has thrown that quick hitter a lot. You got to be careful on a pump fake and then a go route or something, because Carolina's been very aggressive stopping that play. 3rd and long for Duke, and the Blue Devils move early. The whole right side of their line, Jacob Monk and John Jalot, both moved back into pass
Ball
protection
start.
before the ball was snapped.
Offense, number 63. 5-yard penalty. 3rd down.
That'll move it to the 45 and make it 3rd and 17. Jacob Monk, the man who was flagged for that, his uncle was Quincy Monk, the late linebacker for the Tar Heels. His dad, Stanley, was a terrific running back for Duke in the late 1980s. 3rd and 17, and Duke going to keep it on the ground with the safe run with Waters. Gets about to the line of scrimmage, the original line of scrimmage before the penalty. Gets it out to the 37, a gain of 8. Cedric Gray on the stop, and with the placement on the field, well, I was about to say I thought Duke might go for it, but with it being 4th and 9, they are going to send the punt unit out. I think if you're Carolina, got to be mindful of a fake here just because of the placement on the field. But Blue Devils electing to pin Carolina back, considering the Tar Heels have struggled offensively thus far with just 42 yards in 2 drives. Carolina has to get a man off the field late. They do so as, oh my, a shanked punt. As rolling out to the right, Porter Wilson tried to boot it deep, and he sent it right into the Tar Heels sideline. That's a 7-yard punt. As Carolina is going to take over, I believe, at the 30. Or is a little farther back than that. I thought that's where the official was. Let's see. They're going to say the 22, so it's a 15-yard punt for Porter Wilson. And that's where the Tar Heels will start their 3rd drive.
Not a lot of difference there, Jones. If you just take a deep shot into the end zone, and even if it doesn't work out, 15 yards difference.
So Carolina starting on the 22, still scoreless, 1:36 to go in quarter number 1. Snap a little off the mark. Good job by Howe to go get it, and Chandler is swallowed up in the backfield. Gary Smith. Right now, that Duke defensive line is just beating the Tar Heel offensive line. I mean, there was nowhere for Chandler to go as soon as he received the football. Lost 2 yards.
Good example of snap accuracy there, Jones, by Sam having to go down to get the ball. Just threw off the timing just a hair with Ty Chandler.
2nd and 12. It feels like Carolina has been behind the chains this entire first quarter. Looking at 2nd and 3rd and longs. Powell rolling out, dumps it off to Morales at the 20, lowers his shoulder. Ooh, he almost fumbled the football on contact, but he was able to juggle it and keep it before being dropped. Daquan Johnson with the hit for Duke. Out to the 25, so it gets Carolina a couple of yards on the play, and it'll bring up 3rd and 7. Remember, that was 2nd and 12, so the gain of 5 makes it 3rd and 7 now off the 25. Ball on the far hash as the Heels go right to left in the Carolina blue helmets, Carolina blue jerseys, and white pants. Duke defending the west end zone in all white today as we near the end of the first quarter. Carolina will get one more snap off, though, on this 3rd and long. 3rd and 7. Heels 1 of 3 on 3rd downs thus far. Duke shows pressure. Hal, clean pocket. Oh, man, wide open down the sideline. Caught at the 45 and off to the races is Chandler. Steps through a tackle. Goodbye. Ty Chandler on the wheel route. Wheels his way into the end zone for 6. 75 yards. Hal to Chandler for the touchdown. Josh Downs does a lot of good things for the Heels with the football. He made a nice block on that play, getting DeQuan Johnson out of the way and allowing Chandler, who showed some good speed, I tell you what, down that sideline, allowing Chandler the open lane for the score. He was wide open coming out of the backfield. Extra point is good.
What a lift for the Tar Heel offense, Jones. That's the first good thing that's happened to them in, a whole game of football going back to the first quarter, back to Georgia Tech. That'll be the lift the Tar Heels need. And there, Duke defensive line and the linebackers come after Sam Howell, letting Ty Chandler slip behind those 7 guys and have a wide open. After he beats one guy in the secondary, he's got a wide open path to the end zone.
So the 75-yard touchdown ties for the longest play this season for Carolina. Howell to Joffrey Brown, 75 yards against Virginia. It is the longest catch of Chandler's career, Carolina or Tennessee. It is his first receiving touchdown as a Tar Heel, his 4th receiving touchdown in his career. And the particulars on the drive, 3 plays, 78 yards in 1:29. So Carolina jumps out on top 7-0. Just 7 seconds left in the first quarter. Kim, low running kick, hits at the 15. Picked up at the 5 by the Blue Devils. Flags come in, multiple flags come in as the tackle's made out at the 40 by Kim. It was Jalen Stinson, the return man for Duke. Good tackle by Kim after not a great kickoff, but the multiple flags. Traditionally on kickoffs when they're flags, it's something on the returning team. We'll find out.
During the return, holding by the return team, number 82. 10-yard penalty from the spot of the foul. The quarter will be extended, 1 untimed down.
A good explanation there by Riley Johnson of all the particulars. So with the penalty, Duke will start on the 18-yard line. So that costs him 22 yards of field position on that one. And that's now 2 straight kicks. Remember, Jonathan Kim, his first 25 kickoffs were all touchbacks. Sent one out of bounds late in the Georgia Tech game, kind of in that same way, just almost a hook low. Talked to him about that. He said just sometimes if you swing too hard, just like in golf, you can hit it low and left. Pump fake, a play action, then a pump and a completion over to the far side to Jalen Calhoun. Calhoun crosses the 25 before he's tackled by Trey Morrison after a gain of, let's call it 9, to the 27-yard line, and that will be the final play of the first quarter. So Carolina, after looking pretty stagnant offensively in the first 15 minutes, gets the 75-yard touchdown. Howell to Chandler with 7 seconds remaining in the quarter. And so the Heels have a touchdown advantage going to the second. Duke will be looking at a 2nd and 1 after this. Carolina up a touchdown going to the second quarter from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
The perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150. With the available Pro Power onboard, it's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And no doubt, this is WCAB, the most sports for the foothills.
Off coach at Carolina, Derek Galvin, the gymnastics coach, Mike Fox, the legendary coach of Carolina baseball, and, of course, the Hall of Famer Roy Williams from Tar Heel basketball, all honored during that quarter break. Huge round of applause for those coaches for what they've done for Carolina. Mac Brown and Dre Bly both rushed over to hug Roy Williams and the other coaches as well as they made their way off the field. So thank you to them, all those coaches, for what they have done for Carolina athletics. And, of course, Coach Williams, 3 national titles. Man, had a chance to talk to him a couple weeks ago. Coach enjoying retirement, said it's going to be a little weird, though, getting into this new season. But he's so excited for what Hubert Davis is going to do with the program. All right. Here in Keenan, 7-0 Carolina. Duke looking at a 2nd and 1, now going from right to left. And here's Durant, big hole in the middle of the line. And he's able to cross the 40 out to the 47-yard line. That's a gain of 20. And Lee, Carolina coaches were well aware. They said that split zone play on a handoff out of the shotgun is Duke's best play. And there it is again as Durant gets a good chunk of yards, and it's all coming right up the middle. That's a gain of 11 to the Tar Heel 42. So back-to-back runs of 20 and 11 yards.
And all he needs is just a sliver of daylight, Jones, and he's really hitting it. He hit it for 60-some yards against Kansas last week to start the scoring against the Jayhawks.
He's already close to 80 yards on the day as Holmberg, flushed out of the pocket, throws down the far sideline incomplete. And that will slow the Duke momentum offensively, at least for a second. Through one quarter, Duke had 61 yards rushing. They've already added to that. Carolina had -1. Tar Heels 121 yards passing, 75 on the one play. Heels with 120 yards, Duke with 97 in that first quarter. 7-0 Carolina. It's now 2nd and 10 for Duke. Off the Tar Heel 42. Another quick hitter to Bobo, and there are the Tar Heels again. Conley and Kimmel come in and slam down the veteran receiver for Duke after a gain of 2. And it is 3rd and 8. Duke is 1 of 4 on 3rd down thus far.
Don Chapman in at the right side cornerback for Kyler McMichael this series.
So Chapman, just to expand on that, now playing corner, as Lee just told you. Remember, Day-Day Hollins out for the year. Duck not available today. So the Heels elect to switch personnel around. They've got Don Chapman, and he's defending Bobo right now. 3rd and 8 off the 40-yard line. Holmberg will throw. Pressure there. He's hit as he throws. The ball's loose and scooped up. Morrison is heading down the field. He's going to take it to the house. Trey Morrison picks up the loose ball and heads to the end zone. Hester.
The rolling on the field was a fumble recovered by North Carolina and advanced for a touchdown.
Hester hit Holmberg's arm as he was throwing.
The previous play is under further review.
The play is going to be reviewed, as you heard from Riley Johnson. The officials on plays like that are instructed to let it ride and let the replay official take a look. So the question is, was Holmberg's arm coming forward? They'll go under the hood, presented by the Honda dealers of the Carolinas. Score big on a new Honda. See your Honda dealers of the Carolinas today. And I think that might stand, Lee. We just got to look at it here on the video board in Keenan. You're looking at a different replay, Lee. What do you see?
Kevin Hester hit Holmberg's arm at his very back apex. He was getting ready. The elbow was starting to move forward, but his actual arm, I don't think it started moving forward when Hester knocked the ball out of his grasp. So I don't think there's going to be enough to overturn it.
I don't either. And now, of course, we'd much rather it be 13-0 with an extra point on the way. But, man, this one's pretty close. I agree, as Morrison scooped up the loose ball at about the 45-yard line or so, or the 40-yard line or so,
After further review, the ruling on the field is confirmed.
So not just stands, but confirmed. So it is a fumble and a return for a touchdown at the 13:25 mark of the second quarter. So Hester forces it. Morrison returns it. We'll get the official yardage in just a moment, as it is going to officially be 63 yards on the fumble return for 6 from Trey Morrison. The extra point is up and in. So Carolina now up 14-0, and we'll take a timeout here in Keenan. So Hester, the sophomore out of Kennesaw, Georgia, forces the fumble. Morrison with the heads up, picks up the loose ball, and the senior from Norcross, Georgia, returns it 63 yards for a score. Hester gets a sack on that play, by the way, as well. 13:25 to go, second quarter. Heels now up 14-0 from Learfield.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
You can feel it in the air. It's starting to feel like fall at Dunkin'. And new fall feelings call for new fall flavors, like our new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers that are delicious and refreshing to the core. Honeycrisp apple and cranberry flavors made with green tea or coconut milk. And if you want even more fall flavor, pair them with a classic sweet and crisp apple cider donut. Fall into flavorful with the new apple cranberry Dunkin' refreshers, or a sweet fall treat like our apple cider donut. America runs on Dunkin'. Apple cranberry flavor drink, 0% fruit juice. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Exclusions apply.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
Well, the Tar Heels get a big touchdown when the offense maybe muddled up a bit. Get that defense to score for you, as Trey Morrison returns the fumble, 63 yards for the score. First time since 2018 that Carolina has returned a fumble for a touchdown. Malik Carney returned a fumble 20 yards for a touchdown against Georgia Tech in 2018. So that's the last time that happened. Before then, Kevin Hester again getting the sack and the fumble, hitting Holmberg as his arm was cocked back to throw. Morrison had the ball bounced to him, ran it back 63 yards for the score. So 14-0 now. Carolina on top and about to kick it off to the Blue Devils. And Lee, Mack Brown's been asking for one of those game-changing type of plays, special teams, defensively, and they certainly got it there.
Been lamenting the turnover deficit, and that's how they can turn around. And now what Carolina's got to do is they've got their foot on the throat of the Blue Devils. They've just got to keep pressing and not let the Blue Devils up. But they're a dangerous team. Holmberg is playing well. Durant, we have seen how good he is running the football. So let's see if Carolina can keep the momentum up and ride this wave of enthusiasm here in Keenan Stadium.
Kickoff. There's Jonathan Kim as he sends it back through the back portion of the end zone. So Duke will start on the 25-yard line. So Carolina, it's really been two big plays for the Tar Heels. The 75-yard touchdown pass from Howe to Ty Chandler as Chandler was wheeling out of the backfield. And then the fumble return for the touchdown by Morrison. As now Duke will take over at the 25-yard line. Holmberg in the shotgun. He's going to keep it on the ground where Duke's had a lot of success. Nice job filling the gap for the Tar Heels. Gio Biggers came up and popped Jordan Waters, the second back for Duke. Gain of just 2 on the play.
Don Chapman's still in at quarterback on the right side. Now Kyler McMichael on the left, and Tony Grimes getting the rest of the series.
So Morrison and Biggers are the two safeties, Lee, and there's Biggers again coming up and making the quick tackle on the near sideline. Another quick hitter for Duke as they're just getting the ball to Holmberg, and he is immediately throwing it to a wide receiver who's wide out to either side. That time it was to the left to Jarrett Gardner for a gain of 3. So 3rd and 5 coming up. Duke is 1 of 5 on 3rd down thus far. Empty set. Carolina rushes for Holmberg in trouble, and he's dropped. This time it is Jalil Taylor, the redshirt junior from Vienna, Georgia, who gets into the backfield and takes down Holmberg. That's the first career sack for Jalil Taylor. So the sack.
UNC has a jersey change. Number 11 is now number 45.
Well, I may have told you wrong. It was 56. So it was Tamari Fox who gets the sack, not Taylor, as Downs gets the line drive punt, and he is just swarmed under. So my apologies to Tamari Fox, as he's the man who got the sack, not Taylor, 56, not 52. And for Fox, that is sack 5.5 now in his career. The punt, and then immediate tackle after Downs fielding it, will have Carolina on the 37-yard line.
That Taylor and Fox were in there at the same time
thanks for covering for me, Lee.
No, it's indicative because it's going to be a hot day, and Carolina is rolling those defensive linemen in and out. Jay Bateman talks about having the luxury of rolling guys and not having to do it by necessity. So I think that fatigue is going to play a big part today.
Swing pass to Downs on the far sideline. He started on the right side of that play, went in motion, caught the swing, and gains about 10. Let's see where they officially mark this bad boy. It is going to move the chains for the first down. Daquan Johnson with the stop. So right to the 47-yard line, which was the line to gain. DJ Jones is the running back in the game. Carolina has not run the ball well. Snap is low. Howell able to get it. Play action, trying for a deep shot. Simmons battling with the Duke defender. Gracious, no flag comes in as it is incomplete. He and Lewis may as well been on the wrestling mat. Mack Brown has ripped off his headset, and he is screaming at the official for the lack of a flag. Holy smokes, the amount of pass interferences that you see these days for less than that. I mean, Lewis pulled down Simmons as he elevated to try and make the catch. But now let's see if Carolina can play through something that didn't go right. That's been troublesome for the Heels early this year. Powell looks to his left, throws back shorter, caught by Antoine Green. He'll tiptoe out of bounds. Not enough for the first down. He does cross the 50 to the Duke 46-yard line. It's a gain of 7, and it'll bring up a 3rd and manageable here. 3rd and a long 3 for Carolina. 10:54 and counting, second quarter. Heels up 14-0. A 75-yard touchdown, Howell to Chandler out of the backfield, and then a 63-yard fumble return score for Trey Morrison. 3rd and 3. Howell dancing in the pocket, and he's going to go down. He looked to the right, looked to the left, and then was dropped. Shaka Hayward comes in to make the sack for Duke.
Caden Baker's still in at center, Jones. It looks like the Tar Heels are probably going to go with him maybe the rest of the way. We'll see. Also, William Barnes in a right tackle on that series.
So that lack of a pass interference really hurt the Heels on that drive, as that put them in 2nd and 10, and they couldn't get anything going after that. So they'll have to punt it away to the Blue Devils. Kiernan rolling out to the right, keeping his eyes downfield. Now he boots a good one. It is going to be caught or knocked down by Egbuna inside the 5. Thought Obi was just going to catch it, but instead he slapped it back into the field of play. And it'll be down at the 8-yard line. So a 41-yard kick for Kiernan will pin the Blue Devils inside their own 10-yard line. 9:55 to go in the second quarter. Carolina 14, Duke nothing. Blue Devil football after this from Learfield.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
In Chapel Hill, game sponsor today is Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. And Tar Heels with the 14-0 lead, the one big explosive play on offense. 75 yards, Howell to Chandler. That makes up more than half of Carolina's total yards thus far. Heels have 134 yards total. Lee, taking a look at those ground numbers, Duke with 92 yards rushing. Carolina has -4 yards rushing thus far.
Yeah, Mac Brown made the point this week that the Tar Heels, since he has been back here, are 16-3 when they win the rushing total. They're 1-9 when they don't. So very happy with 14-0 us sitting up here looking down on the field here in Kenan Stadium, Jones. But you don't like that trend in the rushing game, particularly as good as Mateo Durant is for the Blue Devils so far. He's got 88 yards rushing with a 37-yard popper early in the game that fortunately did not turn into any points.
And it's not like Duke has been a stone wall against the run this year. They came in giving up about 178 yards per game on the ground. That is 13th out of 14 ACC teams and 102nd out of 130 teams in FBS football. Carolina has had some big rushing games this year, notably Georgia State and Virginia, but has also had trouble at times as well. So Duke's starting deep in its own territory at the 8, and they'll keep it on the ground, and just not much there. Aquarius Conley makes the quick hit on Durant. It will be a gain of about 1.5. Let's give him 2 out to the 10. So 2nd and 8 coming up.
A reflection of Conley being able to play safety and be close to the line of scrimmage there, Jones, and just jump on. And here he comes on another play.
Holmberg's throw to the near sideline. Grimes almost with a one-handed interception. And now a flag comes in late. Grimes was being tangled up with Bobo. And Grimes elevated, almost made a one-handed snag.
Defense.
Ooh.
Number 12. The ball will be placed at the spot of the foul. Automatic first down.
The official said number 12. That's Tamon Fox. I think he meant 20, Grimes. And the Carolina sideline cannot believe it, especially after what happened on Carolina's last possession when the Heels thought they had a clear pass interference that was not called against the Blue Devils. But that's a first down for Duke. Holmberg flushed out of the pocket. Gimmel charging at him, drills him as he throws. And the ball is short and wide of the intended receiver down the far sideline. That intended receiver was Darrell Harding Jr. And it's 2nd and 10 at the 14.
Jeremiah Gimmel, very active, very emotional. You know he was aggravated after going into his backyard in Atlanta last week, Jones. He is one of the leaders on the team. He's the heartbeat of the defense. And I dare say that Gimmel may have led a couple of team meetings this week to get this team back on track.
Duke keeps it on the ground on 2nd and long, and Durant bottled up. Conley, one of the first Tar Heels there. Tamari Fox in the mix as well for the Heels. So is Eugene Asante. It is a gain of about 4 or 5. The pile was pushed a bit to the 14, or excuse me, to the 19. So it is a gain of 5. 3rd and 5 coming up. 14-0 Carolina, 8:51 and counting, second quarter. Duke going right to left. Ball in between the hashes at the 19-yard line. Holmberg in the shotgun on 3rd and 5. Carolina tries to bring pressure. Holmberg dancing in the pocket. Rolls out to the right. Being chased. Dumps it off and incomplete. Tried to find Pancole down the sideline. And the pass was a little too tall. Gio Biggers defended on the backside of the play. I'm 100% sure it was Jalil Taylor this time, pressuring Holmberg as he ran out of the pocket.
Number 11.
And Carolina's done a good job, Lee, in the pass game thus far. Outside of the quick hitters, they've really not allowed Holmberg to get very comfortable back there.
Yeah, and like I've said a couple of times, they've rotated guys in there. They're doing a nice job just using the depth that they've developed. They're rotating their cornerbacks, rotating the down linemen. Even Eugene Asante is rotated with Cedric Gray at one of the linebacker spots.
Punt is away. Downs having to back up, makes an over-the-shoulder catch, a tough one around the 30, and a lot of white jerseys around him as he'll be tripped up after a short return. Just a couple of yards for Downs. Brandon Johnson, freshman from Newton, North Carolina, with the special teams tackle for Duke. 8:25 to go, second quarter. Tar Heels will have the football and a 14-0 lead. The Carolina offense still a little bit stuck in the mud. They did have that explosive play, but Mack Brown has preached patience on that side of the ball. Let's see if that patience pays off on this upcoming drive. Good punt that time, 49 yards, just 1 yard return. Carolina has it in a 14-0 lead from Learfield.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
8:25 remaining in the first half from Chapel Hill. Carolina off to a 14-0 advantage on Duke. A couple of other ACC scores after we pause for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford, cloudy skies, 79 degrees.
Elsewhere around the ACC, Pittsburgh has jumped out in front of Georgia Tech 28-7 early on in the second quarter. And in Winston-Salem, Jones, Wake Forest 10, Louisville 7 late in the first.
Impressive start to the year for Wake. They got a big road win last weekend at Virginia. Virginia then gets a road win on Thursday night. Miami misses a short field goal at the end of the game. Home team 6-3 so far in ACC matchups. Brian Anderson back in at the center spot for Carolina. We'll set that O-line for you in just a second. Howell pulls it away from Chandler, dumps it off to Walston, juggles, and eventually is hit and can't bring it in. Lummy Young, as Walston was bobbling the ball, made contact and knocked it away. So 2nd and 10, and just like that, Anderson now coming off, and Q Johnson's going to go in at the center spot. So the O-line right now left to right is Awesome Richards, Ed Montelis, Q Johnson at center, McKeithen at right guard, and William Barnes at right tackle. 14-0 Carolina, 2nd and 10 though after the incompletion. Howe with a little pitch forward to Downs as he came in motion. Downs trying to work around some Duke defenders, and Lummy Young grabs hold of Downs' shoulder pads and drags him down over the 35. That'll go down as a pass as Howe pushed it forward to Downs in motion. It is a gain of 4 and to bring up 3rd and 6. Carolina 3 of 5 on third, or check it, 2 of 5 thus far on third down.
Really interesting, that substitution, Jones. You rarely see an offensive lineman just taken out after one play like that.
Howe on 3rd and 6. Time to throw this time. Rolls out over the middle, caught. First down. I think that's Chandler out of the backfield. It is. The Tar Heel tailback sneaked out of there and set up shop in between the hashes around midfield, makes the catch and moves the chains. It'll be a gain of 12.
Kieron Johnson in at center. Boy, you can see his left foot, his left ankle. He is just totally bandaged in tape around that left side.
That's just the 5th first down of the day for Carolina's offense. Draw play to Chandler. Has some space up the gut. Chandler lowers his shoulder as he plows over the 40. He'll be down to the 34-yard line. Nate Thompson, one of the last men to have a chance to stop Chandler, does so. The safety for Duke after a gain of 14. So that's now 6 first downs for Carolina. The Heels had 35 of them against Virginia, but then just 18 last week against Georgia Tech. Trying for the deep ball, left side of the end zone, and just a little too far for Green. He was in a good battle with Leonard Johnson, the Duke corner, down the left sideline. Howell's throw just a little too far, and it's 2nd and 10. 14-0 Carolina, 6:50 to go in the first half. Carolina going left to right, ball on the Duke 34-yard line in between the hash marks. Heels have scored on a 75-yard touchdown, Howell to Chandler, and then a 63-yard fumble return by Trey Morrison. Carolina's offense down to the Duke 34. Let's see what they do here. Howell looks to the left. Now he's going to pull and run. Good block by Chandler out in front. Howell cuts back at the 20, protects the football at the 10. Howell still chugging, and he's down to the 2.
Duke brought 7 men on that play, Jones, and so once Ham was able to slip through that first blanket of coverage, he had wide open territory there.
All the way down to the Blue Devil 2, a gain of 32 on the run for Sam Howell. Good job protecting the football, too, once he started to find contact. So 1st and goal now at the 2-yard line. Howell in the shotgun. He has Chandler to his right, a tight end Morales on the left side, and Walston on the right side. Downs comes in motion, now reverses track. Howell, play action, dumps it off to Morales at the 1, cuts back, and finds the end zone. Kamari Morales for 6. 20-0. Carolina with the extra point on the way. That is 2 consecutive weeks Morales has found the end zone.
And what a nice offensive drive for the Tar Heels. Jones did a lot of different stuff. Had the draw play to Chandler, had the nice run by Howell, had the couple nice pass plays, just well-rounded both through the air and on the ground.
Extra point is up and in. And don't forget that big third down, too, early in the drive when Chandler came out of the backfield. He's had a big day receiving the football for the Tar Heels. Had that 75-yard touchdown. Got the big 12 yards there on that 3rd and long to keep the drive alive. And eventually the Heels hit pay dirt. 21-0 Carolina, 6:03 to go in the second quarter from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Since 2004, the Carolina Covenant has supported more than 10,000 scholars, providing an opportunity to graduate debt-free through scholarships, work study, and grants. No loans. Covenant scholars first earn their place at UNC, only after they are admitted as their financial need assessed. And that's where donors like you can make an impact, transforming lives and building a stronger Carolina. Support scholarships at Carolina by visiting campaign.unc.edu today.
North Carolina Farm Bureau's scoreboard reads 21 for the Tar Heels, 0 for Duke. 6:03 to go in the second quarter. Let's take a look at the stats presented by Duncan. America runs on Duncan. Tar Heels run on Duncan. Carolina with 201 yards total, 155 passing, 46 rushing. Duke with 140 total yards, 41 through the air, 99 on the ground. Howell, 9 of 14, 155 yards and 2 touchdowns. Holmberg, also 9 of 14, but 41 yards. He also had a key fumble that was returned for a touchdown. Durant, he's been good as advertised in the backfield for Duke, 9 carries, 95 yards. Howell, the leading rusher right now for Carolina, 6 carries, 30 yards. Chandler has 18 yards on the ground. Downs with 3 catches, Chandler and Morales each with 2. Calhoun has 4 grabs for Duke, Bobo with 3. 21-0 Carolina, 6:03 to go into the second quarter. Tar Heels about to kick off to Duke.
Those of those numbers you were going over, I tell you what I really like is Carolina is leading in the sack 3-2. Turnovers, they've got 1, Duke nothing. And penalties, normally Duke a pretty penalized team. They've got 4 penalties. The Tar Heels only have 2. And, of course, Mac Brown would like to have a switch of a couple of calls and a no call on some pass interference there just a few minutes ago.
You know, Lee, it's a good point about Duke's penalties. They traditionally, under David Cutcliffe, they've been really good in that regard. They are not as good this year. They came in averaging about 7 penalties a game for nearly 70 yards. That was 12th in the league out of 14 teams and 104th in the nation. So a team that, when it was really, really good, Duke was really good at not hurting itself. That was part of the reason why they were so good. But they have struggled with penalties through 4 games thus far this year. Carolina with the 21-0 lead here. 6:03 to go and kicking off to Duke. Jonathan Kim to do so for the Tar Heels. Jogs up to it. Plows his leg right through it, and it will be a touchback.
Nice welcome just a few minutes ago to Ryan Switzer and his wife Gabby, a former cheerleader here at Jones. He was recognized as a Keenan legend. Ryan in the house today. Also great to see Bug Howard, his running mate at wide receiver during those vaunted 2015-16 teams. Also a defensive lineman from the early 90s. Dennis Tripp is here at Carolina. Probably some others that I don't know, but Mac Brown has got an open door policy to all former Tar Heel players. No matter your era, he wants to have you around and involved with the program.
If you listen to the Carolina Insider podcast, had a long sit down with Ryan Switzer yesterday. That'll air in the next week or two. I think you will enjoy that conversation with Ryan. Duke going to throw on first down. They lob it down the left sideline to Bobo and makes the grab. Chapman rides him down. And that was, they've hit, Duke's thrown so many of those quick hitters. There they had a little branch off of it as Holmberg pumped to Bobo. Chapman got a little off balance because of it. And then he threw the floater down the sideline for a gain of 21. Duke on the ground on first down and just nothing this time. Cedric Gray, Miles Murphy, a couple of the Tar Heels involved. I think Murphy was the first man to make contact, and it will be a loss of 1. So 2nd and 11. Duke at the 45-yard line. Carolina up 21-0. Duke with the football. Handoff to Duran, and he is slung to the turf by Gimmel. Another loss on the play as Gimmel knifed his way into the Duke backfield and dropped Durant right on his backside. Loss of 1 again. It's 3rd and now 12 for Duke. Blue Devils 1 of 7 on 3rd downs thus far. This off the 44-yard line. Holmberg gets the shotgun snap. Has time to throw this time. Now he runs out. Rucker will take him down. It won't officially be a sack because Holmberg was able to get a yard on the run, but had to step up in the pocket and was kind of like you see those dudes who wrestle alligators and kind of roll them down. That's what Rucker did to Holmberg as he put him on his seat.
Rucker, Hester, Jaleel Taylor, Tamon Fox, just keep rolling these guys in and all. A lot of them making sacks and putting pressure on the Duke quarterback, Jones.
Rolling out to the right, the rugby-style kick fielded by Downs at the 20, and he'll just kind of ease his way out of bounds over the 30 on the far sideline. Porter Wilson rolled way out to the right before that rugby-style boot. It got to Downs really quickly. I mean, it was not in the air very long. And so Downs, even though he didn't do much on the return as far as, making moves or doing something crazy, he just kind of glided out of bounds after returning that for almost 15 yards. So Carolina will have it at the 35-yard line to start the drive.
Yeah, good field position for this drive. We're nearing what Mac Brown likes to call is the middle 8, 4 minutes of the last, into the last second quarter, 4 minutes of the start of the third quarter. It's a key juncture that Carolina's got to dominate.
DJ Jones is the back in the game, standing to Howell's right. And, I thought he was going to get the football, but Howell looking deep. Uncorks it down the far sideline. Antoine Green can't quite get to it. Again, just a step or two too far. Lewis defending on the play. As Howell has tried that deep shot a couple of times and just hadn't quite been on the mark. He's not overthrowing it wildly, but hadn't quite been able to connect. He does have a 75-yard touchdown, but that was on a wheel route where the ball in the air maybe 15 yards. And then Chandler did the rest.
2nd and long, Jones. Let's see how Carolina recovers from that whiff on first down.
Duke brings pressure. Howell rolls away from it, jumps it to Downs. Downs steps through a tackle at the 40, down the near sideline. Downs slows up, cuts back. He's into Duke territory before he's tripped up by Lummy Young around the Blue Devil 40-yard line. Boy, the change of speed by Downs, caught it, accelerated, slowed down, accelerated again, and ends up gaining on the play 25 yards to the Blue Devil 40.
I think one of the Duke players thought Downs was out of bounds or was inevitably going to step out of bounds and eased up.
Heels on the ground, DJ Jones right side, good yards in front of him. Nice block by Jordan Tucker. Allows Jones to get to the 33 for a gain of 7. Ben Fry with the stop. 21-0 Carolina. Clock under 4 minutes to go here in Chapel Hill.
Not a sexy play there, Jones, but 7 yards on first down. Phil Longo loves to talk about how easy it is to call plays on 2nd and short.
This is 2nd and 3. Tar Heels have 2 timeouts. Duke has all 3. Duke's scheduled to get the ball to start the second half. Howell quickly pulls it, throws it, and complete. Nice job. Emery Simmons diving to the deck. Makes the catch on the sideline at the 26. And that is a first down. First catch for Simmons. And Carolina keeps possession, keeps that clock moving with the 21-0 advantage. It's still Jones, the running back for Carolina. And he will get the football. Slowly diagnosing left spine, spins once, spins twice. Now he's into the secondary and dropped down around the 15. Jalen Stinson had to come in and make the stop. What a nice move by Jones. He just waited and waited, waiting for a hole, spun away from a couple of potential tacklers, and gains 11. The sophomore out of Fayetteville played that first game against Virginia Tech, then didn't play against Georgia State and Virginia. Came back last week with limited action, 2 carries, 2 receptions. But he's run well here on this drive, and he gets it again. Tries to beat Duke to the corner right side and is pushed out of bounds. Inside the 15, close to the 10. It'll be a gain of 4 for DJ Jones at the 11. Clock will stop momentarily with him going out of bounds, but now it will roll again, and it goes under 2 minutes at 1:52 and counting. Carolina up 21-0 late.
They would like to take all of these 2 minutes to make this score and not give Duke the opportunity to score again.
Absolutely.
To score its first.
Play clock at 15, so they have plenty of time, but they do snap it. Howe, play action. Now he looks out to the left. He's got to throw it away, and boy, well, he didn't throw it away. He ended up trying to hit DJ Jones around the 5-yard line, and it was incomplete. He was being chased by Dwayne Carter. And with that incompletion, Lee, to your point a moment ago, that now stops the clock at 1:33. So Carolina snapped it with 15 seconds still left on the play clock and then throws an incompletion to stop the clock. And it is 3rd and 6. Carolina can get a first down at the 5 without the touchdown. Currently leading 21-0. 3 receivers to the left. That's the open side of the field as the Heels go left to right. 1 receiver, Simmons, to the right. Howell looking to the left on the shotgun. Goes to the end zone. Downs back corner. Cannot hold on. Had it cradled for a moment, but Stinson able to get his arm in there and knock it away. And Carolina's going to send out the field goal unit. Lee, they showed the replay. Everybody groaned. Is that one that Downs should have caught? I was looking down.
It was close to it, yeah. I assure you Lonnie Galloway will tell him he should have come down with that one, but it was a close play. Good defense by Duke.
Short field goal. This is a 28-yarder off the right hash. Snap back, spot down, kick is up, and it's right through there for Grayson Atkins. So Atkins, who had missed 3 of his last 4 kicks, does send that one through for 3 to make it 24-0 with 1:24 to go in the second quarter.
Well, Jones, if you want to talk about a gut check, so far the Tar Heels have passed with flying colors, coming off a lot of negativity coming out of Atlanta last week, a lot of sullen mindsets, a lot of unhappiness, a lot of picking and carping in the Tar Heel nation. But Tar Heels have come about. They have done their business. They played well on both sides of the ball and in the kicking game. And 24-0, in the end of the second quarter, just keep the momentum up here, not let Duke pop a big one and stone them the first drive of the third quarter, and the Tar Heels will be right where they want to be.
9 plays, 54 yards, 2:44 off the clock before the field goal by Atkins. To your point, Lee, it's a big defensive spot here. Certainly Carolina's up 24-0, but 1:24 to go. Duke has all 3 timeouts. Blue Devils going to get the ball to start the second half. So a key moment here, even with Carolina with the multiple score lead. A big spot here for its defense, and it will be a touchback. So Duke at the 25-yard line to start off the drive.
You don't want to give Duke anything, any bright spots, any glimmer of sunlight or hope going into halftime. Right now they don't have any, so Carolina needs to batten the hatch down here at the end of the first half, 1:24 to play.
So again, Duke with all 3 of its timeouts. Carolina has 2. Duke will start at the 25 after the touchback. Durant, the running back, standing to the left of Holmberg with 4 receivers in the formation. Holmberg, a design quarterback run, nowhere to go, so he wraps around the right side and sits down. Miles Murphy, his helmet came off during the play, so he's going to have to take it off or take himself off the field.
Duke.
As Duke takes a timeout. Murphy will have to sit out, though, with his helmet coming off that one play. We talked about this a couple games ago. He did the right thing and stopped competing. You can actually get a unsportsmanlike conduct foul if you keep playing without the helmet. So Murphy eased up once it popped off. That timeout by Duke stops the clock at 1:19. And the Blue Devils will have it 2nd and 5 after the run by Holmberg got him out to the 30-yard line.
Coming in for Miles Murphy is number 5, big number 5, Javari Ritzie-Jones. One of the bright spots in Atlanta last week. Mac Brown talked about how everybody was down on the defense. He said, well, there's some bright spots here. Not everybody played poorly, and Javari Ritzie was all over the field.
You know, Ritzie played the fourth most snaps behind Vahasek, Murphy, and Rucker. And Rucker's kind of DN or linebacker, so depending on how you want to classify him. But if you classify him as a lineman, Ritzie played the 4th most snaps for a defensive lineman in that game. 2nd and 5, another run, and there's Rucker. We were just talking about him as he chases down Holmberg and drags him down from behind, no gain. And another timeout called, this time by the Tar Heels, as this is a third down coming up for Duke.
North Carolina.
And so Carolina hoping that it can get a third down stop and maybe get the ball back with a 24-0 lead.
Game clock operator, let's put 1:11 on the game clock. Thank you.
Riley Johnson's just out there shooting from the hip. Let's put maybe 1:11 on the clock, big fella. So instead of 1:09, it'll be 1:11. Dave is manning the scoreboard. He'll give you the full check down of it at halftime. But Dave, I know there are a couple other ACC games here early today. Louisville at Wake, most notably. What's going on?
Yeah, Wake Forest and Louisville tied at 10 currently early on in the second quarter in Winston-Salem. And how about this? Georgia Tech, fresh off its win last week over Carolina, slow to get out of the gates today in Atlanta. Pittsburgh 35, Georgia Tech 14. Still about 6 minutes to play in the first half.
Well, isn't that a frustrating story that you've seen before? Football, basketball, doesn't matter. A team plays well against Carolina, and then the next week can't back it up. Certainly a long way to go in that game, but we'll see how that rest of that one plays out. All right, 3rd and 5 from the 30-yard line. Carolina up 24-0. Duke with the football. 3 receivers to the left side, 1 tight end on the right side. Durant standing to the right of Holmberg, who's going to keep it on the ground, and Murphy catches Durant. Nothing doing. Boy, Miles Murphy has shown up in a big way today on that defensive front. Carolina takes another timeout. And so the Tar Heels are going to get the ball back with 1:05 to go. They'll be out of timeouts, but looking to add to a 24-0 advantage.
Mac Brown wanted a complete game from all 3 phases, Jones, and he's certainly gotten that so far today. The defense, just with an outstanding series there. The offense to put up 24 points.
Change. Number 11 is now number 45.
So
North Carolina's number 11 is now 45.
Yeah, 11's 45. Lee, so since Duke fumbled the ball, their 4 possessions since that moment, 3 and out, 4 plays and a punt, 4 plays and a punt, and now a 3 and out, assuming that there's no fake here or something crazy. Now, Carolina defense has really done a nice job pitching a shutout with 1:06 to go in the first half, up 24-0.
255 yards total offense for the Tar Heels, 166 for Duke. And again, those penalties, Duke has doubled up Carolina in penalties. And Carolina with its yards per completion, 17-6 in the passing game.
Punt is away. Downs going to have to, he's going to leave it alone. Now he picks it up on a hop. He's inside the 15 and just not much space for Downs. A dangerous play there. It initially looked like Downs was going to try and make a catch over the shoulder. Then let it go. Looked like he was going to vacate the area. Then he decided to pick it up on the bounce. And Tar Heels don't have great position here. They'll start on the 17-yard line, so a 52-yard net for Duke on that punt. 55 yards on the kick itself, and then a 3-yard return. So just 55 seconds left, and we'll see if Carolina still wants to be aggressive here deep in its own territory with the 24-0 lead. Duke is scheduled to get the ball to start the second half, so we'll see how aggressive the Heels want to be. Howell wanted to throw the screen, and Duke defended it well, so he's just going to have to spike it into the ground. Now remember, now you're doing this dance where Duke has 2 timeouts left and 51 seconds to go.
Yeah, you totally waste it down and take no time off the clock at all. That's not what the Tar Heels wanted to do.
I do wonder, Lee, with that quality punt, if Carolina just tries to stay conservative here. But even now, if you run it twice, Duke can take 2 timeouts and make you punt. 24-0, and Hal's not running. He's throwing, or at least he looks like he is. Now he'll throw. Boy, almost an interception as he came to the near sideline. Jeremiah Lewis was in the area as Hal threw across his body trying to get it to Simmons. And it was not a good throw. Fortunate for the Heels to just have an incompletion, but still 45 seconds on the clock, as that's now 4 straight incompletions for Hal. When he threw back-to-back incompletions to end the last drive before the field goal. It's the first time that had happened all game. And he's going to throw again. Now Hal steps out of the pocket. He's coming to the near sideline, and he's going to be knocked out at the 25. That is short of the first down.
2 yards short, Jones.
And it stops the clock. Jamark Woods with the hit and with the run. That means Carolina goes 3 and out. Duke did not have to take a timeout. And so the Blue Devils will still have 2 timeouts and 39 seconds to go. That stops also 2 straight possessions Carolina had scored. A touchdown and a field goal. And 3 of their last 4 they had put points on the board, but not that time. Kiernan rolls out to the right. Low rugby-style kick. Fielded at the 30. It's going to be key for Conley to make the tackle. He can't do it on Boylan as he gets to the far sideline. And Boylan all the way to the 50, and now here comes a flag as well. If that's a late hit, Duke's going to be at about the 35-yard line if that's what the flag is for. Man, this last minute has not gone according to plan.
Boy, that was a low punt by Ben Kiernan. It went in the opposite direction where the Tar Heels were set up to defend it. It went across the grain, went to the middle of the field, and by the time the Duke return guy
Personal
caught
foul, late hit out of bounds by the kicking team. 15-yard penalty will be added to the end of the run, and automatic first down.
And there was nobody there to defend him.
Yeah, it was Cameron Roseman Sinclair who picks up the personal foul. And that's going to put Duke at the 34-yard line of the Tar Heels. So Carolina used its timeouts to get the ball back, then barely took any time off the clock on the ensuing possession. And now Duke's going to get great field position with 2 timeouts and 28 seconds to go.
That's their best field position in the entire half. The best they've started any time, Jones, has been their own 25.
So just 9 yards of field position gain for Carolina after the penalty. Duke the throw. Holmberg is dropped. Holy cow. The whole line just collapsed onto him. Tamon Fox, Miles Murphy, Kamen Rucker, some of the starring players on that one. I believe Fox was in the lead.
Nice answer by that Tar Heel defensive front.
It is going to go to Fox for the sack, and now Duke takes a timeout. That moves the ball back to the 40. There's 17 seconds left, as it'll be 2nd and 16. So for Fox, that sack going to be credited to Tamon alone, and that is now 23 career sacks for Tamon Fox. He needs 1 more to tie Marcus Jones and Quentin Copels for 3rd place all time on the Carolina list. Greg Ellis leads that charge with 32 in his career. Julius Peppers is 2nd with 30.5. Then Jones and Copels at 24. And Fox currently in 5th place with 23. He's also top 10 all time in tackles for loss in his Carolina career.
Nice job for the Tar Heels overall with precise tackling, Jones. We hadn't seen a lot of busted tackles. We hadn't seen a lot of guys run free, with the exception of Durant early in the game and on a couple other plays.
They have added time to the clock, put it to 24 seconds after that sack. Duke has 1 timeout still to go. 2nd and long, 2nd and 16, and Holmberg to throw. Pressure coming again. Holmberg just throws it up for grabs, and he's lucky that it falls incomplete. Tamon Fox again applying the pressure.
had the glasses on, Tamon Fox there, Jones, and boy, he just bull rushed from the outside edge, beat the Duke offensive tackle to the inside, whipped him aside, and had a clear shot at the quarterback. And fortunately for Holmberg, he was able to see him coming and was able to get away and not get tackled.
So 3rd and 16 now for Duke on the 40-yard line. 19 seconds to go. As Holmberg, going to be a design quarterback draw, steps out of a tackle from Murphy, but Murphy wouldn't give up. And he hit him from behind as Grimes comes up from the front. And they combine on the stop at the 38-yard line. A gain of 2, and that will be the final play. Well, Duke will take a timeout with 1 second left. So it is
timeout
4th down.
With 1 second left in the half.
This
is Duke's 3rd and final timeout.
4th down for Duke. Can't imagine they're calling a timeout to punt. So you either try a 55-yard field goal or you just heave it to the end zone for a Hail Mary. If it is a field goal, Charlie Ham has kicked a 50-yarder this year against Northwestern. He's tried 2 from 50-plus, made that one and missed one. And he is going to come out and try for the very long field goal on what, barring something crazy, a penalty, would be the last play of the half. It'll be 56 yards officially here for Ham off the right hash. Carolina does have a man back deep, Morrison, just in case he can field it and try a run back. Ham's kick is away. That's going to be way short. Morrison fields it in the end zone, and he does have a chance to return. Morrison at the 20, spins by a tackle there, trying to get to the far sideline, steps through another tackle, and eventually is dropped down. So some excitement at the end of the half as both teams played cat and mouse with the clock over the last 90 seconds or so. But nobody ends up scratching on the scoreboard. It'll be Carolina 24, Duke 0, heading to the halftime locker room. Carolina up 24-0 through a half in Chapel Hill from Learfield.
I'm pretty sure our new house might be haunted.
What makes you say that?
The furniture is levitating. Oh, and the ghost.
Welcome home.
Yeah, that's spooky.
You know what's really scary? Missing out on Geico for help with homeowners and renters insurance. Geico makes it easy to save a bunch.
Great. You're not sticking around, right?
The party's just getting started.
Happy Geico-ing. Call today and see how easy homeowners and renters insurance can be.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, passenger Pilot or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continuing to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
WCAB.
This copyrighted broadcast is an exclusive presentation of Learfield under the broadcast rights granted by the University of North Carolina. Reuse of this presentation is prohibited without the expressed written consent of the University of North Carolina and Learfield.
Time in Chapel Hill, Carolina's jumped on Duke early, leading 24-0. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Kenan Stadium. We've got stats and highlights coming up in a moment, but right now, let's get you up to speed on the North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard. Helping you is what they do best. Carolina 24, Duke nothing. It seems like the Tar Heels have bounced back well after falling last week in Atlanta. The same cannot be said for the Georgia Tech Yellow Jackets, who are still in Atlanta and struggling. Down 42-14 to Pittsburgh. The Panthers have hung a 42 spot up, and there's still 2 minutes left to play before intermission. Meanwhile, down the road in Winston-Salem, Louisville with the ball on a 17-10 advantage midway through the second quarter on the 24th-ranked Deacs, unbeaten as we get close to the midway point of the 2021 season. Other ACC action coming up this afternoon, Syracuse and Florida State at 3:30. The Noles looking for their first win of the season. Louisiana Tech and North Carolina State in a non-conference matchup. That's a 6 o'clock kick in Raleigh. And Boston College battling number 25 Clemson at 7:30 this evening. To the top 25, former Carolina offensive line coach Sam Pittman has his Arkansas Razorbacks ranked inside the top 10, but it doesn't seem to matter today between the hedges as number 2 Georgia out in front of the Hogs 24-0 late in the second quarter. Michigan 13, Wisconsin 3. That matchup also nearing halftime. Our score at the break has the Tar Heels leading the Duke Blue Devils in the 108th meeting between these two programs. 24-0 Carolina. We're back with stats and highlights after this from Learfield.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
WCAB.
24-0 as we're here at the half. It's brought to you by the Wells Fargo halftime show as the Heels up 3 scores early on the Blue Devils. Let's get a look at stats brought to you by Duncan here in the first half. After we get those first half highlights as Carolina took the early 7-0 advantage with just 7 seconds remaining in the first quarter. This play culminated a 3-play 78-yard drive that took just shy of 90 seconds off the clock.
3rd and 7. Heels 1 of 3 on 3rd downs thus far. Duke shows pressure. Powell, clean pocket. Oh, man, wide open down the sideline. Caught at the 45 and off to the races as Chandler steps through a tackle. Goodbye. Ty Chandler on the wheel route wheels his way into the end zone for 6.
7-0 Carolina with 7 seconds to play in the first quarter. We'd go to the second, and the Tar Heels getting a big play from its defensive unit.
3rd and 8 off the 40-yard line. Holmberg will throw. Pressure there. He's hit as he throws. The ball's loose and scooped up. Morrison is heading down the field. He's going to take it to the house. Trey Morrison picks up the loose ball and heads to the end zone. Hester.
The rolling on the field was a fumble recovered by North Carolina and advanced for a touchdown.
The play was reviewed and confirmed. 63 yards on the fumble return by Morrison. It is 14-0 Carolina now with 13:25 to play before halftime. Duke's offensive woes would continue in the second quarter. The Blue Devils would punt on their ensuing drive after a 3-and-out. The Tar Heels, meanwhile, would get it back and go up 21-0 after Sam Howell navigated his team down the field in 7 plays and 67 yards. And finding one of his new favorite targets, tight end Kamari Morales.
So 1st and goal now at the 2-yard line. Howell in the shotgun. He has Chandler to his right, a tight end Morales on the left side, and Walston on the right side. Downs comes in motion, now reverses track. Howell, play action, dumps it off to Morales at the 1, cuts back, and finds the end zone. Kamari Morales for 6.
At that point, 6:03 left to play in the half. 21-0 Tar Heels. Carolina tack on a late field goal. Atkins connects on a 28-yarder, capping a 9-play, 54-yard drive with 1:24 left to play in the first half. 24-0 Carolina. Duke misses a 56-yard field goal at the end of the half. And our score at intermission, Carolina 24, Duke nothing. We'll get you those Duncan stats in just a moment from Learfield.
She gets her soccer skills from her mom, her sense of humor from her dad, and her drugs from her home medicine cabinet. Over half of misused medication comes from family and friends. Talk to your children about the dangers of prescription drug misuse. Secure your medication, take regular inventory to ensure nothing is missing, and properly dispose of expired or unused medication. Be aware. Don't share. Lock your meds.
Since 2004, the Carolina Covenant has supported more than 10,000 scholars, providing an opportunity to graduate debt-free through scholarships, work study, and grants. No loans. Covenant scholars first earn their place at UNC, only after they are admitted as their financial need assessed. And that's where donors like you can make an impact, transforming lives and building a stronger Carolina. Support scholarships at Carolina by visiting campaign.unc.edu today.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates. We know that due to COVID, many people don't want to come in the office. If you need to discuss your insurance needs or just make a payment, you can come through the drive-thru, telephone us, or drop in. We want to see you, but it doesn't have to be across from a desk. Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City.
The Wells Fargo halftime show continues. Carolina 24, Duke nothing. Let's get you those stats brought to you by Duncan. It's always game on with Duncan, which is why grabbing a coffee is the most important game day ritual. Again, the Tar Heels up on the Blue Devils 24-0 in the running attack, and this is a big one. Carolina 187 yards. I beg your pardon, through the air. Carolina 187 to 62. Leading Duke. Duke on the ground has 100 yards carved out. Carolina just 76 so far. Total offense 263 for the Tar Heels, 162 for the Blue Devils. Carolina forcing that turnover that Morrison recovered the fumble, returned 63 yards for a TD. Time of possession relatively even. Duke 15-45, Carolina 14-15. Neither team exceptionally good on third down. The Tar Heels 3 of 8. The Blue Devils just 1 of 10. Duke converted its only fourth down opportunity. Carolina has not attempted to convert on a fourth down. The Heels 2 of 2 inside the red zone. Sam Howell leading the way on the ground for the Tar Heels. 7 carries for 38 yards. DJ Jones has 4 for 20. Ty Chandler, 4 for 18. Chandler's big contribution in today's game, a 75-yard touchdown reception early on that's helped Carolina to this 24-0 halftime advantage. Josh Downs, your leading receiver for Carolina, 4 catches, 53 yards. Chandler has 2 catches for 87 yards. Morales 2 for 7, including a score. Walston with 1 for 26. Sam Howell's numbers, 11 completions and 21 attempts, 187 yards, 2 touchdowns. He's been sacked twice. Meanwhile, for Duke, Mateo Durant, one of the best running backs in the ACC, 12 carries, 94 yards, and a long run of 37. Jordan Waters has 2 carries for 10 yards. Holmberg, 9 carries for -4. He's been under pressure a time or two through the first 30 minutes of today's game. Through the air, Holmberg 10 of 16 passing for 62 yards, but he's been sacked 4 times. His leading receiver, Jake Bobo, no surprise there, 4 catches for 29 yards. Bobo's had back-to-back 100-yard games for Duke. Jalon Calhoun also has 4 catches, but for just 12 yards. No other Duke receiver has more than 1 catch. So, at the break, Carolina leading Duke 24-0. Those are your stats provided by Dunkin'. Hey, grabbing coffee is the most important game day ritual. That's why it's always game on with Dunkin'. Take our final break here of the half and send things back over to Jones. Brian Simmons to join us to begin the second half as well. This has been the Wells Fargo Halftime Show, brought to you by Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. The Tar Heels lead the Blue Devils 24-0 from Learfield.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
On the inside, a Honda is comfortable, technologically advanced, and loaded with next-gen features. But on the outside, a Honda is fuel-efficient, powerful, and stylish. Like the versatile HR-V, the 8-passenger Pilot, or a turbocharged Civic. No matter what kind of car you need, Honda has it. Because inside and outside, a Honda is the total package. Hurry, they're selling fast. Now at your Honda dealer of the Carolinas.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Two offensive touchdowns, a defensive touchdown, and one of those all-state good hands field goals for the Tar Heels in the first half. That field goal is presented by Allstate, which will contribute to the Tar Heel General Scholarship Fund for every field goal this year. Thank you, Allstate. All adds up to a 24-0 Carolina advantage at the break. Duke will get the football to start the second half. Jones Angel now joined by Brian Simmons. Lee is headed down to his normal sideline post, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. Brian fighting through some travel challenges to get with us here for the second half. And Brian, Carolina's defense has really dominated this game. Carolina a little bit slow offensively to get things started. They did have the long play to Chandler. That helped, but, man, that defense pitching a shutout in the first half.
Yeah, and I know in the pregame you guys talked about the last week game in terms of Carolina struggling with pressure and turnovers, and then they were able to flip the script this week. And if you're winning those two things, if you're getting sacks and you're creating turnovers, that usually means you're winning the battle up front, and Carolina's doing that. I know early on they gave up some explosive runs, but since then it's kind of settled in, and up front they're winning that battle.
Yeah, 4 sacks in the first half for Carolina. Miles Murphy with 1, Kevin Hester, and then each of the Fox brothers, Tamari and Taman, each picking 1 up. And to speak about the improvement against the run, Mateo Durant had 88 yards on his first 7 runs. He had 6 total yards on his last 5 carries. So Carolina doing a good job there. Holmberg has tried to run some as well from the quarterback position. Carolina has done a pretty good job bottling him up in that regard too. So let's get to our trusted choice of the game, brought to you by the Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina, who want you to stay safe behind the wheel. Put down your phone while driving, and let's have a hands-free NC. To learn more, find an agent near you. Visit trustedchoice.com/GoHeels. Brian, I think, honestly, the number one thing the Heels need to trust in the second half is what we just talked about, and that continued quality play up front defensively. But I want to go to something else we talked about earlier, and that's Carolina's patience offensively. Mac Brown had said, look, this year's offense has to understand it's not last year's offense. And when things don't go great, don't press it, because when you press, that's when mistakes occur. Carolina has not been perfect offensively, but has kind of let it come to them. Started to have some more success later in the half. Be interested to see if they can grow off of that in half number 2.
And as a player, especially offense, there's 2 things that you have to realize. One, that is never going to be perfect. And secondly, every play is not going to be a touchdown. Be patient. Trust your guys. Complete the 5 and 6 yards passes. Allow those guys to make plays on their own. And then in the run game, sometimes a 3 or 4 yard run is a great run. And just be patient, keep your head down. And once you start getting those 3 and 4 and 5 yard plays, they start adding up, and then the big plays come off of those.
Yeah, DJ Jones with a couple of nice runs on the touchdown drive late in the half. Sam Howell had a long run on that drive as well for Carolina as the Tar Heels started to have some more success on the ground. A little bit of cloud cover. If you've ever sat in the north stands here at Kenan Stadium, nobody's complaining about that, but a little bit of clouds cooling things off a bit here in Kenan as we prepare for half number 2. Jonathan Kim will be kicking off to Duke. The Blue Devils returning this one from left to right on the near sideline, or the near hash, I should say, is Jalen Stinson. And on the far hash is Jaquez Moore for Duke. Kim jogs up to it, boots it away, low hooking kick, skips at the 5, picked up by Stinson in the end zone. So he'll have a chance at the return, gets to the sideline near side, and is ushered out of bounds there by Don Chapman at the 20. And Lee Pace, he's versatile. He's gone from being up here in the booth with us in the first half to his normal spot as our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter here in half number 2. Lee, what's going on down there?
Yeah, that cloud cover is really nice, Jones. It's 81 degrees here on the field, and conditioning is going to be an issue here the second half. We'll keep an eye on this offensive line and the defensive line and see how those guys rotating in and out have been able to get a blow during this hot afternoon. And right now, you're right, the sun is ducked behind the clouds, so it's a nice respite.
A pass and catch by Duke into the open field is Calhoun. Cuts back at the 40. Calhoun may go. He's at the 15, the 10. McMichael finally catches up, but Calhoun able to carry him into the end zone for the touchdown on the first play of the second half. Duke blows up for 80 yards, and the Blue Devils right back in it. One play in. Calhoun was in the slot left side, just caught one angling towards the center of the field, and then was able to weave through traffic. McMichael finally caught him at about the 5-yard line, but couldn't take him down before he got to the end zone.
And just a quick slant. Trey Morrison has to be there, but he had his eyes in the backfield and started reading his keys, which was the number 2 receiver, and he was supposed to be underneath that, and then we just got to make the tackle.
So just 20 seconds into the second half as the field, or the extra point I should say, is up and good. So Carolina's still up 24-7, but gets punched right in the mouth to start the second half. 80 yards, Holmberg to Calhoun. And that is the longest pass play of the year for Duke. It is the longest play allowed in total for Carolina's defense. And it is the first time since the last game of the regular season last year when Carolina's given up a 75-yard-plus touchdown. De'Aaron King had a touchdown pass of 76 yards against the Tar Heels in that game that Carolina dominated. So one play, 80 yards, and just 20 seconds off the clock.
Yeah, and those are the kind of plays that drive coaches crazy, because those are plays that if you give up, you tackle the catch, and it's a 5 or 6 yard game, and you allow that play to go 80-plus yards for a score. As a defensive player, as a coordinator, those are the plays that you absolutely can't give up. You got to get that guy on the ground and play another snap.
Brian, we might have to send you down to the sideline, get Lee back up here in the booth, as slipping and falling on the kickoff makes it be a squib kick, not on purpose, for Duke. As Carolina picks it up, it was Walston who picked up the little squib around the 20 and advanced it out over the 30. So the kickoff man, Charlie Ham, just planted to kick off and slipped and fell. And that'll allow Carolina pretty good field position at the 33 on its first possession of the half. Well, a crazy start here. And we've only played 24 seconds in half number 2. So still 24-7, Carolina with the multi-score lead, but Duke with some confidence coming out of the locker room for sure. Heels will keep it on the ground to Chandler. Bust through the line, caught it to 35, carries his tackler out to the 40. The Blue Devil that was going for a ride on the play was Daquan Johnson.
17, Daquan Johnson.
It is a gain of 7. And it's 2nd and 3. Heels keep it on the ground. Chandler, boy, he was hit short of the first down by Ben Fry, but just kept his legs churning, and he's going to earn the first. That was all on Ty Chandler, as he ends up gaining 4 on a play that looked like it was going to be a gain of either 0 or 1. But he powered ahead for the first down.
And that's just good, tough running, the kind of running we've gotten used to seeing from the Carolina running backs. Ty Chandler has become more of a power runner than what he was known for before he got here.
Heels on the ground again. Chandler waits in the backfield, and this time doesn't have much opportunity. Shaka Hayward, the leading tackler for Duke, comes up from his linebacker spot and stops it for no gain. So the Heels run on the first 3 plays of the second half. They have a first down, but now they're looking at 2nd and 10. Up 24-7 after Duke goes 80 yards on the first play of the second half, after the Heels pitched the shutout in half number 1.
And look for some play action pass off that same run. There it go, right there.
Hal does play action, sets up deep in the pocket. Now he's going to come out of the pocket, weaving through traffic, has positive yards, crosses the 50, and eventually is down to the 48. Boy, that was an impressive run by Hal of 8 yards. As the officials, well, they blew things dead for a second. I don't know if somebody was shaken up. Oh, a helmet came off. Ben Fry, that's what it is. Ben Fry's helmet pops off. Q Johnson, who had been at center, comes out, and Brian Anderson comes in. This will be a 3rd down. A gain of 8 on the scramble.
And on that last play, Jones, if Sam just sits in the pocket, the protection was clean. If he just sits in the pocket, he has Josh Downs coming open on the deep over.
Johnson's helmet came off too, Brian, so a player for each team loses their helmet. 3rd and 2. Hal play action and overshoots Walston as Hal tried to roll out to the right, but he had heavy pressure from Dorian Mausi. And let's see, the Heels do appear to be sending out the punting unit. Even with the ball on the Duke side of the 50 and a 4th and short coming up, they will, it appears, kick it away. Though not the start that Carolina wanted, giving up the explosive play to start the half for the touchdown, and then having to punt it away after just 5 plays and 1 first down. Kiernan, good boot, is going to hit inside the 5 but skip into the end zone, so it will be a touchback. For Kiernan, just the 2nd touchback he has accrued this year. So Duke's going to start at the 20 with some momentum here in the 3rd quarter. 12:19 to go in the 3rd quarter. Carolina's still up, but Duke has the better of it through the first nearly 3 minutes of the second half. 24-7 the score from Learfield.
the perfect tailgate. All you need are your friends and the 2021 Ford F-150 with the available Pro Power onboard. It's like a mobile generator to power your tailgate all game long. It's this tradition of toughness and innovation that's made Ford F-Series America's best-selling truck 44 years straight and counting. Make your game day traditions bigger and better season after season. Check out the 2021 Ford F-150 at your Carolina Ford dealer. Based on 1977 through 2020 calendar year total sales.
This is Tar Heel football.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Now forcing Carolina to punt. We need to break 10 seconds. Station ID. 12:19 to go, third quarter in Chapel Hill on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you're listening to Tar Heel Football on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB, Rutherfordton.
A reminder that LS Tractor is proud to sponsor the Tar Heel rushing attack this season. LS Tractor commends the powerhouses and workhorses that clear the path and fight for every hard-earned rushing yard. And just like Carolina's rushing attack, LS Tractor are proud to get your ground game going by offering landowners unparalleled strength, horsepower, and traction with their quality-built and reliable tractors. Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less by visiting lstractorusa.com. So far in the game, 100 yards even for Duke on the ground. Carolina with 95. So it's been a pretty even rushing attack thus far through 2 quarters and a couple of minutes of the second half. 24-7. Carolina with the lead, but Duke has come out of the second half playing well, and a new quarterback in the game, Jordan Moore. He is an athletic runner, and he will run on his first snap, and he's caught by Conley as he wraps around the left side of the line. And it'll be a gain of maybe 5 for Moore, and he'll come right back out of the game. So he gains 5 to the 25, the freshman out of Sykesville, Maryland. Holmberg right back in there. 2nd and 5 for Duke. Holmberg is going to roll out and throw. Rolls out to the left, still holding the football, finds Bobo. First down as he's shoved out of bounds on the far sideline by Morrison, but Bobo crosses the 35. Gain of 11 on the play. So the Duke offense has come out after Carolina's defense shut them down for a large majority of that first half, and certainly shut them down as far as the scoreboard is concerned. And Duke has come out and played very well offensively here in half number 2 as the throw is tipped and intercepted. Cameron Kelly with the pick. He tipped it away from the intended receiver, Jarrett Gardner. Kelly came from behind, popped it in the air, and then intercepted it himself. What a nice play by the junior out of Chesapeake, Virginia.
Yes, it is. That's just good safety play. Duke went to some of those stacks we talked about in the past where they bunched the receivers up. And if you're a safety, you understand usually out of those formations, you're only going to get one vertical route. Cam Kelly was all on it, and great break.
That is first career interception for Cameron Kelly. And he gives Carolina the ball at the Duke 45. 1st and 10. Howell in the shotgun. He has DJ Jones in there. He'll pull it away from Jones. Look down the field. Now dump it off Downs, and he drops it. All right, we hadn't said that
maybe at all this year, that Downs dropped it, but he had it in his hands at the 40 and just couldn't squeeze it. There was a Duke defender there to make contact with him right after the ball hit his hands. And it's 2nd and 10. That's 6 straight incompletions now for Howe, who in total is just 11 of 23, so less than 50%. 187 yards, 2 touchdowns. Clock stops on the incompletion, 11-11 to go third quarter. Heels going right to left, and they'll keep it on the ground. Jones trying to stretch it to the near side, and he's swallowed up. Ben Fry, the first Duke player there, loss of 2. And Carolina trying to take advantage of that good play by Kelly, but looking at a 3rd and 12 now. Neither team has been very good on 3rd down. Carolina 3 of 9. Duke is 1 of 10. 3 receivers to the open side of the field. That's the right. Howell claps his hands, but will ease up and look to the sideline. Has Justin Olson as the lone receiver to the left. Downs, Walston, and Chaufrey Brown are the 3 receivers to the right. Play clock at 5. Heels looking at a 3rd and 12 or 13. Howell trying to step through a sack and can't do it. Aeneas Peoples ended up in the backfield, and he drilled Howell, who kept on his feet, tried to step away, but Peoples dragged him down. And that's way back on the Tar Heel side of things at the 43. That's a loss of 10, and Carolina has to punt it right back away after getting the nice play by Kelly, can do nothing with it.
Yeah, Carolina tried to throw the running back screen to the left side of the formation, but Duke did a very good job of taking that away, so Sam had no other option but to hold the football.
Boylan fields it with a bunch of Tar Heels there. A flag comes in too, and Boylan's eventually spun down after just dancing around for a bit at around the 21 or 22, but let's see on the penalty. Riley Johnson, the referee today.
During the return, holding by the return team number 38. 10-yard penalty, first out.
It's going to take us to a full timeout as the ball will be moved to the 11-yard line after the penalty. So that's where Duke will take over. 12 punts in this game between these two teams. 9:44 to go, third quarter. Heels up 24-7 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
Texting while driving takes your eyes off the road for an average of 5 seconds. That's like driving the length of a football field with your eyes closed. Research shows you are 3 times more likely to get into an accident when distracted by a cell phone. I'm joining Trusted Choice independent insurance agents to urge you and your families to put down your phone. Every day in the U.S., more than 9 people are killed and 1,000 injured in crashes involving a distracted driver. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice independent insurance agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/GoHeels.
9:44 to go in the third quarter. Duke's going to have the football. Tar Heels have the lead, 24-7. Duke starting deep in its own territory after the holding penalty on the punt return. So they'll start back on their own 11-yard line. Game sponsor today, our friends at Wells Fargo, longtime sponsor, an official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. Jones and Bryan here with you. You've heard from Dave Nathan. Lee Pace, our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter. And speaking of that, Pinehurst Resort's the first anchor site of the U.S. Open. History made in Pinehurst, one moment at a time. Ben Alexander, our chief network engineer. John Essick back in the studio. Jody Zoigner, our spotter and statistician. Let's go down to that sideline and Lee Pace. Lee.
Well, the officials are going to have to rotate around. One of them went into the locker room. I don't know if there's a heat issue or he got dinged or nicked up, but we'll see where the officials and where they go into their new positions. So they're playing one referee down right now.
Normally there are 8 officials on the field. As Carolina ready to defend, gave up the one huge play, the 80-yard touchdown. The first play of the second half. Other than that, the Tar Heel defense has played pretty well. But Carolina's offense has been inconsistent at best. Heels do lead it 24-17. It's going to be a run on first down. And pushing the pile over the left side is Durant. Kevin Hester, first Tar Heel to make contact in there. We've called Lee talked about this a lot in the first half, as that's a gain of 5. We have talked a lot about a lot of different names on that D-line. Hester, and Ritzie, and Murphy, and Bahasic, and the Fox brothers. A lot of different guys have been in the mix for Carolina as Durant will get the handoff and stop short of the first down. Tony Grimes with the stop for Carolina at the 20, but it is a gain of 4, and it brings up 3rd and 1. Grimes and McMichael, the two corners right now for Carolina. We have seen some rotation there. Holmberg in the pistol, turns and hands to Durant, and he has the first down. Just plodding forward. Cameron Kelly came up from his safety spot to make contact, but only needed 1, got 4, and Duke now 2 of 11 on 3rd down.
And you talk about 3rd down conversions. If you can get in those 3rd and shorts, it obviously helps your cause, but you try to stay away from those 3rd and longs, it becomes very difficult.
Holmberg rolling to the near side and completes it to the 35. Going out of bounds is Calhoun. He's the man who had that 80-yard touchdown earlier in the half, so that's a gain of 11 as Duke continues to play fast and play well offensively this half. Durant is over 100 yards, by the way, rushing, 8th time in his career, including 2nd time against the Tar Heels. He had 132 yards last year. He's at 107 right now. Empty set for Holmberg. Quick pass to his tight end, Marweedy. And he'll just drag a Tar Heel or 2 forward. First down. Got out to the 47-yard line. Eugene Asante with the stop. So Carolina up 24-7, but Duke with the momentum this half. Clock at 7:46 and counting in the 3rd quarter. Heels led 24-0 at the half. Duke scored a quick touchdown. And then Carolina has had the ball twice. Had to punt after running just 8 total plays. Play clock down to 10. Holmberg clapped his hands a few times, but eased up and looked to the sideline. He's going to throw. Bahasic trying to get to him. Holmberg lobs it down the sideline and incomplete. And here comes a flag. McMichael is going to be called for a pass interference, it appears, as he was trying to defend Gardner, and where Carolina, again, very frustrated.
Pass interference, defense,
was
number
the
1.
lack of a call on a very
penalty.
similar play against Duke in the first half. That has stuck in the Tar Heels' craw a couple of times, and that ball underthrown a bit actually helped Duke get the pass interference because Gardner came back to it and ran into McMichael, who was trying to recover.
Yeah, and that is the right call. McMichael, he panicked, and you have to just stay patient. Find the football. He never turned to look to try to find the football, and then he would have had an opportunity to make a play on the ball.
Going to be a throw. Holmberg rushes out of the pocket with pressure coming and completes short to Bobo on the left side. Ends up getting 5 yards from the 38 where the ball was spotted after the penalty to the 33. So Duke continues to move the ball well. That penalty on Carolina was its 4th. 39 yards lost to penalty for Carolina. 7th play of the drive coming up for Duke. Clock at 6:51. Heels leading 24-7. But Duke has moved relatively deep into Tar Heel territory. They'll run it with Waters, the second tailback, and Cameron Kelly comes up from his safety spot to make the hit for a gain of 2. And it brings up a third down from the 31-yard line. This will be a 3rd and 3. Duke needs the 28 for the first down.
That's a good job by Cameron Kelly, filling the alley, making those tackles. That looks like a simple play, but for safeties, that's a hard play when a running back gets out in the open and has that much space. Good, secure tackle.
Bright sunshine, Brian, warm day in Chapel Hill. Carolina trying to get a big third down stop. Duke's already converted 1 third down on this drive. They will run it with Durant. There's Kelly to hit him in the backfield again. No gain on the play, and Duke facing a 4th down. We'll see what the Blue Devils want to do. They're going to officially say maybe gain of half a yard to the 30. And Duke keeping the offense on the field. And in fact, they're bringing in the secondary quarterback, Jordan Moore. He is a runner. And he's going to take the snap on this big 4th down play. 4th and 2. Moore gets the snap, plows into the line, and I don't think he got it. It's going to totally depend on the spot.
No, he's definitely short.
But I don't think so. They're unpiling the bodies. Needed the 28.
He's going to be short at least about a half a yard.
They've put it, that is just visually, I think you can tell. The officials are going to bring the chains out. But this looks to be almost a full yard shy of the first down. They will bring out the chains. Miles Murphy, Chris Collins, Tamari Fox, all involved on the hit. This just seems, there was no doubt.
Yeah.
Now that one was going to be short, so they do stretch it out, and it's a good yard shy of the first down. So Carolina gets the stop on downs. So that Tar Heel defense, after giving up a touchdown on the first play of the half, has forced an interception and then a turnover on downs since then. Carolina offense will try to get moving. 24-7 Heels, 5:27 to go, third quarter from their field.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
WCAB Rutherfordton.
24-7, Carolina 5:27. That describes our lifestyle. 24-7, Carolina. It's also the score of this game with 5:27 to go in the third quarter. Heels will have the football on the 29-yard line, their own 29. 1st and 10 after getting the stop on downs for Duke on the previous drive. So Carolina came in averaging 507 yards per game of offense. They only have 270 right now. Really only have 2 sustained drives, a touchdown and the field goal drive late in the first half. Their other 2 scores, one was a 75-yard touchdown pass, so certainly you're not going to take that back, don't get me wrong. And then a defensive touchdown from Trey Morrison. Carolina continues to really almost play musical chairs on that offensive line. From left to right to start this possession, it will be Richards having a birthday today at left tackle. and Monolus at left guard, Q Johnson at center, Marcus McKeithen at right guard, and William Barnes at right tackle. We have seen 3 different centers from the Tar Heels, Anderson, Johnson, and Caden Baker. Barnes and Tucker have subbed at that right tackle spot. Monolus has been in some at left guard. That means Izudu either comes out, as is the case right now, or Izudu may kick out to left tackle when that occurs. So Brian, Carolina just trying to find some kind of combination up front that works.
And they're trying to find the right player at the right position that works for them. So they're giving everybody an opportunity to take a hold of a spot, and nobody's really done it thus far in the coach's mind.
Howe looking for his first completion since the second quarter, lobs it to Downs and too far. Downs ended up sending his back towards the end zone that Carolina is attacking to the left, almost backpedaling to try to catch that at the end, and couldn't do it. Howe has not completed a pass since the 4:08 mark of the second quarter. We now have 5:21 to go in the third quarter, with the Tar Heels leading 24-7.
And Jones, you hear when they talk about quarterbacks when they're being harassed and hit, the great ones can keep their feet quiet, and Sam has to be able to do that. He's a little too active with his feet at times.
Quick hitter there, Brian, to Gosnell, who is in the slot, replacing Downs. He makes the catch, advances over the 35 to the 37. So it's a gain of 8. And it brings up a 4th and 2. So first completion for Howe since the 4:08 mark of the second quarter. He had 7 consecutive incompletions. 3rd and 2. Carolina just 3 of 10 on third down, including 0 of 2 this half. They'll keep it on the ground to Chandler, and he pushes the pile forward for the first down to the 40. So a gain of 3 on the play, but enough. Chandler now just 32 yards rushing on 8 carries. He has had a couple of big catches. The touchdown catch and then a key third down reception on a drive that turned into a touchdown. He has 2 catches for 87 yards and that long score in the pass game. 4:23 and counting, third quarter. Heels moving right to left on the near hash at their own 40. Bright sunshine leading 24-7. Howe plenty of time to throw. He'll try it down the right sideline. Joffrey Brown is there and knocked away, but here comes the flag. Josh Blackwell.
Pass interference. Defense, number 31. 15-yard penalty. And an automatic first down.
Blackwell, the man who earns the penalty, is also a little slow to get up. He played just 2 games last year
timeout.
Before an injury, Blackwell. And he's still down on his hands and knees after the end of that play. The penalty is going to move it to the Duke 45. Great protection that time for Howe. He had all day to throw it, put the ball in good position, and earned the 15 yards on the flag. 4:10 to go, third quarter. Dave Nathan checking the scoreboard. Our scoreboard here, brought to you by the North Carolina Farm Bureau, reads Carolina 24, Duke 7. Dave, what else is going on?
In Winston-Salem, Wake Forest has a 3-point lead at the break, 20-17 over Louisville. Pittsburgh, meanwhile, maintains that 42-14 advantage at Georgia Tech. That game is still early on in the third quarter. Syracuse and FSU, the next game to kick off in the ACC. That's a 3:30 start from Tallahassee.
Louisiana Tech at NC State tonight at 6. Boston College visits Clemson at 7:30 this evening. Coming into this weekend, Wake and BC were the only 2 undefeated ACC teams through the first month of play. All right, good to see Blackwell was able to walk off under his own power. So Carolina will have the football after the penalty. 24-7 lead, 4:10 to go in the third quarter. Chandler, the back, standing to the left of Howe. Howe's going to just drop straight back after the shotgun snap, step up in the pocket. Nice grab by Downs, elevating on the far sideline. It's not enough for the first down, but a good, strong throw by Howe across the field. Good catch by Downs. Jalen Alexander with the hit at the 37-yard line, gain of 8. Heels taking their time, up 24-7, 3:45 to go, third quarter. Morales a wing on the left side of the line, 2 receivers to the left, 1 to the right. Powell's going to pull it away from Chandler, step up in the pocket, and he's going to be dropped. Ben Fry, the first man there. Mausi came in after the initial hit, helped clean things up for the Blue Devils, as did Jamion Franklin. And that'll send Carolina back a few yards to the 43. That's the 4th sack of the day for Duke. And brings up a 3rd and 8.
And Carolina was going to take a shot on that, trying to go for the end zone. But the protection couldn't hold up.
They're going to give that one to Fry alone on the sack. Snaps a little low. Howland, heavy pressure, and he's going to go down again. That time he had no chance. He was thrown down late by Dwayne Carter. Carolina had gotten the ball to the Duke 37, had 2nd and 2, and then back-to-back sacks moves it back over the 50 to the Tar Heel 46. That one lost 11 yards. 5 sacks now. That means Carolina has allowed 22 sacks so far this season.
And how many did they give up all of last year?
Not. We'll double check it. Not that many. Kiernan. His kick fielded at the 10 by Boylan. Steps through a tackle, and then he's caught before he makes it to the 25 by Eugene Asante. So Carolina with 2:05 to go still holds this 24-7 lead, but as you can imagine, frustrated with the lack of continuity offensively here. 3 possessions, 14 total plays, 3 punts for Carolina here in the second half. Duke starting on its own 24 with 2:05 to go in the third quarter. And it'll be a run and short gain. Chris Collins, first Tar Heel to make contact. Jabari Ritzie in the mix as well to help take down Durant. Gain of 2 to the 26. Another run for Duke. This one stretching to the near side. A rough tackle by Gimmel. Oh, a flag comes in. I think Gimmel may get hit with a face mask, although.
And to me, he was up by the shoulders.
Yeah, I thought he hit him hard, high, but as you said,
personal
about the
foul.
shoulders.
Face mask. Defense number 17. 15-yard penalty.
Oh.
And an automatic first down.
So that's going to be called on Collins. Not on Gimmel. I think they meant it on Gimmel, though. And he did get his arm up in the face mask area. And that's going to move the ball to the 45 and a first down. So Duke moving left to right. Carolina trying to hang on to this 24-7 lead, of throwing the flat to Durant, and he's dropped down there. Grimes with the tackle after a short gain to the 47. To answer Brian's question about the sacks from last year, was 34 the entire year last season that Carolina gave up. Tar Heels have already allowed 22 here in the 5th game of the season. Waters gets the handoff, stretches around the right side, trying to tiptoe on the sideline, but Cameron Kelly knocked him out. It's going to be just shy of the first down. Needs to get to the Carolina 45. It'll be about half a yard to a yard shy of that. So a third and very short coming up for Duke. I mean, they don't even need a full football here, as Carolina's going to sub in with 30 seconds right now and counting in the third quarter. Still 24-7. Duke looking at a third and short. They'll keep it on the ground to Waters. Gimmel hits him in the backfield, slowed him up, and then the cavalry came. Murphy, Cameron Kelly, Des Evans all got into the backfield after Gimmel slowed up the initial play.
And that was a great read by Gimmel. I don't even think that was a blitz. He just shot the gap and forced the running back to run lateral. And then everybody, like you said, Jones, just caught up to the play for a minus yardage play on third and very short.
So that's going to move it back to the 47 and make this 4th and 2. And I believe it's going to have to wait until the fourth quarter as the third quarter clock runs out here in Chapel Hill. So Duke, who has been pretty aggressive on fourth down. They've already gone for it twice in this game, getting one and failing on another, setting up, it appears, to go for another after the quarter change. Tar Heels gained just 9 yards of offense in the third quarter. Duke has 155 in the same time frame. And yet the scoreboard still reads 24-7 Tar Heels with 15 minutes to go. Big fourth down coming up when we return from Learfield.
From the mountains to the coast, 2.5 million North Carolinians are members of an electric cooperative. As a co-op member, you're part of exciting efforts to build a brighter future in the Tar Heel state through innovative energy programs that make the electric grid more efficient and sustainable. Plus, you're supporting local communities by empowering tomorrow's leaders. Learn more at ncelectriccooperatives.com/brighter.
Nobody protects you from mayhem like Allstate. I'm a broken traffic light. Stop and go is the name of my game. It's easy. You go, they go. Or was it they go, you go? And if you have the wrong car insurance, these repair costs could stop you in your tracks. So get Allstate's new low auto rate and be better protected from mayhem, like me.
Not available in every state based on coverage and limits selected. Subject to terms, conditions, and availability. In most states, prices vary based on how you buy. Allstate Fire and Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Live from beautiful downtown Whiteside Road in the Blue Room of WCAB, your connection to the world of entertainment and information is on the air. WCAB, what a way to spend a day.
Going to the fourth quarter, before the quarter change, Duke had lined up to potentially go for a fourth down with Carolina leading 24-7 here in Kenan Stadium. Tar Heels have never trailed today, led 24-0 at halftime, gave up a 80-yard touchdown pass on the first play of the third quarter. And then the two defenses took over. Carolina has been sacked 5 times, gained just 9 yards in the first. Duke 317 yards, Carolina 272. 15 first downs for Duke, 13 for Carolina. Third down conversions, both teams have struggled. Carolina 4 of 12, Duke 2 of 13. 2 big turnovers for Duke, including a fumble that was returned 63 yards for a touchdown by Trey Morrison, forced by Kevin Hester early in the ball game. All right, fourth down. Holmberg in the shotgun with Durant to his right. 4th and 2. Holmberg claps his hands, and then there is movement. Everybody on Duke's offense moved except the center didn't snap it.
Offensive line, 5-yard penalty, fourth down.
The entire offensive line for Duke moved except the center, and Addison Penn is getting his first career start today at the center position, although it was the veteran Jack Wollaball who was out there on that play. That never snapped it.
I don't know if I've ever heard offsides on the whole offensive line.
And so now Duke sends out the penalty or the punt unit as the ball moved back over to the Duke 48. And they will kick it away. Downs, battling the sun, makes the fair catch at the 16-yard line. And that's where the Tar Heels will take over. So 5 plays for Duke, but they have to punt it. So Duke's possessions this half: touchdown, interception, turnover on downs, and a punt. 7 penalties on Duke for 55 yards, including a couple of big false starts. That's 3 now either on third down or fourth down for Duke, that has made it a more difficult situation. Let's check in on Lee. Lee, what's up?
Boy, it's interesting to see the evolution of Jaquarius Conley. Not only does he play safety and has played some nickel, can get down and mix it up in the run game, he's also being asked in certain situations to be the gunner on the punting team. It's very rare when you see a guy that big come on the outside and come down and defend a punt. Josh Downs does it often, but
Howell fumbles the snap, Lee, but picks it up off the deck, and he's just going to wrap around the right side and sit down at about the 25-yard line. Q Johnson, the center. It was low. Howell just couldn't quite handle it on the initial snap. Threw off the timing of everything, and then Sam able to make a little chicken salad out of that thing. Got 9 yards on the run. So 2nd and 1.
2nd and 1 from the 26.
Just finishing about Conley. When he had his hand injury, Mac Brown asked him, he said, Jaquarius, we want to take you off some special teams, give you a break. He said, no, Coach, I want to be out there. 2nd and 1. DJ Jones, the back, gets the handoff. Ooh, he was following the block of Morales. He was going to have some good yardage, but he slipped. I'm not sure he even got enough for the first down. He might have been a yard or half a yard shy. And they are going to say it's 3rd and very short. I must have been wrong. I thought the Tar Heels started this drive on the 16, but the first down marker is at the 17. And so that gain by Howell was of 8 yards. That run of 1 makes it 3rd and 1 for Carolina as they want to keep this drive going. Handoff to Jones, trying to stretch it far side, breaks through a tackle, jumps over a man after that, and is able to move the chains. That was an impressive run. Lummy Young had hit Jones short of the first down in the backfield, but Jones stiff-armed him to the turf, kept the play alive. Even had a little hurdle later in the play, too. And that was Leonard Johnson who got hurdled. And it ends up being a gain of 11. Good quality run there.
Absolutely. Showing a little bit of power, a little bit of agility, a little bit of balance.
Howell to throw. Downs got it in the slot. Just trying to keep his feet, but he can't as he stumbles to the turf over the Duke 30. It'll be an explosive play, but had Downs kept his balance, it's a touchdown. As it is, Carolina moves it to the Blue Devils 27 on a gain of 36.
And I thought he lost his balance when he had to kind of go low to pick up the ball, but he seemed like he caught it pretty cleanly, and then all of a sudden the wheels started falling off.
He had several steps on Young and Stinson, but just couldn't keep his balance. But Heels do move to the Duke 27. Clock at 13 minutes to go, fourth quarter. 24-7 Tar Heels. They have the football and the lead. Quick hitter from Howell to Morales, flat right side. Caught it at the 25. Knocked out of bounds by Young, shy of the 20. We'll call it the 20 as the ball, the nose of the ball, I think is going to be right at the 20-yard line. Just sniffing it. Gain of 7. And it's 2nd and 3.
2nd and 3 for the Tar Heels.
Keeping an eye on that clock for you. 12:32 and counting. Tar Heels up 24-7.
And if you want to be successful on third down, be successful on first down. And Carolina's able to do that, picking up 7. So that makes you a whole. Now, second, they can either take a shot in the end zone or they can play for the first down.
Play clock down to 5. Howell gets the snap. He's going to pull it away from the back, run it himself left side, leaps forward. And he's going to be, I think, half a yard short of the first down. Nate Thompson took down Howell. Ball is going to be over the 18, but short of the 17, which is the line to gain that Carolina needs. So it is a 3rd and short for the Tar Heels. Had not even a full yard. Jones will exit. Chandler comes in at the back spot. Duke had some wholesale subs as well. Now Howell is going to come up under center. Duke crowding the line. Howell turns and hands to Chandler, and he fires forward for the first down. Good push up front that time. Everybody was exchanging notes on things right at the football before it was snapped. And Chandler able to plow forward for 4 yards. So that's 2 3rd and shorts that Carolina has been able to convert on this drive.
That's just the Carolina offense getting cleat to cleat, just wedge blocking, trying to pick up the first down. Good head down running by Ty Chandler.
11 minutes to go right now. 24-7 Carolina. Tar Heels at the Duke 14, 1st and 10. Hand off to Chandler around the left side. Cuts up the field at the 10. Chandler at the 5. Chandler to the end zone. Touchdown, Carolina. Tar Heels power their way in for 6 more. 14-yard score for Ty Chandler, his 4th rushing touchdown of the season. His 2nd touchdown of the day. Had that big play in the pass game, too. And that makes it 30-7 with the extra point upcoming. That was a good drive there, Brian.
Yes, it was. And good blocking on the perimeter by the tight end and the wide receivers also.
8 plays, 83 yards as the PAT from Atkins extra point is good. So that North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard now reads 31-7. Particulars on that drive, 8 plays, 83 yards, 4:02 off the clock. Carolina ran the ball on 6 of the 8 plays on the drive. We'll take a timeout, 10:51 to go. Carolina up 31-7 from Learfield.
For any surface and every season, there's a Continental tire that delivers superior performance. From ultra-high performance tires like the Extreme Contact Sport to passenger touring tires to all-terrain light truck tires like the Terrain Contact AT. Continental has a tire that gives you confidence no matter the road conditions. Whether you're looking for summer, all-season, or winter tires, Continental Tire has something to fit your needs. Visit ContinentalTire.com to find your ideal tire. Continental Tire, a proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved.
Alone, chicken, onions, peppers, and cheese have potential. Together, they have a purpose, a destiny, and a name. Jersey Mike's number 16 Chicken Philly, because grilled to order makes a sub above. At Jersey Mike's, we take great satisfaction in getting that perfect meat slice. Yes. But we don't do it for fun. We do it for fresh, because sliced to order makes a sub above.
All right, 10:51 to go. Tar Heels have matched their largest lead of the game, 24 points. 31-7 is the current mark. Carolina led 24-0 at halftime. Duke scored on the first play of the second half. Then the two defenses kind of butted heads for a while. And then Carolina goes on one of its better drives of the game. 8 plays, 83 yards, 4:02 off the clock. Blue Cross and Blue Shield of North Carolina. Great to see Cheryl Parquet of BCBS in here with us today, along with Bert Jenkins from Blue Cross. They're hanging out in the booth today, and they're the official health insurance partner of Carolina Athletics and believes in an inclusive community, and that is a healthy community. BCBS resolves to be a champion for women everywhere by supporting women's athletics to help empower future leaders. Ty Chandler continues to have a solid day. 10 carries, 50 yards, and a touchdown. 2 catches, 87 yards, and a touchdown. The graduate transfer from Tennessee helping the Tar Heels out to this 24-point lead with 10:51 to go. So Kim will be kicking off. Back deep for Duke, Stinson, and Moore. Jonathan Kim jogs up, boots it away. That's going to be clearly a touchback. Duke will start on the 25-yard line. And, Brian, I know I've said this a couple of times, but I really do think it's an important storyline in this game. I think there's times where Carolina, and even times this year, with the way that some of these offensive drives have gone, I think Carolina would have not kept their patience and their calm as much as they have. Now, there's still plenty to work on, don't get me wrong. But it feels like Carolina has been able to, just kind of keep plugging. It helps when your defense has played as well as Carolina's has.
And it helps when you're up on the scoreboard.
Yeah, absolutely. But they just keep doing their thing.
Yep, and that's all about having game awareness, right? Every game is different.
Handoff stretching to the near side. Durant, gracious. He was bulldog DDT'd from behind by Jeremiah Gimmel. Looked like Arn Anderson or something out there dropping him down.
A little bit of four horsemen.
For a short gain, it's of just 1. on the play. So 2nd and 9 as Duke moving from right to left here in the fourth quarter. Been a hot, sweaty day here in Kenan Stadium. Heels up 31-7, trying to stop Duke here in the fourth. Holmberg going to scramble. He's out into the open field, but Gimmel made him start chopping his feet and slow down, and it'll be just a gain of about 4, maybe not even that, just 3, 4, right in that range, to the 30-yard line on the scramble, and that brings up 3rd down. Duke came into this game converting 58% on 3rd down. They are 2 of 13 today. 3rd and 5. Heels bring some pressure. Holmberg tries to dump it in the flat near side. Caught Marweedy, but well shy of the 1st down. The tight end scooped it up at the 31. It's a gain of just 1. And with the scoreboard reading 31-7, looks like Duke's going to go for it on 4th down again. Duke has gone for it twice on 4th down today. Lined up to go, well, never mind. Here comes the punt team. So with 9:22 to go, Duke sends out the punt team down 31-7.
Yeah, and that's kind of, and I know what the thought process is. If we don't get it, obviously we give Carolina a shorter field, and then they just start piling on even more points. So
Heels play the punt safe, and it is boomed away by Porter Wilson. Josh Downs tried to make an over-the-shoulder catch, has to pick it up on the bounce at the 1. Downs scooping all the way to the left side, stiff arm, and he's tripped up at the 20. Josh Downs, it's been an adventure back there today for Josh, as he's had a couple that he's thought about, then said, maybe not. Yeah, why not? And I'm not 100% sure whether he touched that initially on the over-the-shoulder opportunity, but if he did, he sure is glad it bounced up and he was able to scoop it up at the 1 and advance it back out to the 20. Unofficial on that one, a 61-yard punt and about a 12-yard return, assuming that Downs touched it on the initial opportunity. 8:53 to go, 31-7 Carolina. The Heels have the football from Learfield.
UNC Health offers the kind of care that helps keep champions on top of their game. From collegiate quarterbacks to backyard receivers and everyone in between, our team is always here for you. We're bringing our A game to provide personalized care with great expertise, the latest innovation, and the utmost compassion. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time. For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
Tar Heels 31, Duke 7. And Carolina's got football at the 20. Brian, who knows? We still got 8:53 to go, so a lot of stuff can still happen. Feels like the storyline for this one to this point has been Carolina's defense. Yeah, they've done a really nice job. Did give up that one explosive play to start the game and the one explosive play to start the second half. But 8 tackles for loss. They've got 6 quarterback hurries in there as well. Forced the fumble that turned into the touchdown, had an interception in there. They have played very well against a good offense from Duke that came in averaging almost 545 yards per game.
And usually on defense or special teams, if you can score, you give yourself a great chance to win that football game. And then you put on top of the amount of pressure that Carolina has gotten, those two things usually equal to a win.
Cameron Kelly with 7 tackles. He's the leading tackler for Carolina. Conley, Morrison, Grimes all have 6. Plus, you've got, of course, Morrison with that fumble recovery for the touchdown. Big forced fumble by Kevin Hester on that particular play. 4 different Tar Heels have sacks in the game. They've been very active defensively. And Carolina in total up 31-7 with 8:53 to go. They're snapping it off their own 22-yard line. And handoff to Chandler. Has to battle. Duke just ripping at the football, trying to get a fumble deep in Tar Heel territory, but Chandler hugs it tight. Ends up being just a gain of 1. Daquan Johnson and Jamarick Wood combine on the hit. So it'll be second. Well, they're going to give no, the scoreboard says 2nd and 7. That's not right. This was 1st and 10 from the 22. So it is going to be 2nd and 9 from the 23. Clock moving. Both teams do have all 3 of their second half timeouts. Howell going to throw it. Quick hitter to Walston in the flat left side. Makes the catch. Short of the first down. Spun down into the Duke sideline area around the 28-yard line. Let's give them 5. And that brings up a 3rd down. Carolina back at home next week. Tar Heels on a 3-game homestand starting today. Florida State, who enters this week winless. Florida State hosting Syracuse later today. That game's still either 3 o'clock or 3:30. Haven't gotten the official time on that just yet, but it'll be either 3 or 3:30. Play clock's down to 10, and Carolina doesn't look anywhere close to snapping it. I think they're going to roll it down and take a timeout here, as they do with 1 second on the play clock. 7:31 on the game clock. And just to finish that thought, Duke next week is at home. Blue Devils host Georgia Tech, who at last report was getting his doors blown off by Pittsburgh. We'll check that score when we return. But a full timeout here. 7:31 to go. Our North Carolina Farm Bureau scoreboard here reads 31-7. Carolina from Learfield.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
WCAB, the music's on us.
7:31 on the game clock, 4th quarter, Eden Stadium. Carolina Duke, the 108th time these two teams have played, started back in 1888. It's the 100th consecutive year that they've played. Carolina leads the all-time series pretty dramatically, 63 wins, 40 losses, 4 ties. Of course, the Heels went through that stretch of winning 21 out of 22 through the 90s, 2000s, and early 2010s. It's been more even, though, recently. These two teams have split the last 10. Carolina, though, has won the last 2 and is in good position here. Not over yet, but up 24 with 7:31 to go.
And Duke had a stretch there in the early 90s, and where a lot of people had stretches against them because they were really.
Duke struggled there for some years. David Cutcliffe has done a good job.
Absolutely.
Bringing this program back. Won the Coastal Division about 8-9 years ago. Had a 10-win season followed by a 9-win year.
And consistently going to bowls since then. So
they've had a rough stretch here recently. 5 wins 2 years ago, just 2 wins last year. But 3-1 coming into today. Carolina has the 24-point advantage. Now, this is a big third down here. Carolina trying to keep the drive going, and does with the completion over the middle to Downs. Well, if you need a big catch, who else are you going to go to? As Downs makes the grab, tackled from behind by Jalen Alexander, but enough to move the sticks to the 36-yard line. That's now over 100 yards for Downs as he continues to have a spectacular sophomore season.
And I know this. If I'm playing Carolina in this third or a critical situation, I'm going to double team Josh Downs.
Hal throwing. Tried to throw to Downs, and that was a questionable throw as Downs was in between two Duke players at midfield, incomplete. And it stops the clock. 7:01 to go. Tar Heels up 31-7. Let's break 10 seconds. Station ID down the lines on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you're listening to the Tar Heels on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. It's just before 3 o'clock, 81 degrees.
The numbers for Downs, 7 catches, 105 yards. For him, it is the third time this year that he has gone over 100 yards. Draw play to Chandler, coming to the near side and caught from behind by Daquan Johnson. It'll be just a gain of 1 on the play, but it does keep the clock moving. With 6:40 and counting, so it'll be 3rd and 9. Carolina has recovered a bit on third down. They were just 3 of 8 at halftime, now up to 7 for 15, but this is 3rd and 9. Off the near hash as the Heels go left to right. As you would expect, Carolina taking some time off that play clock. It's down to 11. Howell has Chandler to his right, 1 receiver, Simmons to the right, 3 out to the left. He will throw on 3rd and long. Comes to the far side, Downs with the catch, rips away from the tackler, and he's down the far sideline. Now Downs off to the races. Weaved his way through the Blue Devils for the touchdown. Wow. Just give him the daggum football. Goodness gracious.
Wow.
Josh Downs, what a player. Man, Brian, I mean, Carolina, and look, Carolina's had some really good players at that position. Ryan Switzer is here watching the game today.
Daz Newsome.
I mean, Josh Downs is right in that category.
Absolutely.
Early in his career. Caught that ball, pulled away from the tackler, which was Jalen Alexander, and then just kind of smoothly glided through the defense of Duke for the touchdown.
Great catch from the beginning because that was a contested catch and had the concentration. And then after this, it's just all Josh Downs and what God gave him.
63-yard touchdown for Downs and the Heels. That sends a lot of fans for both teams heading to the exit because Carolina's up 38-7 with 6:04 to go from Learfield.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Do you need an insurance agent you can talk to? Call Insurance Service Associates at 828-245-5301. We want to help you get the best out of your insurance dollar. As a trusted choice independent agent, we shop your coverage with several companies to give you the best value. More companies, better choices, best rate. Come see us at our new office at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call us at 828-245-5301.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
38-7 Carolina, 6:04 to go. And Brian, I think this speaks to the standard that kind of everybody has for Carolina's offense at this point. You probably leave this game going like, it wasn't a great day for the offense. You look at the numbers now, 433 total yards. Howell's 18 of 32 for 321 and 3 scores. Chandler's had a very solid day, 53 yards rushing, 87 yards receiving. Downs with the big day, 168 yards in the score. He has catches of 10, 15, 25, 36, and 63 yards. So, again, are those numbers 700 yards and 60 points? No, but the scoreboard reads 38-7, and Carolina's certainly done well enough on both sides of the ball.
Yeah, and those numbers are not reality, right? You're not going to put those kind of numbers up every week. But
you're talking about the 700.
Correct. But the amount of explosive plays we've had today, if this offense can get clicking with those explosive plays and stay consistent in the run game, they're not probably ever going to be a great running team this year, but if they can get these explosive plays, they'll consistently be the offense that I think people were expecting to see this year.
So Howe, by the way, with 321 is really close to moving into second place all time in passing yards in Carolina history. Darian Durant is second with 8,755. Sam now at 8,721. So just 24 yards away, or 34 yards away, excuse me, for tying Durant, as Kim's kickoff is going to be another touchback. So don't know if we'll see Howell again today or not, but you figure, assuming he stays healthy, he'll move past Durant here in the very near future. T.J. Yates is the all-time leader for Carolina with 9,377. Howell is over 300 yards today. It is the 4th time this year and 13th time in his Carolina career. Just to put that in perspective, Bryn Renner is the only other Tar Heel in double figures as far as 300-plus yard gains. He had 10. Yates had 6. Trubisky had 6. Williams, Marquise had 5. Durant, Keldorf, Mark May, they all had 4. Howell has 13. Backup quarterback and backup running back in the game for Duke, and a backup linebacker, Power Eccles, makes the tackle for Carolina as Jordan Moore handed off to Jordan Waters, and it will be no gain. Duke starting on its 25 will have a 2nd and 10 off that 25. So now Carolina has subbed pretty heavily. We'll give you the players out there in just a second, but Duke's already snapped it on 2nd and 10, and what a great tackle by Ra-Ra Dilworth as he fired up to the line of scrimmage to wrestle down Moore. Looked like Moore might have some daylight left side, but I'm telling you, man, Dilworth's speed is
uncommon.
Yeah.
Uncommon for a linebacker.
And he's not a small dude now, 6'2", 205. And he can run like that. We talked about he and Eccles a bunch during that Georgia State game. They're exciting young players.
Yep.
Moore having trouble in the pocket, and he slips and falls in the backfield. Chris Collins made contact with Moore, kind of pushed him back, and then Moore fell down. Don't know if that'll be how that will be credited. So that is a loss back to the 16 of 9 yards. And it's a 3-and-out for the Duke offense. We didn't even get a chance to tell you who was out there for the Tar Heel D. Well, you know Dilworth was out there. You know Eccles was out there.
10 other guys was out there.
That's right.
But the coaches, and this is why the coaches love for their team to take advantage of games, because you allow the younger players, when you don't let teams get back into the game, you control the scoreboard. Now the coaches can play other guys and start building that experience and letting them get that game experience and get that confidence.
Punt hits at the 45 and is eventually downed at the 26. Boy, it's been a good day for Porter Wilson, the Duke punter. He's done a nice job at that spot. They did credit Collins, by the way, with a sack on that last play. He kind of shoved Moore as he was battling with a blocker, and Moore eventually fell down. So Collins does get the sack. That's another Food Lion sack for Carolina, and the 5th sack of the day for the Tar Heel defense. I kind of chuckled while Brian was talking there. Josh Downs, that ball hit at the 45, just kind of bounced.
He was thinking about it.
Josh
he was thinking
so
about
badly wanted to just pick it up, see what could happen. But he let it roll. Ended up being a 58-yard kick. And the day is done for Sam Howell. Jacoby Criswell has come in, so he'll get the snaps for Carolina, working off the 26-yard line. He's joined by Elijah Green in the backfield. Tylee Kraft is one of the receivers as the handoff goes to Green. He cuts through the line of scrimmage and then rudely drills Lummy Young at the 35-yard line for a gain of 9. So Green with the nice run, the young back for the Tar Heels. Makes it 2nd and 1. See if we can get a look here. 2 receivers, Tylee Kraft And it is also Justin Olson. There he is. He's the other man out wide. At tight end, Bryson Nesbitt, who had that explosive touchdown late in the Georgia State game, is in. Left to right on the O-line, Awesome Richards, Ed Montelis, Caden Baker at center. Then you've got Jonathan Adorno, had a birthday this past week, at one of the guard spots. Handoff to Green, though. He'll go left side for the first down. And then William Barnes is also in as well on the offensive line, as Barnes getting all tangled up with a Duke defender. I believe it was Aeneas Peoples at the end of the play. The referees don't throw a flag, just come in and separate everybody. First down for Carolina, as the Heels will have it now at the 38-yard line. Elijah Green had 3 carries for 9 yards coming into this game today, but he gets the first down there. And Carolina milking the clock. It's under 3 minutes with the 38-7 lead. And Criswell going to take every second off that clock he can before getting the snap. Play clock down to 2. Criswell gets it with 1, and he'll hand off to Green again. Starts left, cuts up, fights through some potential tacklers, and falls forward to the 44. I tell you, nice hard running here by Elijah Green late in the ball game. And let's check in with our Pinehurst Resort sideline reporter, Lee Pace. Lee.
Yeah, 3 guys really stood out to me, Jones, today. Is Jeremiah Gimmel was just all over the place, a lot of emotion, a lot of passion. I thought Don Chapman did really well playing at cornerback. It looks like he is now going to be at quarterback for good with the problems with Storm Duck and Day-Day Hollins. And Kieran Johnson really came in and played nicely at center when Brian Anderson just played the first series. And obviously they tried Caden Baker and like the opportunity with Kieran Johnson more, but he was really steady in there all day.
2nd and 4. Criswell is going to keep it this time. Tries to go to the right side. He fights through a tie. Ooh, be careful. Had the football ripped out, and Carolina jumps on it. Nesbitt gets on the loose football. I said be careful because Criswell really ducked his head when he took contact from a Duke defender. He does get up and seems to be okay, and he's going to now immediately come out of the game. Don't know if that's because of that hard hit or the fumble, but either way, Drake May is going to enter for this 3rd down play. Criswell was able to fight for a yard when it was all said and done. And it's going to be 3rd and 3. Clock still moving, 1:25 to go. Heels on their way to a 3-2 record. Even up things in the ACC at 2-2. And I'm going to tell you, Coastal Division is the Wild West this year.
Yes,
every win is important.
The ACC is the Wild Wild West right now.
Another good run by Elijah Green as he was hit good 2-3 yards short of the first down and just wouldn't go down. So the young sophomore out of Roswell, Georgia, redshirt freshman is official classification. Out of Roswell, Georgia, powered forward to the 49 and another first down. And Carolina's only going to need to snap it one more time here, maybe twice, as the clock's down to 48 seconds.
Yeah. And Lee, I agree with your list, and I would add Cameron Kelly to that list. I thought he had a very good day today from the safety position, tackled well, and obviously had the big interception, so I thought he had a really good day also.
Probably the last snap of the game. It is going to be a handoff to Elijah Green. He's stretching it to the left, tries to use a stiff arm in the backfield. Can't quite get the Duke defender off of him, as eventually Jalen Stinson is able to make the tackle. And that should do it as the Tar Heels begin to spill out onto the field to shake hands with Duke. So Carolina, frustrated with its performance a week ago in Atlanta, comes out and just a very workmanlike win for the Tar Heels as they continue to stay steady and plug forward, use a great defensive effort and some explosive plays on the offensive side to keep that victory bell in Chapel Hill. Tar Heels run away from Duke by the final score of 38-7. Stations, we do have one more in-game break that we need to take. We're going to take that. We'll bring it back here to the stadium, then quickly get into our post-game inventory. The Tar Heels bringing that bell out onto the field to celebrate. They blow out Duke, 38-7 the final from Learfield.
He bounces outside. No one's going to catch him. He's at the 10. He's at the 5. Touchdown. Oh, man.
Throws downfield. The ball is tipped. It's intercepted. He's going to score.
He's scrambling. Man open in the end zone. It's a leaping one-hand grab. He got it. Touchdown.
Keep the excitement of game day going in a Nissan. With game-changing tech, every drive is guaranteed to get your adrenaline pumping. Get to Nissan, proud partner of Carolina Athletics.
Hey, Tar Heel fans, when you love your house, you want to take it all the way. Are you dreaming of a bathroom refresh, kitchen upgrade, new home gym? A refinance with Rocket Mortgage can turn your home's equity into cash to cover that renovation.
It's good.
Get in the game at rocketmortgage.com. Rocket Mortgage, proud mortgage provider of UNC Athletics.
Rocket. Call for cost information and conditions equal as a lender licensed in all 50 states. NMLSConsumerAccess.org, number 3030.
Carolina wins it 38-7 over the Blue Devils. The Tar Heels continue to celebrate with the victory bell at midfield. That makes Mack Brown, since his return to Carolina, 6-2 versus in-state opponents. He was 21-9, by the way, his first tenure, and that's after losing the first 6. He went 21-3 against in-state opponents after that in his first tenure, and then now 6-2 in this tenure. So in total, 27-11 against in-state opponents as the head coach of the Tar Heels, including a really impressive stretch since a couple of fumbles early in that time period. All right, we do need to go to another break. This will be our first post-game break. We'll do this, come back, get you up to date on scores, all the noon games finishing up, 3:30 games getting started. So we'll get to that when we return. Stats, player of the game, play of the game, and more, all coming up on the Coke Zero Sugar post-game report. Heels win it big, 38-7 from Learfield.
Texting while driving.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
Tar Heel football from Learfield.
Whether it's 12 miles to the Pee Wee football comeback of a lifetime, 80 miles to your first hole-in-one, or more like 8 shots to the first hole. Whether it's 240 back road miles to sleeping under the stars, or just a few blocks to the grocery store, Marathon has the fuel to keep your engine running at peak performance. Because you never know where life is going to take you. For quality fuel through every mile, fill up at Marathon.
Welcome back, Tar Heels. As North Carolina goes back to school, work, and play, let Janney King ensure your facility is properly clean and disinfected for your employees, students, and customers. For schools, food services, hospitals, and office buildings, call Janney King of Raleigh-Durham at 919-852-1555. That's 919-852-1555. Or go to JanneyKingRDU.com. Janney King, the king of clean.
Carolina wins it over Duke today, 38-7. Carolina never trailed in this game. Jumped out to the lead early on that explosive play late in the first quarter, Howell to Chandler, and never really looked back. Carolina led it 24-0 at halftime, 24-7 after 3 quarters, and then a couple of touchdowns in the fourth, stretch it out to a 38-7 final score. Carolina gets the win to improve to 3-2, 2-2 in the league. Duke falls to 3-2 and 0-1 in the ACC. All right, let's check on scores. First, we'll start in conference play. 2 other games going on right now. Pittsburgh, they're going to go to Atlanta and do what the Tar Heels wish they could have done last week, and that's take care of business. Panthers up 52-21 in the fourth quarter there. Wake Forest trying to stay undefeated. They trailed Louisville in the second quarter, but now it's 27-17 Deacs early in the fourth. Syracuse and Florida State at 3:30. Louisiana Tech visits NC State, the Pac out of conference again, and that's at 6. Clemson and Boston College at 7:30 tonight. That is in Clemson. Who would have ever thought it was BC who'd be the undefeated team at 4-0? Clemson 2-2 going into that one. Okay, there are some, of course, top 25 games going on as well. Let's start with the only one that's gone final. That's number 2, Georgia blanking 8th-ranked Arkansas. 37-0, the final score. Their statement win for the Dogs for sure. Michigan, number 14 in the nation, leads Wisconsin 38-10 in the fourth quarter. Notre Dame and Cincinnati, that's a big one now. It started, I believe, at 2 o'clock today. It's late first quarter. 3 o'clock. It is late first quarter, still scoreless. Both those teams ranked in the top 10. Number 16, Coastal Carolina leads UL Monroe 20-3. Later today, big one at 3:30, number 12 Ole Miss at number 1 Alabama. 3rd-ranked Oregon visits Stanford. 6th-ranked Oklahoma at Kansas State. Number 11 Ohio State travels to Rutgers. All those games at 3:30. 6 o'clock start for number 10 Florida at Kentucky. Mississippi State visits number 15 Texas A&M at 7. Ranked matchup at 7 in Stillwater. Number 19 Oklahoma State playing host to 21st-ranked Baylor. Indiana travels to number 4 Penn State at 7:30. Western Kentucky at number 17 Michigan State also at 7:30. 3 more to go here. Number 22 Auburn at LSU at 9. Arizona State at number 20 UCLA. That's at 10:30 tonight. And 18th ranked Fresno State. Good start for them, 4-1 on the year. They go to Hawaii. That's late night. Brian will be kicking back and watching that one with a soda at 11 p.m. tonight. We'll take a break. Going to talk to Mac Brown. We are going to go through the stats, give you our player of the game. Don't forget, you can vote for that LS Tractor difference-making player of the game via Twitter. Got our play of the game and more. Heels win at 38-7. Victory Bell staying in Chapel Hill from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
You know, there is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
There are so many insurance agencies here and there, but to find a dependable agency that you can trust, that would be Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency. They are your full-service agency offering auto, business, homeowners, health, and life. Maxwell B. Hamrick is an independent insurance agent. Call them today at 286-2384. They care about their customers, and it shows. They're located at 119 Huntley Street in Spindale. Maxwell B. Hamrick Insurance Agency, serving one satisfied customer at a time.
Nobody gets a better deal than the customers at Sisk Family Ford. They have a proven record of the best deals. Sisk Family Ford, Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealer, has recently been recognized as the #1 Ford dealer in customer satisfaction in the Southeast. That speaks well of their commitment to serve their customers well. Look for all the new design 2021 F-150 at Rutherford County's only locally owned new car dealership. That's Sisk Family Ford, Oak Street, Forest City.
Carolina wins it 38-7 over Duke. Tar Heels improve to 3-2 on the year, 2-2 in conference play. Duke falls to 3-2 and 0-1 in the ACC. And let's take a look at some of the stats on this one. Our stats presented by Dunkin'. America runs on Dunkin'. The Tar Heels run on Dunkin'. And all this is part of your Coke Zero Sugar post-game report, brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. As the Tar Heels again get the 38-7 win, led 24-0 at halftime, and then just kept things at bay for the Blue Devils after that. So, Brian, Carolina offensively ends up pretty good numbers here. 456 when it's all said and done, ran 70 plays. But an uneven day offensively. That third quarter in particular, Carolina ended up with 9 yards in that quarter, gave up a couple of sacks. But just kept plugging along, had some explosive plays, had the 75-yard touchdown to Chandler, had the 63-yard touchdown to Downs as well. And so it all ends up being okay. 456 yards, 135 on the ground, 321 through the air, 9 of 17 on third down for Carolina offensively. Meanwhile, for Duke, Blue Devils finished with 314 yards, 130 on the ground, and 184 through the air. So remember, Duke had 37 yards rushing after the first play of the game. Carolina held them to 93 yards the rest of the way, despite 38 attempts for 93 yards the rest of the way for the Blue Devils, and after that explosive run to start things off. Blue Devils just 2 of 15 on third down, 1 of 2 on fourth down. Carolina was 3 of 3 in the red zone. Duke never got to the red zone in this game. Their touchdown was that explosive one. The individual totals, Chandler, 53 yards rushing and a score. DJ Jones, 30 yards on the ground. Sam Howell finished with 29. Elijah Green came in late, 5 carries for 21. Receiving-wise, Downs, 8 catches, 168 and a score. Third time that he has been over 100 yards this season. Kamari Morales, another touchdown, second straight game. He's picked one up, and Chandler had that explosive touchdown in the ball game in the air as well. So Chandler with 2 total touchdowns for the Tar Heels. Carolina's defense played really well. Cameron Kelly led the tackling effort with 7. Conley, Grimes, Morrison all had 6. Individually for Duke, Durant does get over 100 yards, 114, but on his first 7 runs, he had 88 yards. On his last 12, he had 26. So Carolina really closed the door on him. Waters finished with 19. Holmberg in total, 17 of 24, 184 yards, a score, and an interception. Calhoun, on the strength of that 80-yard touchdown, finished with 103 yards on 6 catches. Daquan Johnson and Lummy Young lead the way tackle-wise for Duke with 7. Our game sponsor all day has been Wells Fargo, official sponsor of Carolina Athletics. We'll take a break, come back, try to get Mac Brown with us here in the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report. Heels win 38-7 from Learfield.
And we're back with breaking news. The new Coke Zero Sugar might be the best Coke ever.
That's right, Jim. With an improved taste and 0 calories, the new Coke Zero Sugar is a must-try for any Coke fan. So make sure you... Jim. Jim. We're on the air.
Ooh, yes, this tastes like the best Coke ever to me. Your thoughts, Jen?
Well, can I have a sip?
Jen, we're in the middle of reporting the news.
I need to try it first.
North Carolina's 26 electric cooperatives recognize the best classroom projects and the teachers who create them through the Bright Ideas Education Grant Program. These grants provide funding for creative projects in grades K through 12. Congratulations to Bright Ideas grant winner Grace Smith of Willis Hare Elementary in Pendleton. Her project, Full Steam Ahead with PBL, is sponsored by Roanoke Electric Cooperative based in Allender. If you're a teacher with a bright idea, visit ncbrightideas.com.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from Learfield.
This is Dwayne Hunt with Insurance Service Associates, wanting to let you know that we have moved. Our new office is located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City. Come see us for auto, home, or your commercial insurance needs. Also, come see me, Dwayne Hunt, for your Medicare supplements, Medicare Advantage, or prescription drug plans. See us at Insurance Service Associates, now located at 245 East Main Street in Forest City, or call 828-245-5301.
For all your pharmacy needs, choose the Medicine Box of Forest City. Pharmacist Sheila Sheehan provides excellent care and pharmacy assistance for Medicare prescription cards. The Medicine Box is your home medical equipment provider, offering wheelchairs, walkers, nebulizers, and diabetic supplies. They also will direct bill Medicare for all your home medical needs. Call 245-1696. The Medicine Box on Broadway in Forest City, your local hometown pharmacy. Curbside service is available.
You're listening to the Coca-Cola postgame show. Coca-Cola, with zero sugar and now even more delicious. Is the new Coca-Cola Zero Sugar the best Coke ever? Find out for yourself. This is the Coca-Cola postgame show.
Tar Heels never trailed today against Duke. Led 24-0 at halftime and eventually win it 38-7. Third consecutive year that the Heels have kept the victory bell from the Blue Devils. Jones Angell here with Brian Simmons. It's the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report, and we're joined now with the head coach of the Tar Heels, Mac Brown. It's our Continental Tire Coaches Corner. And, Coach, felt like two things were big stories here in this game for your team. One, of course, the defensive effort all day long. Gave up that one explosive play at the beginning of the second half, but that was pretty much it. And then a very patient and workmanlike effort from your offense. It wasn't perfect, but they certainly made enough happen on that side of the ball.
Yes, I agree with both, Jones. First, defensively, that's the best we've played since we've been here. They really, the one play to start the second half, right after I told them, great team, step up, shut people down, and don't allow them to score. They score on the first play of the game for the first play of the second half, so they really listened to me. But stopping the 4th and 2 was huge, and then another 4th and 3 where they had motion and had punt. Our guys really kept them away from the goal line. So I was really, really proud of the effort of our defense. The turnover for a touchdown, the fumble recovery by Trey Morrison was really, really special. And smart by him, not to think it was an incomplete pass. Pick it up, run it all the way back. That gave us a lot of momentum during the game as well. Offensively, we're big play, bad play, and we did have patience. It wasn't easy. They covered all the linemen a bunch, and we weren't as sharp in our passing game early as we were. But when you beat your rival and get 456 yards and 38 points, you shouldn't be too hard on them.
Coach, we've talked a lot about Josh Downs here early in this season, but another terrific game for your sophomore wideout. 8 catches, 168 yards, the explosive touchdown there for the final points in the ballgame. And I heard you talking about him earlier this week, that one of the things you like the most about Josh is just how hard he works. And, gosh, that hard work seems to show off every single Saturday.
Yes, he competes. He's confident. I was really, really proud of him today. He actually was wide open on a wheel route that we didn't get to him. And then, unlike him, he dropped 2 passes that were really, really unusual. But he's confident enough when he does drop a pass, he doesn't shut it down. He doesn't get frustrated. He just goes back to work. So he's a special player. He's a great young man. I'm sure glad he's here.
Coach, your defensive front, we talked about the defensive effort in total, and again, this was a Duke team that averaged 545 yards per game, nearly 39 points per game. It felt like your defensive front, though, really controlled the line of scrimmage when the Blue Devils had the ball, particularly as the game went along. How did you see your performance from that defensive front this afternoon?
Jones, I thought absolutely, and it really changed the play selection by Duke in the second half because they couldn't protect. They weren't able to keep our defensive ends and tackles from penetrating, so they moved the quarterback. They really did some good things the second half to try to slow down the pass rush. But overall, I thought those guys did a great job. Mateo Duran he's really a good player. He had a couple of long runs, 37-yarder, and another 2 that were really big runs, and they were our linebackers were overrunning. Front was playing really, really well, and that's what's hurt us. We've put ourselves in a position where one play here, missed a gap here, didn't fold right on another play, hurt us, and today we got that corrected and played really well.
Coach, you shuffled a couple of players in your secondary. We saw Don Chapman today for Carolina play some cornerback. He has been playing nickel and safety for the most part before today. We saw Jaquarius Conley play more nickelback than he has in the first couple of games this season. So some guys in some new spots, and everybody seemed to play pretty well back there on the back end.
Yes, we've really had a lot of injuries on our offensive line and our secondary. Storm Duck's not out there. You start looking at Day Hollins, and he hurt his knee, and he's out for the year. So now you've just got to cross-train. So we also moved Jaquarius Conley back to the line of scrimmage. He is more of a nickel now and in more position to make plays because it wasn't as easy for him to go back to safety. So we feel like we're setting on our secondary. We're just watching the game and without grading the film, the video. I thought Cam Kelly played really, really well. He showed up in numerous different times for hard tackles and tackles for loss, and he also had the really good interception. So maybe we're getting settled in our secondary. Offensive line, we're just all over the place trying to get people settled. So we still got to get that worked out.
Coach, last thing, and thank you again. It's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner after Carolina's 38-7 win. Have to imagine that was a happy locker room. I know it was disappointed with what happened last week, but to come out, have a convincing win, keep that victory bell for the third consecutive year, have to imagine that was a fun one to be a part of.
It really is, Jones. The victory bell is very important to our student body, our fans, our administration, and to us. And when somebody in 1948 decided it was important, it's been important. And Duke had it for 3 years before we got here. And I know I've talked to enough of our fans and supporters in Durham and said they wouldn't even go to church the Sunday after they got beat. So everybody can go to church tomorrow and pray and be thankful for a win. But David Cutco's done a great job at Duke. Those guys played really, really hard today. And our guys just outplayed them there in the on defense for sure, and made enough plays on offense to win, but give Duke credit for their effort.
Coach, thank you as always for your time. Congratulations on the big win, and look forward to talking with you this upcoming week.
Thanks, Joe.
That's Mac Brown inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner after Carolina wins it 38-7 over the Blue Devils. We're going to take another timeout, come back. We've got play of the game. Get some thoughts from Brian on this one. And don't forget, you can vote on Twitter. Just go to my feed there. It's at Jones Angel with 2 L's at the end. And let's see, who do we give you choices today? Josh Downs, Ty Chandler, Trey Morrison, Miles Murphy. So a couple offense, couple defense. See where you elect to go here for our LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. Heels win by 31 from Learfield.
Your backyard should be an oasis, not a challenge. And your Steel dealer has the tools to make it happen. By getting to know you and what you're trying to accomplish, they'll make sure you have the right tools to achieve your goals. From legendary gas to long-running battery tools, Steel dealers have powerful equipment and advice you won't find anywhere else. Real Steel. Find yours at steeldealers.com.
UNC Tar Heels football is on Bally Sports South.
And he will not be tackled. Touchdown.
Buckle up and get ready for some spectacular ACC football action.
He's there. Touchdown.
Every Saturday.
What anticipation.
The battle continues.
Stumped at the line of scrimmage.
Tar Heels football, the ACC, and Bally Sports South.
This is Coach Mac Brown. Catch the excitement of hard-hitting Tar Heel football this fall on Bally Sports South.
This is the Tar Heel Sports Network from
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recall devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
Looking during that commercial break, and Carolina wins at 38-7. We're just looking at some of these defensive numbers for Carolina. Jones and Brian here with you in our booth. Dave and Deems, by the way, going to get set up at Top of the Hill Restaurant. Pre- and post-game tradition, handcrafted beer, great food, great atmospheres where Tar Heels come to celebrate. So we'll be sending it to them soon. But, Brian, so Duke, 314 total yards today. 117 of them came on two plays. The first two plays, or the first play of each half offensively for Duke. Their first play of the ball game went for 37 yards. Their first play of the second half went for 80 yards and a touchdown. So 117 yards on those two plays. The rest of the day, Duke had 197 yards on 61 plays. That's just a little more than 3 yards per play. Other than those two, that is pretty darn good.
No, that's really good if you can hold your opponent to 3 point something, anything per play. That's great defense. Now, obviously, you want to fix the explosives that you give away, but for the most part, I thought this Carolina defense played really well. And you get a 63-yard fumble, you get 5 sacks, and then on the offense, you score on plays of 63 and 75. So a lot of explosive plays for Carolina today, and that's kind of the recipe for the results on the scoreboard.
That was interesting. Mac Brown, what he classified as, he said really good play, really bad play, or something along those lines, where it did feel like particularly early in the game and then early in the second half, felt like Carolina was just behind the chains a lot. You know, they were in a 2nd and 12 or 3rd and 9 or whatever it might be, where it felt like Carolina had some difficult down and distance situations to deal with. But those explosive plays did make a difference, as Carolina had plays offensively in this game of 25 yards, 26 yards, 36 yards, 63 yards, and 75 yards. And, of course, there was the 63-yard fumble recovery, too. So they did get some of those big chunk plays, that 2 of them for touchdowns, that really went a long way in winning this ball game. And even individually, you look at, Howe started 11 of 17, then he was 0 of 7, but then he closed 7 of his last 8. So there were just some wide swings offensively. And Coach Brown said it there in our conversation inside the Continental Tire Coach's Corner. Yeah, Carolina rotated a lot of dudes on that offensive line today, Brian, and that is, I think it's fair to say, continuing to be a work in progress, as Duke was able to pick up 6 sacks in the game. So, I mean, multiple hits on the quarterback again that the Tar Heels would like to eliminate.
Yeah, and like always, all those sacks are not on the offensive line, but the fact that it's kind of like those saying, if you have 2 quarterbacks, you don't have one. And so right now, they're trying to find out who's the guy at different spots on the offensive line. So, therefore, they're rotating a lot of guys and giving those guys an opportunity to go up there and kind of claim their spot. Nobody's done it yet. So, that's what they're waiting for. They're waiting for somebody to stand up and take a position so they can solidify the offensive line as a whole.
Does that surprise you? I mean, we thought Carolina's offensive line was going to be a strength this year. Now, I mean, and granted, injuries have played a role. There's no doubt. Yeah. But it's been a little bit of a surprise.
It has. But here's the good thing. The guys that's rotating, all of them have played a lot of football.
Yeah.
And you really can't tell when the rotation occurs, right? You can't really tell when Brian Anderson out and Q is in. You can't tell when William Barnes in or Zudu or whoever it may be. All those guys are kind of right there together, and that's why all of them are playing.
And as Mac Brown said, we can easy to nitpick here, but in the end of the day, Carolina wins this one easily, 38-7, and has, as Coach Brown said, what he felt like was one of the best, if not the best, defensive performances since he has returned in his second tenure in Chapel Hill. So all said and done, a happy day for the Tar Heels as they run away from Duke 38-7. Couple of reminders. One, if you've had any alcohol as part of your game day activities today, or you plan on it as you celebrate this win, don't get behind the wheel. Just don't do it. There are so many ways to get home safely. We want you here in Kenan next week cheering on Carolina against Florida State. So get home, call a friend, call a cab, get the bus, get an app on your phone. There's a lot of ways to get home. Don't drink and drive. No need to do that. We want to see you, as I said, here next week. That's from the Governor's Highway Safety Program and all of us on the Tar Heels Sports Network. All right, how about our Coke Zero Sugar Play of the Game? Brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. Coca-Cola Zero Sugar, now more delicious, and there's some rumors that Coke Zero Sugar is the best Coke ever. Is it true? I don't know. You're going to have to find out for yourself. Brought to you by Coke Zero Sugar. And only fitting on a day that the defense was dominant, that it was a defensive score that takes home our Coke Zero Sugar Play of the Game. Line, Holmberg will throw. Pressure there. He's hit as he throws. The ball's loose and scooped up. Morrison is heading down the field. He's going to take it to the house. Trey Morrison picks up the loose ball and heads to the end zone. Hester.
Rolling on the field was a fumble recovered by North Carolina and advanced for a touchdown.
So what I was about to say, until Riley Johnson, the referee, rudely interrupted me, was that Kevin Hester was the man who hit the arm of Holmberg on the throw to knock that ball loose. And Brian, as Mac Brown said, heads up play by Morrison, just pick it up and run. I mean, worst thing that's going to happen is you're going to run a couple yards for no need, but he picked it up, took it. Everybody, because most players on the field stopped, and Morrison picked it up and was unimpeded on the way to the end zone.
And if you go to a practice, I guarantee you, anytime the ball is on the ground like that, defensive players, even if it's clear-cut, a forward pass or incomplete pass, it's just forming that habit. And once it happens in game time, it's just reaction. You don't think about it. You pick it up, and like you say, if they blow the whistle, so what? But if they don't blow the whistle, you keep running and you get your explosive score.
All right, the scoop and score.
Scoop and score.
Trey Morrison. He had that big 2-point conversion score, remember last year, late in the game against BC, where had the interception returned for what counted as a 2-point play, and then returns that one for the score here to help Carolina to the 38-7 win. All right, we're going to take time out. We've got our player of the game. A little bit more to do here from Game Site. Soon we're going to send you to Top of the Hill. Dave and Deems getting set up and ready to go there. Carolina wins 38-7 from Learfield.
Hey Carolina fans, this is Kelsey Gomes, Director of Sports Nutrition for the Tar Heels. Eggs are an essential part of building a healthy lifestyle that fuels you all day long. And eggs fuel athletes too. One egg contains 8 essential nutrients and 6 grams of high-quality protein that helps maintain muscle and support strong, healthy bones. Versatile, affordable, and healthy, eggs are pretty incredible. Visit ncegg.org to learn more about egg nutrition, egg farmers, and to find egg-citing recipes.
From star athletes to super fans, UNC Health is dedicated to caring for champions of all kinds. For you, the latest advancements and our greatest expertise are always in play to deliver personalized care with the utmost compassion. It's the kind of care that keeps champions like you and your family in the game when it matters the most. See our lineup at unchealthcare.org/sports.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591.
Get your message to the thousands. Call the WCAB Sales Department today at 287-3356.
Been brought Brought to you by Wells Fargo, official retail bank sponsor of Carolina Athletics. And by Geico. 15 minutes could save you 15% or more on car insurance. This is the Coca-Cola postgame show.
38-7, Carolina with the win. Tar Heels led this one 24-0 at halftime. Ride a terrific defensive effort to smother Duke by the final score again of 38-7. Heels now 3-2, 2-2 in the league. Duke falls to 3-2, 0-1 in the ACC. I tell you what, just while we're here and before we get final thoughts from Brian and go through our player of the game and all that, let's just take a quick look at the scoreboard. Let's just see what else is going on out there because it's getting interesting. Pittsburgh just smashed Georgia Tech. That's frustrating, isn't it? In Atlanta, 52-21. Pitt goes down there and kicks the Jackets. So big win for Pitt. Pitt's good now. They have a road win at Tennessee. Big road win today. Carolina's got to go to Pitt on a Thursday night late in the season. That is a big one. Syracuse, Florida State already underway. 3-0 Noles. But the real interesting one is in Winston. Wake Forest came in to this week one of two teams in the league undefeated. They are currently tied with Louisville, 34-34, with about 3 minutes to go in that one. Dave will certainly keep you up to date as he moves through his portion of the postgame show on all those scores. Also, not technically the ACC because we know how they like to just get right there to the edge, but Notre Dame trailing 10-0 at home to Cincinnati in the second quarter. Cincinnati, number 7 in the nation, already has a road win at Indiana.
Yep.
And looking for another road win against a Power 5. This one would obviously make a little more noise. They feel like, they being Cincinnati, feel like they have a chance to be the first group of 5 team to get into the playoff. If they win that one, certainly they will have positioned themselves for at least have an argument at this point of the season. Okay. Here, Carolina wins at 38-7. Let's get to the LS Tractor difference-making player of the game. The LS difference is about redefining what comes standard. So LS Tractor gives you more standard features, more performance, more warranty, more satisfaction, all that for less money. Learn how you can experience the LS difference and do more for less. Visit LS Tractor. That's the letter L, the letter S, tractorusa.com. Find a dealer near you. After wins, we go to Twitter and gave you some offensive and some defensive choices. Brian's not going to be happy with this. Josh Downs, 8 catches, 168 and a touchdown. Ty Chandler, 140 total yards and 2 scores. Trey Morrison, 6 tackles, second on the team, plus the fumble return touchdown. And Miles Murphy, who really just kind of, in my mind, kind of symbolized how well Carolina's defensive front played. He had 5 tackles, 2.5 for loss, and a sack. But, Brian, runaway win for Downs. Always those offensive guys, isn't it?
Always.
8 catches, 168 yards, and a score. And look, that's a valid choice. Carolina's defense, I think, in total, the big story today. But Downs continues to be one of the best receivers in the conference. And, Mac Brown talked about it when in that Continental Tire Coaches Corner. He competes. He works. Other teams are aware Josh Downs is really good at this point.
No question.
So it's going to keep being difficult for him to put up these type of numbers, but he and the Tar Heels, it would behoove them to keep figuring out ways to get him the ball.
And they do that. And Sam, in critical situations, Sam, 11 is going to be his first look, and as he should be. And Coach said it right. He's very competitive. He's confident.
Yeah.
And if you have a guy that has the type of ability that Josh has, that has those two traits, he's going to be a really good football player, and Josh Downs is that.
Brian, last thing before we kind of look forward, I just be interested in one more word from you on Tar Heel defense. Mac Brown said he thought it was one of the best defensive performances since he's returned. We have talked a lot about how this defense, it feels like it's shown some moments of really good play and then some moments of not so good play. There's more talent on that side of the ball. There's more depth on that side of the ball than there has been.
Yep.
But it felt like this was the first time outside of those 2 plays, and really just the one play, the 80-yard touchdown. Feels like this is the first time in a while they put 60 really good minutes together on that side.
I agree. And so at least right now they don't feel like the answer is better players because they feel like they have good players. So that's the first and most important part. Now it becomes how good do you think we can be? And in order to get there, we have to be – the consistency word keeps coming up. And if they can just be consistent because they can do it, they can do it. And if you can do it for a quarter, if you can do it for 2 quarters, you can do it for a game, you can do it for 2 games. They just have to find that common thread and stay locked in because they have the ability. They have guys that can make plays on the football. They have guys that can get after the passer. I like the way they're tackling. They have speed to the football. So they have all the elements to be a really good defense. Now they got to find a way to put it together every game, every quarter.
So Carolina improves to 3-2. So now Florida State next week. Seminoles currently winless. They were leading Syracuse very early in that game, 3-0. Miami in 2 weeks, both here in Chapel Hill. I believe Miami has a bye week this upcoming week after the heartbreaking loss to Virginia on Thursday night. So they're going to have some extra time to prepare, if I'm not mistaken. But, Brian, here's the thing. Both those teams down right now. They've got players.
They got players.
And if those guys come together on a Saturday, it's going to be a long day because they're talented. So, this is just feels like an important stretch for Carolina. Keep getting better. You take care of yourself and try to get to that bye week, which comes after the Miami game, and reassess where you are.
One game at a time.
Yeah.
One opponent at a time. And really, that opponent should be yourself. Every week you go out there and practice, you're about sharpening yourself, becoming the best player you can be, the best offense you can be, the best defense, special teams, and therefore the best team that you can be. And then you just come out here on Saturdays and you go through it. And it doesn't even matter. At game day, they can say we're going to switch opponents, and for you it shouldn't matter. You just go out there and do what you've done all week, and you do the things the habits that you form during practice, and the opponent doesn't matter whether they have 1 win, 5 wins, or 10 wins or none. It doesn't matter. You go out there and you play your game, and you do the things that you worked at, and the opponent does not matter.
See if Carolina can do that next week with Florida State coming to town. Again, that is either 3 or 3:30. That will be announced on, I believe, tomorrow officially, that game time. So it'll be either 3 or 3:30 for Carolina, Florida State here in Chapel Hill. All right, we're going to take our last break here from us in the booth because after that commercial break, Dave and Deems from Top of the Hill Restaurant in downtown Chapel Hill, they'll grab control of this bad boy and take you the rest of the way home. Tar Heels win it 38-7 over Duke. Victory bell staying with the right shade of blue. Heels win by 31 from Learfield.
Hey, Carolina family, this is head football coach Mac Brown. As official sponsor of Carolina Athletics, Wells Fargo understands being a Tar Heel means there's no off-season. With a Wells Fargo Tar Heels debit card, you can show off your Carolina pride no matter where you are. It's your colors, your team, your card. Visit wellsfargo.com and search Card Design Studio to learn more.
Copyright 2021 Wells Fargo Bank N.A. All rights reserved. This is Jones Angel, voice of the Tar Heels. And as a parent, I know nothing is more important than the safety of our children. More than 22% of teen-involved crashes per year in North Carolina are the result of distracted driving. Help protect our teenage drivers by ensuring they practice safe driving habits and avoid distracted driving. Always encourage your teens to put down the phone while driving and lead by example. Let's have a hands-free NC. Brought to you by Trusted Choice Independent Insurance Agents of North Carolina. Learn more at trustedchoice.com/Go Heels.
This is Carolina football from Learfield.
At Smith Drugs of Forest City, we are continue to offer the COVID-19 rapid testing and the COVID-19 vaccinations. Please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591 with any questions or concerns that you may have. You may also visit our website at smithsdrugsfc.com and schedule your COVID rapid 19 test or your vaccination. Again, if you have any questions, please call our pharmacy at 828-245-4591.
It's that time again, time to get the flu vaccines. And Smith's Drugs in Forest City has the flu vaccinations available. Walk-ins Monday through Friday and Saturdays by appointment. And Smith's Drug is asking all their Dream Station and System 1 CPAP customers to call if you need any help with registering your recalled devices. Just call the Home Medical Department for any help or with questions at 828-245-4591. Get the first weather forecast at 6:05 here on 100.9 FM 590 AM WCAB Rutherfordton.
Dave, Nathan, and Deems May welcoming you back to the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report live from Top of the Hill. A festive environment throughout campus today, especially on Franklin Street, as Carolina routs Duke 38-7. Deems, we just heard from Jones and Brian and Lee wrapping things up from Kenan Stadium. Certainly Carolina's most complete game of the year. I don't know if it was their best offensive performance. Right. It probably was their best defensive showing, and it all adds up to a 31-point win.
Yeah, by far the best defensive performance. I tell you, we're pretty good against a quarterback that's not a dual threat, and Duke's quarterback can't run, so we knew where he was going to be. We were able to tee off on him, gave up just one big play. Overall, 7 points, great performance by them. Still kind of, I get antsy watching them. A lot of times they're looking at the sideline, getting that symbol. You saw Duke have some success early going fast and snapping it before the snap got in, but 7 points in a game is impressive no matter who you're playing. Offensively, I think we've gone over everything. They had a long post-game show, so I'll just go right to the chase. I'm worried for Sam Howell. I don't know how he can continue to get hits like he's getting and this many sacks game in and game out. Our offensive line at the first drive was just bad to watch. They looked like they had no intention of being there. No, they did not want to be there. We started switching some things around, got some things going. First quarter, they stoned us. Second quarter, we got some things going. Put Keon Johnson in there at center, started moving some people around. That kid, there was a spark there. Third quarter, we came out. They stoned us bad in the third quarter. Sam just looks just defeated and beaten down right now, and we cannot continue to let him get hit that many times. Now, some of that's on him, too. We pointed that out. But a lot of it has to do with the lack of running game, playing high up front, not being nasty enough, and giving up sacks and getting beat inside on some simple games. And those are the facts right there. Bottom line, a win's a win. But let's face it, Duke's not very good. I'm not here to bash them, Dave, but I don't see them winning another game in the ACC. I just don't see – they don't have much talent. And they outplayed us in the first and third quarters on the defensive side against our offensive line. And that's something that if we want to get to a bowl game, and right now I think you go game in and game out, one game at a time, that Georgia Tech loss, you go down there and get beat by Georgia Tech, who in turn loses to 31, has to show you that you're going to get everybody's best shot. Georgia Tech, and they're done. They were done after beating us. That was their Super Bowl. Now they come in and let Pitt hang 52 on them, get beat by 31. So we have to be prepared every game. I thought we were defensively today. Offensive line was not prepared. Those first couple of drives were really bad. Sam's gotten beat down. He looks a little gun-shy in there sometimes. He missed some long throws that he normally makes, and that's got to be from people hitting you. You've seen it long enough. We've seen it in every level. Josh Downs bounced back after a drop in the end zone, made some great plays. We have some weapons. I thought we ran it well at times. But, man, we have no identity right now on offense, and defense bailed us out against a team with not much talent.
Carolina beats Duke 38-7, and to get back to the protection issues and Sam Howell, you've played the position before. I'm guessing that there have been some moments and some games and, heck, maybe even some years where you felt like you were invincible and nobody could touch you and your eyes were anywhere but the rush and looking all over at your teammates. Are there other times where as a quarterback you're hearing footsteps, you're looking at the rush, you don't feel like there's protection, and then you've got to get rid of the ball earlier?
Yeah. We can look down no matter than our home state Panther team. Cam Newton got hit so many times, he jumps when they slam a car door now. He will never play in the pros again. He is so gun-shy, and that's not because he's not tough. That dude's a tough cat, man. He got beat up so many years in a row. But right now, it's just a natural. If somebody beats you with a stick every day for 24 hours, when you see a stick, you're going to flinch. And right now, I'm just worried about Sam, about, being in the pocket, about, how much he's running, the shots he's taking. We're getting beat on some simple games up front. But I like the fact that Stacy and Phil, they changed it up. I think we made some nice adjustments in the second quarter, to get some points going. And whether that's changing up on the offensive line or how we did, Duke made really give them credit. They made great adjustments at halftime, stoned us in the third quarter. We couldn't get anything going offensively. Defense stepped up. Defense had a touchdown. Anytime you have a defensive score, man, your odds of winning go up. And then we kind of just wore them down and started getting some plays going late third with a new kind of offensive line in there. So a lot to work on. And bottom line is, everybody says I'm negative, but Jones and them, they pointed out all the positive things. I think I'm excited as hell. We beat Duke. I'm calling Coach Brown right after this, see if we can get the victory bell that he's not here, and we're going to ring it every 15 minutes. So don't think I'm down on this, but I'm just trying to point out what we have to do if we want to have a good season, And right now we have no identity on offense up front, and we got to figure that out.
For Coach Brown, it's his 11th consecutive win over the Blue Devils, dating back to the early 1990s, Deems, when you remember some of those early Coach Brown Tar Heel teams, and this one goes final 38-7. I got one more question about the offensive line, but first we've got to pause 10 seconds for a station ID on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
And you're listening to the Tar Heel Postgame Show on 100.9 FM, 590 AM, WCAB Rutherford. It's 4 o'clock, 80 degrees.
Back here at top of the hill on the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report, Carolina beats Duke 38-7. Deems, you texted me early on in the game. You were, I think, one of the first to realize that Carolina had already used 3 centers. Brian Anderson, Q Johnson, and Caden Baker all saw time in the first half. What was it, and I don't know if you want to get too in the weeds here about what you saw with each one of those guys at the position, but we talked about this earlier this year. It's outside of quarterback, maybe the most important position.
What I saw is what I just talked about. First quarter, we were stoned. We weren't doing anything. And then so we started moving the ball a little bit, and I said, all right, what's different? And how, you kind of look at it from my seats in the blue zone. You try to get a whole macro view, but I really love the end zone view so I can see things happening when their backs were to us, and I saw us not coming off the ball very well, and I saw us we were playing too high. And then as we got to the second quarter, I was like, all right, that was a good hole right there. Wait, what's different? And I started looking at the makeup of the offensive line, and I think Brian touched on it. He said, sometimes you can't tell who's in and what. There's 74, 76, 78, 68, 69, wherever they are, all over the place. And we started moving the ball. And I was like, wait a minute, what's different? And I looked up, and we had a new center in there. And Q Johnson from Reevesville came in there and really sparked us. And we started getting some points. And also, you got to give credit to Phil, too, Longo. He saw what they were doing, made some adjustments, and we get some points before half, and we got a good deal. But give Duke credit. They came back and moved some chess markers at the other half, and then we moved them in the third and fourth quarter. So that's kind of a football game. But, if anybody's watched football knows Duke is not very talented, and there were some chances where they had to really get back in the game, but they just didn't have enough players to do it. And we're going to have to figure something out if we're going to continue to have a type of season that we want. But we got to understand every game we're getting the best shot, and the Georgia Tech game today shows that unequivocally that you're getting everybody's best shot. And if you're not ready, they don't care about the rest of the year now. They're going to wait till Georgia or whatever. But right now they get beat by 31 at home after how they played last week. That just shows you we have to be ready to play every week.
All right, we'll take a look at the updated ACC standings. It is cloudy. There are still some games that have yet to go final from earlier today. The 3:30 games are underway, and a lot of night action to get into here from top of the hill. So stay with us and make an afternoon of it. Again, we've got the Carolina Ford Dealers wrap-up show to follow on select affiliates around the triangle. Carolina beats Duke 38-7 from Learfield.
The MT1 Series tractor from LS is a powerhouse packed in a compact footprint, and it's now available with high-capacity loader attachment. This tractor loader package provides you everything you need to get the job done right. Visit your local dealer or check us out online at lstractorusa.com to experience the LS difference for yourself. Rules, restrictions, eligibility, and participation may apply.
Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics, joins Tar Heels fans across the nation cheering Go Heels. Whether you're at home watching the game or out on the road, download our Hunt Brothers Pizza app to find a location near you. The Hunt family has been proudly serving our delicious original crust pizza to North Carolina families for over 20 years. With all toppings, no extra charge, and 10 to choose from, there's sure to be a topping combination for everyone to enjoy a Hunt Brothers Pizza.
This is Tar Heel football from Learfield.
There is a lot of misleading information about Medicaid eligibility. The Arledge Law Firm would like for you to know the truth. For instance, if you need a nursing home, Medicaid will take your home. That's not true. Another one is, if you transfer assets, you have to wait 60 months to qualify. Again, not true. And this big one, if you're already in a nursing home, it's too late to protect your assets. Not true, not true, not true. Call attorneys Gerald N. Willis, Kent Baldwin, or Martin Gerard at the Arledge Law Firm and get free consultation and learn the truth. It's more likely than you think that you may qualify for nursing home care and not lose everything you own. It's worth a call to Arledge Law Firm at 287-3338, located on East Court Street in Rutherfordton.
Stay in touch with your tax dollars. Listen to the Commish Report and the School Board Report each month live here on WCAB. The reports are heard the following morning after the meetings. WCAB, keeping you informed as well as entertained.
along with Deems May. Dave Nathan welcoming you back to Top of the Hill here in Chapel Hill. It's the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report as the Tar Heels knock off Duke 38-7. The bell stays with Carolina for another year. Coach Brown now 11 for his last 11 against the Blue Devils dating back to 1990. And most importantly for this year's team, the Tar Heels get back to 500 in the ACC at 2-2, and will now move on to a pretty pivotal point in the season, Deems. We're right in the thick of a 3-game homestand with Florida State coming to town next week at either 3 or 3:30, Miami to follow, and then you get into kind of an odd spot in the schedule where you're out of conference more than you're in conference. So if the Tar Heels want to make a play for the Coastal Division, it's this month where I think they got to set the stage.
Yes, we talked about it in pregame. We played four games already in the ACC. Duke's played one. So we've gotten a lot out. We're going to the bad part about the debacle last week is now we got to do a lot of scoreboard watching. And the only way you can do scoreboard watching is taking care of business on your end. And, again, I know Florida State's struggling. I don't even know who they play today, but they're going to come in here and we're going to have to Syracuse, my fault. And they're going to come here and play their best game of the year. I have no doubt about that. So I just think that it's so cliche, Dave, and I hate cliches. This is why I don't watch ESPN. They all say the same thing every time. But you really do just have to concentrate on that one game. And then after that, you can come up here and start scoreboard watching, because after last week, we got to be scoreboard watchers. And that's the bad part about it, because ACC is so wide open right now. And that egg Georgia Tech laid makes it just the gut punch even harder last week. But we did bounce back. No matter what you think about that Duke football team, we bounced back. We took care of business, and we have to do that week in and week out, and then just hope that somebody, starts beating teams that we haven't.
Yeah, strangely enough, with all the ups and downs for Carolina through almost the entire first half of the season, the Tar Heels at 2-2. I mean, let's look at it like this. Virginia Tech is 1-0.
Right.
The one game at the beginning of the schedule is the only ACC game that they've played. The Tar Heels, I guess, would be behind 1-0 Pittsburgh right now after the Panthers beating of Georgia Tech. The Yellow Jackets are at 1-2.
Yeah.
Virginia's 1-2. Duke's 0-1. Miami's 0-1. I know it doesn't feel like Carolina's in a real commanding position right now, but you look at the standings right now and you say to yourself, certainly not out of it.
No, not out of it. I mean, but is Virginia Tech going to lose 3 games? I mean, that's kind of that has to happen for us to win, right? I mean, that's kind of what you have to look at. I don't know. I think they play Syracuse and BC in the Atlantic, and I don't know what either one of those teams have. But are they going to lose 3? Sure, they could. Is that likely? I mean, I don't know. This. I mean, if Pitt's playing like this, yeah, there's one right there. Which Georgia Tech team's going to show up? You just don't know. They're going to beat Duke. I don't know, and that's, again, there's no use in looking backwards. But, last week really did hurt. But, again, 1 week at a time, and then you hope that some teams that beat you start laying eggs down. You never hope for injuries, but they happen, and it's just part of the game. And we've got 4 ACC games already out of the way.
Yeah.
I mean, nobody else has that. So, we have a non-conference against an ACC opponent, and we go to Notre Dame. Those don't matter, I mean, in that scheme of things, but – you still want to win them, right?
Correct.
But you've already through most of your ACC schedule.
Yep.
I mean, and other people have just had 1 game. So, yeah, it's there, but we got to do a little scoreboard watching. But we got to take care of ourselves at home first.
All right, let's do a little scoreboard watching right now as time runs down here on the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report from Top of the Hill. Florida State 3, Syracuse nothing. At the end of the first quarter, Syracuse has the ball, but trailing by a field goal. We mentioned the Pittsburgh-Georgia Tech score. The Panthers beat the Jackets 52-21, and Wake Forest survives a scare and beats Louisville 37-34. The Deacs are now 3-0 in the ACC, one of 2 unbeatens overall, along with Boston College, and we'll see if that changes tonight for BC at Clemson at 7:30. The only other ACC team in action tonight is North Carolina State. The Pac takes on Louisiana Tech in Raleigh at 6. There was the Thursday night showdown with Virginia beating Miami 30-28. The Canes miss a field goal late, and the Cavaliers prevail. So that's what the ACC schedule looks like. Deems, in terms of the top 25, we've got a good one brewing in front of us here at Top of the Hill. Ole Miss went for 4th down three times on their first drive.
Now they're doing it again on second down. And right there, Alabama guy just hit Ole Miss guy 6 yards out of bounds at the knee, and they didn't throw a flag. But if that had been North Carolina, they'd have kicked him out for 6 games.
Where's the game being played?
In Alabama.
Tuscaloosa.
Yeah,
all right.
I mean, but still. That was
7-0 Alabama late in the first quarter.
Our ACC refs are just, oh.
Elsewhere around the top 25, Georgia thumps Arkansas 37-0.
I didn't see that coming.
I know we talk a lot about offense, but Georgia's defense is as good as there might have been in the last 5 or 10 years the way they're playing right now.
That's one, especially on a Pittman. Pittman, and they're going to be sound up front. They're going to run the ball well. Their double teams are going to be good. Their cutoff blocks are going to be good. They're going to get to the second level, and to hold them to nothing is, I tell you, there's Georgia's in the front runner if they get any kind of quarterback play. I'm not sold on that quarterback. I don't know how good he is, but with a defense like that, you don't really need a quarterback.
Right, yeah. I mean, Georgia might not be number one, but you could argue they've been the most impressive team so far with who they've beaten and how they've beaten them. Number 3, Oregon, down a field goal to Stanford, 3-0. Cardinal midway through the first quarter. Penn State and Indiana kick off tonight at 7:30. We mentioned Iowa knocked off Maryland last night 51-14. Oklahoma and Kansas State late in the first quarter. The Sooners lead 3-0 in Manhattan, Kansas. How about Cincinnati and Notre Dame? The Bearcats 17, the Irish 0. 28 seconds to play before halftime.
Wow.
Luke Fickell and the boys are sending a message, are they not?
You think he's going to USC?
I think right now he's probably going out for a nice dinner if this thing can hold for another half.
Yeah, you got that right.
But Cincinnati, I mean, this is their claim to fame. If they can win this convincingly, that's a huge chip.
That is.
With the college football playoff still looming. Again, a lot of football left to be played here. Florida and Kentucky kick off at 6 o'clock. Ohio State up 14-0 on Rutgers midway through the first quarter. BYU a winner last night, defeating Utah State 34-20. Michigan hands it to Wisconsin in Camp Randall, 38-17. And for all the Harbaugh naysayers out there, finally it looks like this might be the year for Michigan to plant the flag.
Yeah, I tell you, you can't argue their record, but Harbaugh is still not a good dude. I'm not a big fan of Harbaugh.
All right. Not a popularity contest, though, is it?
No, it's not, exactly.
Mississippi State, Texas A&M kickoff at 7 o'clock tonight. By the way, Stanford's just put up another touchdown and leads Oregon now 10-0. Coastal Carolina in action against Louisiana Monroe. We'll get you a score update on the Chanticleers here in just a second. Western Kentucky and Michigan State to kick off at 7:30. Fresno State, Hawaii at 11. Baylor, Oklahoma State at 7. At 10:30, it's Arizona State, UCLA. And at 9, Tigers versus Tigers. It's LSU and Auburn from Death Valley. So that's what things look like right now. That updated Coastal Carolina score, 38-3 over Louisiana Monroe at the break in Conway. So we said at the beginning of the day, Deems, this was the most pivotal Saturday in college football 2021. And to this point, it hasn't disappointed. There have been some scores that make you scratch your head and some others that just make you say, wow.
Yeah, there are. And getting back to us, I think you asked me the key of the game and pregame, and I said have some pride. I was like, we got to have some pride. After last week, who's going to show up and have some pride? It doesn't have to do with offense, defense, special teams. Who's going to have some pride about getting embarrassed on a national stage and just laying an egg in Atlanta? And our defense had pride today. They came out and gave up one big play to start the second half. But other than that, had some fourth down stops, stayed home, got after the quarterback finally, got some pressure up there. They had some pride. I think offensively we've still got a lot of soul searching to do. But the bottom of the line is we bounced back from just a terrible performance to have a good performance. And, there's so many ways you can do the math. But we had some pride in that game, and we were at home, and we got the victory bell again. And Coach Brown, I know you're probably not listening, but I'm going to pick up your phone in a little bit. We're going to come get that victory bell and put it at he's not here.
38-7, it's a final. Carolina knocks off Duke. Next up, Florida State. There's a chance the Seminoles come to town 0-5. There's a chance Carolina could send FSU to 0-6. There's also a chance Florida State comes here with one lonely win.
Yeah. I mean, we have to look no further than last year when they kind of, dashed our dreams for the Coastal and playing in Charlotte against Clemson, which would have been fun. Still ended up with a good year, but we've had these eggs on the road. We got them at home now, so we still got to know that no matter what Florida State's record is, they're coming in here with athletes. And today we didn't see a whole lot of athletes. We're going to see a lot next week. and we better be ready for it.
All right, Florida State's been in some tough games. We were here at Top of the Hill when they lost to Jacksonville State on the Hail Mary. They gave Notre Dame a ball game early on in the season, so FSU, bad record or not, has been in some tight contests, and one of these days I'm guessing they'll figure it out. Let's just hope that it's not next week here in Chapel Hill.
Exactly.
That'll close the book on the Coke Zero Sugar postgame report from Top of the Hill. One more quick reminder, it's been a while since we've been able to say this here without time running down on the day. If you're looking for more college football action following our broadcast, you can check out the College Football Blitz for free by going to the Varsity Network app. It's the college football audio version of the NFL Red Zone every Saturday from noon until midnight Eastern, so a lot of time left to hook up with the College Football Blitz. Just search College Football Blitz on the Varsity Network app. That's a wrap here from Top of the Hill. Our broadcast produced by Tar Heel Sports Properties, a property of Learfield. Our general manager is Chuck Schrader, network manager Phil Brain. Paul Roper is our network coordinator. Our thanks to Chief Network Engineer Ben Alexander, John Essick back in the studio, and Jody Zoigner for providing these statistics. For Jones Angel, Brian Simmons, Lee Pace, Deems May, and the rest of our crew, my name is Dave Nathan, reminding you that our next broadcast begins with the Reed's Jewelers pregame show next Saturday at either 2 or 2:30 when the Tar Heels play Florida State. Once again, our final score, Carolina 38, Duke 7, and you heard it all right here on the Tar Heel Sports Network.
Carolina football has been brought to you by Reed's Jewelers, your home for fine Swiss timepieces, beautiful diamonds, and the world's most luxurious jewelry brands. Reed's Jewelers, trusted with life's moments. And by Hunt Brothers Pizza, the official pizza of Carolina Athletics. The preceding has been a Learfield presentation of the Tar Heels